Last Freedom, a post-apocalyptic survival thriller by Kevin Partner. Book 4 of the Last City series. Prologue. Mariana DeMille walked confidently toward the church, gazing up at the slender spire that seemed to spit in the eye of Providence. The only church to survive the night of the firestorm, it stood in well-manicured grounds, kept alive by water that had been brought in bucket by bucket from a reservoir on the edge of town. She'd left here as an unwanted passenger on a fool's errand. She returned as a trusted foot soldier in the New World Order. And she had come to visit a traitor. As she passed an acer in full summer bloom, she spotted someone scampering toward her. She put her hand up to halt the 3 black-masked guards that formed her bodyguard, and waited for the little man in the gray suit to come to a sudden halt before he attempted to segue into a dignified walk. Fool! She recognized him, though she was certain his eyes would not penetrate the hood she wore. Welcome to Salt Lake City. We were warned of your arrival, and have complied with your request to yield the fuel stations. Requests? They were instructions backed by a demonstration of power. The small force of Mormons who resisted the Sons of Solomon when they first reached the roadblocks had been swept aside. And then the demands had been delivered. She was here to see that they had all been carried out. Mariana nodded. Do you have him under arrest? Yes, madam. Is that how I should address you? You may call me Lieutenant. Now let on. The Mariana DeMille, who followed the oily little man into the Church of the Latter-day Saints on what had once been West Temple, was a changed woman compared to the frightened child who'd left there months earlier. She'd thought she'd found sanctuary in another church on the East Coast, but the Sons had found them, and they'd killed the 2 old people who lived there. She had been saved by her youth. They took her away and helped her to see the truth, that her entire belief system had been a lie. That the world had not ended in that firestorm, but had been reborn like a phoenix. They were in the first days, not the end times. And she was a pioneer. And if they must destroy relics of the past to pave the way for a purer future, then so be it. Candles lit the entrance hallway, but there was nothing other than darkness beyond most of the doors. Darkness cloaked the celestial room, and the vast assembly hall was silent. Black-suited men and women moved aside for them, watching them sullenly as they passed. Let them sulk, they would change their tune soon enough or they would die. The Sons had given her clarity where once she was burdened with doubt. She was now the swinging blade, come to bring judgment. He is in here, the man said, standing aside and gesturing at the golden handle on the white door. She nodded, then turned to the men accompanying her. You will wait here. One of them, a big brute of a man whose black hair ran like a curtain around the bottom of the black mask, leaned in to whisper. But Lieutenant, we were told to stick with you at all times. And I am ordering you to wait out here, she hissed. I am quite capable of dealing with a feeble old man. The brute snapped back as if she'd slapped him in the face and stiffened to attention as she turned the handle and went in. He was tied to a chair in the center of a small room, lit by many candles that stood in recesses. There was another chair opposite his and a small table between them. She could dimly see that murals covered the walls, depicting scenes of a pastoral paradise. How very appropriate. The old man didn't look up to begin with, and she wondered whether perhaps he had expired unnoticed. If that were the case, then those responsible would pay with their own lives. Justice was hers to mete out, not theirs. Finally, as she stood gazing at this shadow of a soul, he seemed to notice her and look up. So you have come. His voice was a cracked cymbal. I only ask that you spare my people. She laughed at that. Who do you think you are, Moses? You have had ample time to prepare for our arrival, and yet when we came to your gates, you turned us away. His eyes narrowed as he looked at her. Do I know you? She had both anticipated and dreaded this moment since she'd been assigned to the occupation of Salt Lake City. She raised her hand to her head and slowly pulled off the black balaclava. His eyes popped in disbelief. Mariana! Oh, thank God. You're alive. He tried to get to his feet, forgetting the ropes that bound him to the chair, and ended up wriggling in place, a look of mixed relief and confusion on his face. "Yes, Father, I am alive. No thanks to you." He shook his head, eyes wide. "I don't know what you mean, my dear. You sent me away with two complete strangers. I thought you would be safer. I knew that one day the S." She smiled at him. He had fallen into the trap. "You knew what? That the sons of Solomon would one day come to SLC? And you wanted me to be elsewhere when that happened?" He couldn't help but give a sad nod. "And how did that work out? They found me despite your efforts, and I thank God in my nightly prayers that my eyes were finally opened to the truth." Tears pooled in the corners of his eyes. "My dear, you have been led astray by a false doctrine. These are the end days as predicted by the prophet, and only those who remain firm in faith will survive to witness the return of our Lord." She slammed her fist on the table. "No. You are wrong, Father. This is the time of rebirth when the young and strong will build something wonderful out of the ashes. Your time has passed, ours is just beginning. And what of the old and weak? What place do they have in this new world of yours?" She shrugged. "Nothing must stand in the way of progress and renewal. Not even you." Elliot DeMille slumped as tears ran down his cheeks. "What has become of you?" She leaned on the table, her face inches from his. "I have been educated. You sent me away as a weak girl, and I have returned as a woman of authority. But don't worry, you will be spared the purge for now. My commanders believe you might still be useful, though I have my doubts. Here, enjoy a little reading. You may find it educational." Mariana pulled a small green book from her pocket and slid it across the table to her father. "This is your religious book?" he asked, gazing from it to her through pink, puffy eyes. "I will not read blasphemy." She stood up straight. "Suit yourself. But you will have nothing else to divert your mind, so the least you should do is read it, even if only to understand your enemy better. Goodbye, Father." Mariana DeMille spun around, pulled her mask down and stalked from the room without glancing back at the shrunken old man at the table, who sobbed as the woman who had been his daughter left. Her last words came in through the door as it swung shut. "Read it." The oily Mormon official was waiting for her as she emerged, and he scampered along as she headed for the exit. "How is his wife?" she asked. "We have kept her under house arrest as instructed, Lieutenant." They emerged into the sunlight. "Good. Move DeMille to one of the suites, but keep him under close guard. When I return, I expect to find him physically well and secure. Do not disappoint me." She lengthened her stride to get some distance between her and the odious little traitor. Her three companions shadowed her footsteps until they reached the Land Rover. She would now supervise the occupation of what remained of Salt Lake City and the conversion of its inhabitants to their cause. Or at least those who would join them. The others would be considered delayed casualties of the cleansing. She climbed into the passenger seat of the Land Rover as it headed toward their headquarters. Her father's only hope was to read the Green Book. She didn't expect it to convert him, but it contained other messages that she hoped he would see. Mariana DeMille gazed out of the window as it moved through the streets of her home city and dreamed of many possible futures. Everywhere she looked, she saw flames. Chapter 1. The Wanderer. Paul Hickman nudged the last of the animals into the newly fenced field and pushed the gate shut. He leaned against the raw timber and watched the cattle as they nervously explored. For a moment he allowed himself the luxury of self-satisfaction, and then, as it always did, the shadow of reality settled on him. This was a respite, the breath before the killing stroke. A small taste of Eden before the legions of hell descended on them. He sighed, his bearded chin rubbing against the top of the fence as he slumped. "Penny for your thoughts." And there she was. An unaccountable joy in a time of fear and darkness. Hickman half turned to see a mass of strawberry blonde curls that engulfed the pretty freckled face of Cassie Miller. "Oh, just the usual. I wish we could be left to get on with the rebuilding, without having to keep looking over our shoulders." Can't help thinkin' this is a monumental waste of time." She giggled at that. "We saw 'em off last time, didn't we?" Hick gazed over the field and then up to the green-sloped low mountains. It had been 2 months since the Battle of Hope as it had become known, and there had been no further attacks in that time, but he knew they would be back. And the more the people of Hope rebuilt the town, the bigger the prize it became, and the greater the potential loss. He felt the warmth of her hand on his arm. "We gotta take one day at a time. And it's a lovely day, so why not enjoy it?" The wisdom of youth. Extreme youth in her case. Hick glanced across at her as she stood beside him, eyes closed and face turned upwards, the sun warming her skin. She was more elven maiden than farmer's daughter. He looked away quickly, before he completely succumbed to her spell. She might be Goldberry, but he was no Tom Bombadil. They stood silently enjoying the peace of a hot summer's day, and he tried to do as she did, and take this moment for what it was without concern for the future. But he was Hope's leader, and he didn't have that luxury. And so dark clouds gathered around him. "Come on, let's get back. Or have you forgot you're having lunch with us today?" she said. She grabbed his arm, and he allowed himself to be steered back to the pickup. He sat in the passenger seat as Cassie expertly swung the car around and onto the track that led out onto a larger lane, and then the highway. "What are you looking at?" Hick said as he watched the landscape slip by. It was a beautiful day, punctuated only by 2 yellow circles that drifted in and out of focus as they moved left and right across his peripheral vision. Roger the cockerel turned his head, and the yellow circles disappeared. Roger looked out the window, as if trying to figure out what was so interesting about a landscape that had neither food nor hens in it. "He sure has taken to you," Cassie said. Hick huffed. "Well, it ain't mutual. I can't take a leak without him following me. Sits outside the bathroom door listenin', and when I come out he's exactly where I left him." "Where do you expect him to be?" "I dunno, but it's unsettlin'. Sometimes I have difficulty, you know." Cassie burst out laughing. "Oh, that's just old age creepin' up on you." Hickman's attempt at a good-natured chuckle was as lame as a 3-legged dog with arthritis. She patted him on the knee. "I was only joshin'. You ain't quite ready to retire just yet." "If only," Hick said as Roger's head bobbed up and down in apparent agreement. "You know, you could leave Roger at our place. I'm sure Pa could find a use for him." The cockerel's head rotated 180 degrees. Hick didn't answer. He wasn't in the mood to admit that he was crushingly lonely at home. He'd had Sam there for a handful of days, and her presence had only reinforced how empty the place had been without her or her mother for the previous decade. And now the light had gone out. He'd made do with Buster the dog for most of the intervening years, but now he had no one. Except for Roger. "Oh, I don't know. I reckon he'd find me eventually. He ain't a homing chicken, Hick." And the laughter came naturally, as Roger looked at them both with a perplexed expression. The kitchen in the miller's newly completed farmhouse was full to the brim when Hick and Cassie arrived. It was a bright room that looked like a set from a pioneer theme park. Everything was made of wood except for the range, which they'd salvaged from the ruins of the old house, the kitchen implements and the crockery. The residents of Hope had donated this and much else, and it had been through the muscle power of those same people that Elwood Miller and his wife had a new home. A large oak table with benches along the 2 sides and chairs at each end sat in the middle of the space, and Cassie squeezed between 2 others to get in. Hick, who sat in a chair at the head of the table, couldn't help noticing that the Polish farmhand who was now hip to hip with Cassie was smiling and laughing with her. Elwood took his place at the other end of the table and raised a wine glass to Hick in greeting. Hickman responded in kind, acknowledging the gestures of all those there. Rusty Kaminsky and Devon Myers sat next to each other, and opposite them Joe Bowie represented his surviving family. His father, Leonard Dave Bowie, was at home with Joe's wife Martha. The death of her son had broken the poor woman and contributed to her frailty. She hadn't been outside her home since the day after the attack, and wouldn't tolerate being alone. The place had been turned into a fortress to placate her, and Hick had a feeling she was taking the edges off her grief with an unhealthy dose of tranquilizers. Duckdale raised a glass to him, though he'd asked for beer rather than wine, and Linda Strickland nodded as their eyes met. Gathered together were most of the heroes of the battle. Elwood pushed his chair back as his wife called, then went across to help her carry food to the table. Now here we got the first of the potato crop, planted in the days after the fight. We ain't got that many, so I'd appreciate it if you'd keep it to yourselves. The next crop will be bigger. He put a large saucepan on the table, and Hick smelled the warm earthy aroma of new potatoes drenched in butter. That's our butter, of course, and this is our lamb. Mrs. Miller placed a long white serving platter on the table, and the smell of the still sizzling meat took Hick back to the Stone Age. She was like the matriarch returning to the tribe with the kill. And he was the salivating caveman. But rather than being allowed to help himself immediately, Elwood Miller interrupted him, clearing his throat until the babble had died down a little. Now, I'm sure we are all keen to start our celebratory feast, but first we will take a moment to thank He who is responsible for all this. For a crazy moment, Hickman thought Miller was referring to him, but then the old farmer spoke, his deep voice almost chanting the words. Lord, we give thanks for this food and to your grace that's seen us through dark times. Most of us, that is. He paused for a moment, and Hick suspected he was thinking of his son Jimmy, who died when he'd helped to liberate the farm after it was taken over by a band of brigands. Amen, he finished, before reaching across the table as the others echoed him. Hick was first to be served at Miller's insistence, and he held up his plate to receive 2 thick slices of meat, before being handed a metal spoon so he could help himself to the vegetables. He tucked in as soon as his plate was back on the table in front of him, doing his best not to wolf it down. This was a meal to be savored. What's the latest on the herd? Someone asked that question, but Hick wasn't listening. How long had it been since he'd eaten fresh meat? That was easy enough to figure out. After all, they'd marked 100 days since the firestorm just the previous week. He couldn't remember his last carnivorous meal before everything had changed, but it was likely to have been a microwave pasta at home, or maybe a burger at the cafe in town. But it was surely nothing like what he was eating now. He dissolved into the sheer delight of endorphins in overload. Paul. What? He tore himself out of a moment that would forever belong to him and the nameless sheep he'd been devouring. Rusty Kaminsky was looking across at him with a half-amused, half-disgusted expression. The herd, what's the news? Oh, he said, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Good. We've got 24 in the new pasture down by the creek. Half have calves or are pregnant, the other half will be soon enough. Rusty chewed on a new potato, and his eyes glazed over for a moment. Man, these are good, Mary. I only cooked them. Elwood and the boys planted and grew the crop. Rusty smiled at her, then turned his attention back to Hick, who was trying the potatoes himself. 24 cows ain't gonna feed a town, Paul. And in an instant, the bonhomie vanished. You don't say, Rusty. Now then, let's all just calm down. I'm sure the sheriff didn't mean nothing by it, Elwood said, raising his hands, palms outward. Hick sighed. Sorry. But by heaven, it was hard enough to find 24 and bring them safely here. While we're concentrating on breeding rather than milk production, we'll probably need 100 in total before we're self-sufficient. But in the meantime, Elwood said, at least we've got some milk, butter, and cheese. Let's be grateful for that. We've got Paul here to thank. And my Cassie. Cassie laughed at that. All I did was fall down a mine shaft. Hickman was going to correct her when the sound of fists banging on the front door interrupted them all. Elwood Miller's face tightened as he pushed back his chair, grabbed a shotgun from the rack and headed for the door, Hickman in his wake. Miller nodded to Hickman, who undid the latch and pulled. A man stood on the threshold. He wore a long leather coat and a wide-brimmed brown hat that cast his face into shade so that only his stubbly chin was visible. He looked every inch a Wild West bandit. And then he spoke. Mein God. That smells amazing. Gert. Hick stepped past the farmer and thrust his hand out, pulling the Dutchman inside. Beckman took off his hat, exposing sweat-drenched hair and a noticeable band across his forehead that separated the pale skin of his scalp from his ruddy lower face. He glanced at Elwood. "Is it okay with you that I come in, Mr. Miller?" "Of course," Miller said. "You look half-starved. Come eat with us." Beckman resisted as the farmer grabbed his arm. "I welcome the offer, but I am not, what would you say, fit for polite company." "What are you talking about?" Hick said. "It's just Rusty, Devon, and the others." But Miller was nodding. "You want to freshen up before joining the ladies?" he said. "You see, Paul, these Europeans, they're in a whole different league from us country boys." Beckman's face clouded for a moment, but seeing the expression on the farmer's open and honest face for what it was, he smiled and allowed himself to be led toward the stairs. "Thank you. But then we must talk. I have much to tell you. And most of it is bad news." Elwood sent Cassie and the two Polish farmhands out once they'd finished their meal, so Gert sat and devoured leftovers while the others made small talk and pretended not to watch. Hickman, whose interest in gossiping was minimal, stood impatiently by the kitchen window, looking out on the barns and machinery of the farm. He saw Cassie walking from one building to another, and the green-eyed monster dug its claws into him as she laughed with one of the Poles. He didn't know why he was jealous, as he didn't desire her that way. At least that was what he told himself. Perhaps it was as simple as not wanting anyone else to have her either. Beckman laid the knife and fork down on his empty plate and leaned back. "Thank you, Mrs. Miller. That was delicious. We value good food much more when we eat it so rarely, no?" Mary Miller smiled as she took his plate away, before returning to the table and sitting down. "So, Gert, what's the latest?" "I was gettin' a little worried," Hick said, coming back to his seat. The Dutchman adjusted himself, as if preparing for a reluctant shift from pleasure to business. "I did not say when I would return, but I have been delayed. I visited Springs first. We set up the messenger system you suggested. Motorbike going back and forth between us and them. There's also the regular trade convoys," Devon said. Beckman nodded. "I made sure that Mara was happy to remain in charge of our forces there, and paid calls on some of the friends Devon and I made last time we were in Springs. And as you know, a number of people from Hope chose not to return after the battle, so Springs is fully populated. A tent city has been set up, and they're building new houses. It's good to see the rebirth happening." "Any sign of the sons?" Rusty asked. Beckman's face dropped. "Nothing more than the occasional Land Rover sighted on the highway, but we cannot doubt that they will turn up at some point, unless their revolution falls apart." "That was part of your mission, wasn't it?" the sheriff continued. "To find out what's going on with them." "Yeah. After I left Springs, I headed south and then east so I could come to Ezra from a different direction. The road from Hope must surely be watched." Beckman shook his head, then gazed down at his hands as they sat on the table. "I did not like what I discovered. I made my way on foot into the outskirts of the town, and found a small group there who opposed the Sons. Well, I should say the small group found me. I very nearly did not make it back to give you this report. The leader of the group told me of their standing order to execute anyone who discovered their hiding place, as I had." "So why didn't they?" Hickman asked, his patience as brittle as thin ice on a winter's morning. Beckman looked directly at them, and the corners of his mouth tilted upwards. "Because she knew me. Their leader is Libby Hawkins, the mayor's daughter." Hick only noticed his mouth was wide open when he realized how dry it was. He couldn't form any words, he was so astonished. He merely sat there and shook his head, until Beckman took pity on him. "I know. The last we heard, she had betrayed us to the Sons by taking Hick here hostage and leaving Cassie to rot in that cave." Storm clouds passed across the face of Elwood Miller. Beckman continued, "But it seems it wasn't quite as simple as that. Crawford had threatened to kill her mother if she didn't cooperate, but he didn't release her as he had promised once she delivered you, so she knew she'd been betrayed." "I'm glad she knows how it feels," Hickman muttered. Well, since then, she and a small group of other Ezrans have been resisting the occupation by the Sons. They've attacked patrols and supply points, but they've learned to only target the ones who wear black masks. These have been converted fully to the cause. Some of the others have joined the resistance, though the casualty rate is high. Life under the Sons is so oppressive that some will defy them, even at such a risk. His eyes swept around the table, looking at each of them in turn as they absorbed the news. And then he dropped the bombshell as his gaze settled on Hickman. And I regret to tell you that their leader, John Crawford, is not dead. Chapter 2. Plot. Hickman leaped up and jabbed his finger at Beckman. He can't be alive. I blew the chopper out of the sky. But he wasn't in it, Beckman said. The voice you heard was being played through the copter's radio. You see, my friend, he is a coward. Paul Hickman slumped back into the chair, deflating like a balloon. The son of a bitch. So, he's in charge of Ezra. Rusty said. Beckman nodded. Yeah. Came back with his tail between his legs, according to Libby, and reneged on his deal to free her mother. So she formed her band of guerrillas and started causing trouble. Libby Hawkins is one reason why they haven't tried again. She has been keeping them pretty busy. I suppose you're going to suggest we help her? I am. All the while Crawford is trying to deal with her, he's not attacking us. Hick scowled. But she's a two-faced, lying daughter who was trying to save her mother's life, Gert added. A mother who had threatened to kill her. Folks are strange, but how do you say it? Blood is thicker than water. No one spoke while each explored their own thoughts, the only sounds coming from the birds singing outside and the whistling of the kettle on the range. Hick's mind was exploring the various paths the news of Crawford's survival and Libby Hawkins's resistance might take him down. All of them were dark and desperate. As a big black kettle appeared on the table and Mary Miller began to pour instant coffee, filling the room with its rich and bitter aroma, Hick gave in and acknowledged defeat. Yeah, I guess we'd better help her out. The longer we can keep Crawford from attacking Hope, the better our chance of survival. Beckman nodded. A wise decision, I think. I would like to volunteer to lead a detachment, and I would appreciate it if Devon would join us. Hick glanced across at Devon Myers, and the obvious reluctance in the man's face was enough to decide him. Sure, sounds like a plan. Sorry to break up your little family, Devon, but it seems you're the ideal man for the job. I have more to report, Beckman said. During my travels from Springs to Ezra, I came across other communities trying to come together and defend themselves against bandits. And there are many gangs. Do you know the town of Sherman? That is now in the control of a small band of Sons. It is in a fertile valley beside a lake and marshland. I guess the surviving population to be no more than 100, and the Sons have 6 soldiers there, all but 2 recruited locally. Elwood Miller cleared his throat. This is all very interesting, I'm sure, but what's it to do with us? I think what Gert is saying, Devon said, is that it seems the Sons as an organization are made up of a small number of trained, fully indoctrinated soldiers, but that they rely on cooperation from the communities they occupy. They don't have the numbers. Beckman nodded. Exactly. Imagine the situation. You are in a small community, devastated by the firestorm. Most of your friends, family, and neighbors are dead, and it's dog-eat-dog as you try to find a way to survive. And then 2 confident men with automatic weapons walk into town and clear out the bandits. You beg them to stay. Would you care about their philosophy? At least to begin with? If you were a fit young man, would you not be tempted by the uniform and assault rifle to sign up? So that's what happened in Ezra, Hick said. When I went to Crawford's camp, those soldiers I saw, they were mainly Ezran recruits. Now that explains a lot. Rusty Kaminsky shook his head. And so folks are only under their boot 'cause their neighbors join up with these fanatics. Yeah. That is it exactly. And there is good and bad news in this. On the one hand, we know that many of their fighters are untrained and inexperienced. That is good. But on the other hand, it means they can recruit in overwhelming numbers from the people like us who should be opposing them. Friend against friend, family against family. And who will stand firm against them? Again, silence surrounded them until Mary Miller spoke. Well, I don't know about you, but it seems to me we can't change the world. All we can do is fight back if they show up here again. In the meantime, we're gonna carry on planting our crops and feeding our beasts, because it won't do us any good to beat them off only to die of starvation. And so they dispersed. Devon, Linda, Rusty, and Duck shared a car back into town, but Gert pulled Hick to one side as they headed toward the pickup. I didn't want to ask in front of the others, Paul, but have you heard from Sam? Yeah, though not for a couple weeks. I got a note from her in the last post run. Said she was heading west, looking for somewhere safe to hole up until Jay was properly on his feet again. Or foot. Why do you ask? Gert pulled at his lip thoughtfully. Yes, well, perhaps that is what she intends. She had left by the time I arrived in Springs. Her two friends, the older woman and the special girl, they went with her. That don't surprise me none. She got attached to them when they were on the road together. Yes, I understand. But the day after they left, Mara discovered that the armory had been raided and 2 assault rifles stolen. Sam was the only one with the access and opportunity to take them. Now, why do you think she would do that? Hick shrugged. I dunno, Gert. You don't even know it was definitely her, so I ain't gonna lose any sleep over it. But as he drove the pickup back toward Hope, with Gert snoozing in the passenger seat and Roger peeking over his shoulder, dark thoughts circulated in Paul Hickman's mind. Her boyfriend had been mutilated by the Sons, and she'd come close to being executed herself. Sam Hickman was many things, and in most ways she was a vast improvement on her father. To look at, and in her mannerisms she was just like her mother. Pretty, extroverted, and kind. But hidden beneath that exterior lurked the evidence of her genetic heritage. Whether either of them liked it or not, half of her DNA came from him. And if there was one principle that was written into his personality at the subatomic level, it was this: revenge. He shuddered as he tried to imagine what she planned to do, if she had definite plans. She wouldn't put Amanda or Margie at risk, so she would certainly begin by finding somewhere safe to hole up for a while. But eventually she would strike. Hickman felt the crippling fear of knowing his daughter was going to put herself in harm's way, when his only desire had been to shield her from danger. And yet, on the other hand, his heart surged with pride. Woe betide those she took out her vengeance on. They were walking under the sky with a bull's eye on their backs, and they didn't even know it. Hick invited Gert to stay the night at his house, but the Dutchman insisted on a tour of the defenses they'd put in place since he'd gone walkabout. He would see the bridge the following day, he said, so Hick drove him to the newly built checkpoint on the highway to the north of the town. The hastily shoved together construction of old cars had been turned into something a little more permanent by welding them into 2 solid blocks of metal with a small gap in the middle. A few strong men would push the right-hand wall of cars, so it would swing outward like a massive door for when the convoys went back and forth between Springs. When shut, the gap between the 2 halves was just wide enough for a pickup, and they could easily block it. Half a dozen men and women manned the checkpoint. Over the past weeks, a steadily increasing flow of people had approached the town from the north seeking shelter. The name of Hope had gotten around, and for now, the guards were ordered to admit these refugees unless they were concerned that the incomers might be ill or in some other way unwelcome. In that case, the guards would call in Rusty to adjudicate. So, Hope's population had recovered after the flu outbreak and the loss of many people to the new colony at Springs, so that it was approaching its level from before the firestorm. Soon enough they would have to restrict the numbers, but that was a problem for another day. More cars stretched across the terrain on either side of the road behind a ditch that had been dug into the rocky soil. The barricade could be outflanked, but not easily and not by vehicles. We could really use some landmines, Gert said. Scatter 100 to the left and right, and no one would dare to try and get around the barricade. Still, it looks pretty effective. Why not mount one of the M249s here? Hick reversed the pickup and headed back down the road toward the town. "We've only got 2 of them, and I'd rather have them both protecting the south barricade. That's where they attacked last time, and I reckon that'll be where they'll come from again. Especially since your news about Crawford." He spat the name as if it was a sour piece of apple he'd bitten down on. He'd made a promise to kill that lowlife, and he now discovered he'd failed. Still, what did they say about revenge? It was cold. He'd ordered a sandbagged checkpoint built at the intersection on Main, and another defensive position on the school field where the helicopter had landed when they'd been attacked before. Gert insisted that they pulled up at the school so he could inspect the dugout. "Is good," he said. Always the tone of surprise. Beckman roared with laughter. "I'm sorry. I didn't think of you as a military strategist. Hope's got its share of vets. They were the ones that planned and built this. You'll find that the militia has grown since you left. But I'm glad to hand it back to you. Managing them is like trying to herd weasels. They only really respect other veterans, and they don't think my service counts." The Dutchman slapped Hickman on the back. "Well, my friend, I think you have seen more action in the past weeks than most of them did in an entire career. But yes, I will take this burden from your shoulders once I return from my trip to Ezra with Devon. Perhaps my time in the Dutch Special Forces will count in my favor." By the time they got back to Hickman's place, he was bone-weary, and they sat on the deck in his backyard, drinking his precious supply of Budweiser. "My God, this is even worse when it is warm," Beckman said, grimacing. "What I would give for an ice-cold Grolsch." Hickman chuckled. "Maybe I'll keep the rest of my Bud supply for winter. I'll be able to use Mother Nature to cool it down. It would still taste like rat's pee." Tap, tap, tap. Hick sighed and turned in his chair to see Roger looking at him, then twisting his head around. "What's he doing?" Gert said. "I dunno." Tap, tap, tap. Roger began scampering back and forth, tapping on the glass door and then disappearing into the shadows in the house. "I reckon he's tellin' me that there's someone out front. But I didn't hear no knockin'." Gert's face expressed his incredulity better than words could, but after Roger had repeated this performance for the 3rd time, he sighed, got up and opened the door. The cockerel ran away and through the living room door. Something warned Hick not to simply pull open the front door and look outside. He went upstairs, followed by Beckman, and crept into the master bedroom, inching carefully toward the window that looked out over the driveway, before peering through the gap between the drapes and the window frame. "This is insane," Beckman said. "You better not tell anyone we did this because of a chicken. I bet he's down there right now, drinking our beer and laughing at us." And yet he remained in the shadows, out of view of anyone who might be looking up. Something moved behind the pickup on Hick's drive. "Did you see that?" "Yeah. Seems the chicken was right. What are they doing?" "Trying to break into the car." Hick pulled back. "Let's find out. You can bet your bottom dollar whoever it is don't mean me any good. You keep an eye from up here, and I'll circle around back. When you see me signal, come on down." Hick nodded. "Better be quick, he might make a run for it." "Then I suggest, Paul, you go fetch your gun." Hickman held his Glock close as he waited for the Dutchman to appear. It seemed that the figure behind the pickup wasn't trying to break into it, as he or she had remained perfectly still since Hick had first spotted movement. It was lucky Roger had alerted him when he did, because if they'd come up to the bedroom now, they would have seen nothing. Indeed, Hick was beginning to wonder if the sneak was still there, or whether he or she'd vanished. Then Beckman's head appeared behind a trash can on the other side of the street. Now for it. Hick crept downstairs, keeping his feet to the edges to stop the staircase from creaking, and slid along the corridor that led to the front door. He brought his handgun up to his cheek and grabbed the handle. His heart beat against his chest as he wondered whether the stranger had a gun trained on the front door. He thrust the door open and waited a fraction of a second before darting out toward the pickup. Feet scampered, and he could see shadows moving under the truck as he rounded the hood. It was a man. A young man who was taking off at top speed, heading along the drive and weaving back and forth as if he expected to be shot in the back at any moment. He'd made it halfway across the street when he stopped short, hands thrust in the air as Gert Beckman emerged from his hiding place, gun pointed at him. "Don't shoot," he squealed, and Hick could see him trembling as he waited for Gert to reach him. "I can't say nothin'," the man said as he sat on a wooden chair in the kitchen. Gert got to his feet, having tied the prisoner's arms behind his back. "Should we call the sheriff?" "Oh, I reckon we don't want to get old Rusty up at this late hour. He'll be enjoying a nice cup of cocoa, in his pipe and slippers. And after all, he might be inclined to go all humanitarian on us." Gert smiled. "Yeah, I see your point, boss. We better get answers out of him before we hand him over." The two of them stood in front of the terrified young man, like bad cop and batter cop. "I said I can't tell you nothin'," he said, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. "Well, we'll see about that," Hickman said as he walked over to the kitchen drawers and carefully selected a knife which he turned over in his fingers. "You see, my friend here is a former member of the Dutch Special Forces, and he knows a thing or two about extracting information." Nodding, Gert got onto his haunches and looked up at the young man, a look of regret on his face. "It is true, Paul, but I do not need a blade. After all, we don't wish for the sheriff to ask uncomfortable questions. No, I think we will make do with a bath and a towel. It is remarkable what a man remembers when he is on the point of drowning." Even the flint heart of Paul Hickman softened a little as the young man burst into tears. "No. I'm begging you. I didn't mean no harm." Hickman came around the countertop and sat down in front of the prisoner, still holding the knife. "Let's begin with introductions. My name is Paul, though I reckon you know that already, and this here is Gert. Now, I don't recall your face, and I know most everyone in Hope, so my guess is you're from somewhere else. So, who are you and where are you from?" The young man simply shook his head and sobbed. "I sure am sorry to hear that. Gert, will you head upstairs and fill the bathtub while I watch our new friend?" Beckman turned to go, but the young man cried out, "No. Please. My name is Evan. Evan Bird. I'm from Ezra." "Of course you are," Hick said. "But you weren't sent by Mayor Hawkins, were you?" "He doesn't look like one of the sons neither," Beckman added. Bird shook his head furiously. "No, I ain't one of them. But they got my sister, and they'll kill her if I don't do what I was told." "And what's that exactly?" He turned his wet, pale face toward Paul Hickman and said, "I gotta kill you." Chapter 3. Abandoned. "I'm sick of having to say this to you, Devon, but you can't go." Jesse had reacted exactly as he'd expected when he returned to their apartment. A black cloud had settled over him as he'd thought about going to Ezra with Beckman, leaving Jesse alone here with two children. Neither was his, genetically speaking, but he felt responsible for both. Dorothy had been discovered among the dead bodies of her family outside Springs. Devon had taken to her instantly, given her a name that suited the companions of the black-haired Cairn Terrier that had scampered from the wreckage and alerted him to her in the first place. The dog was Toto, so she was Dorothy. The baby growing within Jesse had no name that he was aware of, and its father was a local jock called Joel. But since the moment Devon had found himself falling in love with Jesse, he'd shared the responsibility and intended to carry on once the baby was born. Devon slumped into the corduroy armchair and gazed hopelessly up at her as she stood, hands on hips, her pregnancy just noticeable as she stuck out her belly in indignation. "I'm sorry, I really am." But Gertz asked, "Are you kidding me? Just because this man you only met a few weeks ago asks you to go on a crazy mission to help a traitor, you feel like you can't say no? Well, here's an idea. Pretend he's me and you'll discover how easy it is." And now Dorothy's crying. "I hope you're satisfied." She stomped off, and despite himself, Devon couldn't help but enjoy how her butt wobbled. But it was a brief break in the clouds, and the malaise soon settled again. He leaned back and sneezed as the sofa ejected a lungful of dust. He should have made more of an effort to furnish the apartment when he'd arrived in Hope. The thrift store and other people's cast-offs did not make for coordinated decor. He listened to her soothing the child in the next room, and his mood darkened further. Why was he so determined to go with Gert? He'd settled into a pleasant domestic routine since the battle. Why change things? Pleasant? Well, there had been the fallout from Gil Summers's death to contend with. But they'd done that together, and if anything, it had deepened their relationship. The memorial service had been hard enough for Jessie, but it was the constant reminders and the daily commiserations as she pushed Dorothy through the streets of hope that took an unremitting toll on her. Her father had been a feature of the community for over 40 years, and his absence left a gap that every citizen noticed. And when they saw Jessie, they found an outlet for their own sense of disconnect and loss, not realizing that they were passing their burden to her. Aside from that, however, they had been content together, or at least as content as anyone can be when the future is so uncertain. Their love had deepened, and Devon had found that he now regarded the fetus within her as if he was its natural father. They had become a family, him, her, Dorothy, Toto, and the unborn child. And now he was going to tear it apart, leaving her alone to deal with them and her grief. He cursed as he saw just how that must appear to her. Was he running from responsibility? Was he escaping before he was in too deep? What was wrong with him? The truth was he didn't know. Oh, there were seemingly rational reasons for going, not least that he had infiltrated terrorist groups in London, so he knew how to earn trust. And he knew how to pretend to be someone he wasn't. Perhaps he'd done so much acting he'd lost sight of the real Devon Myers, if such a person truly existed. No, now he was being ridiculous. He managed to halt the descent into the black hole of self-pity before he got caught in its event horizon. He was qualified to help Gert, that was certainly true, and he'd had a sense of a danger lurking in the background that had polluted his domestic bliss. It could all end in the space of a few hours if the Sons attacked again. And they surely must. In truth, it came down to this. He could either play house with Jessie and enjoy each day for what it was, knowing that it might end at any moment, or he could go with Gert, find out what the situation was with the Sons of Solomon, and maybe do something about it. It was about control and clarity of purpose, but it was also about betrayal. At least, that was how Jessie would see it. She came back into the room, and folded herself onto the sofa with Dorothy in her arms. Toto bounced up and down like a jack-in-the-box 3 times before he felt confident enough of his trajectory to launch himself into position next to her. Once he was in place, he fixed his gaze accusingly on Devon as Dorothy guzzled the bottle of formula. "You're a wonderful mother," Devon said. "An absolute natural." He could see that she was pleased with the compliment, but she wasn't about to let him off the hook. "I just don't want to be a single mother." "That's good, because I don't want you to be either." She tilted her head to one side, and he was reminded of the Jessie Summers version 1.0 he'd fallen in lust with. "Then don't go." "Gert needs me," he said, knowing as the words emerged that it was the wrong line to take. "I need you. Dottie needs you. My unborn child needs you. Heck, even the dog needs you. But you'll do anything to avoid commitment, won't you? The prospect of an adventure with your new pal is so much more appealing than changing diapers and fixing this place up. Isn't that the truth?" He denied it. But the more he did so, and the greater his passion, the more he knew she was right. "If you go," she said, looking directly at him as she gently comforted Dorothy, "then don't expect me to be here when you return." His jaw dropped, and he felt the blood drain from him as if it were being drawn out of the soles of his boots. And he said the wrong thing. Exactly the wrong thing. "Where will you go?" "To my father's house." "My house." "But, you said it was too painful to live there. Too many memories." She shifted her gaze to the now sleeping child. "Yeah, well, maybe staying here is even more painful. It's either spend time at my old home living in the past, or remain in this cockroach-infested dive regretting a future I won't get to have. I really thought this time I'd found someone who would stick around." Jessie. But he couldn't think of what to say. Her anger had mortified him, and he felt the desolation of all that he was about to lose, but as he was confronted with the depth of his feelings for his proto-family, he knew that he was right to do all he could to protect them. And that meant traveling to Ezra with Gert, whether Jesse was here to welcome him back or not. The right thing was still the right thing, regardless of the consequences. "What is the problem, my friend?" Gert said, as he glanced across at Devon from the driver's seat of the SUV he'd commandeered for the trip to Ezra. "Is it Jessie?" Devon nodded. "Yeah. She didn't want you to come along." "Exactly. And I don't blame her." "So why did you?" Devon shrugged. "I don't know." "I do. You are a man of action, Devon. You are not made for building a nest, even with a bird as lovely as Jessie Summers." "That's BS," Devon snapped. They sat in silence as the car headed onto the northward road. They would have to go the long way around, as the direct route to the south would certainly be watched. By going north, they could then take the road to Springs before heading down the other side of the mountain range that hemmed Hope in, the same mountains that Hick had crossed with Cassie, and approach Ezra from the west, as Gert had done when he'd last visited. "I'm sorry," Beckman said. "I understand the pain of separation." That snapped Devon out of his navel-gazing. "You do?" "I have a family also. I was married once, to a woman I treated poorly. I loved my military career more than her. We had a daughter, and whether she is alive or dead, I do not know. That is hard." "I had no idea," Devon said. Beckman shrugged. "You never asked, so I did not say. Everyone has a story." This didn't help Devon's mood. Clearly, he could now add friendship to the list of things he was lousy at. "Don't worry, my friend," Gert said, smiling. "We are men, are we not? We are both fine examples of the inferior gender. But now we must do what we can to help those who depend on us. Those we can help." Devon leaned back in his chair and gazed out at the landscape. Though it was a long way from the verdant green of the English countryside of his childhood, spring and summer had brought life to the red and yellow soil of the valley. They passed Pierce's farm, which was now being run by a cooperative and had a slowly growing herd of dairy cattle. The creek that ran down from the mountains had been diverted, and irrigation channels dug so that what had once been arid desert was now a narrow strip of green beans. It was a precarious enterprise that would collapse in the face of its first drought, but until they could dig wells and build pivots to water wider areas, it would have to do. "So what's the plan?" "We're gonna do what we can to help Libby and the others to keep Crawford's forces occupied." "She'll see right through us, won't she?" "Yeah, but hopefully we can make ourselves useful. Our enemy's enemy is our friend, after all." "So you still see her as an enemy?" The Dutchman gave a noncommittal shrug. "I don't know. She is certainly an enemy of Hick's, at least as far as he is concerned. He liked her, I think, and he does not take what he sees as betrayal well. Not at all well." "It's getting difficult to work out who the good guys are," Devon said as his mind flitted back to Jessie. He saw her in his mind's eye. She was packing her stuff into boxes. John Crawford wandered out of the church and into the sunlight of a warm summer's day. And yet his heart was as cold as an iceberg. He should be feeling satisfied. Despite the setback at Hope and the continuing irritation of Libby Hawkins's guerrilla activities, gnat bites on an elephant's hide, progress had been acceptable in Ezra. He had secretly been impressed by the plans of Mayor Crystal Hawkins to turn the core of the city into a self-sufficient community, but with the growing population here, they would need to expand once the consolidation was complete. Crawford, flanked by 2 bodyguards, strolled along Avenue I toward what had once been a recreation park. He liked to walk, and his mind drifted to happy days spent hiking the Appalachian Trail far away on the East Coast. He thought about his 2 Dalmatians, Ely and Wells, trotting along beside him with none of the clumsy plodding of his current companions. Back then, he'd been a mid-level executive in an oil company. Back then, he'd been able to ignore what was happening in plain sight and enjoy a long walk in beautiful country. A black-masked guard stood to attention as he approached the entrance to the park, and a wide woman in plaid scuttled over, clutching a clipboard. "Good afternoon, Ida. What do you have for me?" The woman nodded briskly and ran her hand down the sheet. "Greetings, leader. Planting is going to schedule. We have 2 acres of green beans now in place, and the earlier rows are sprouting as expected. We are experiencing some challenges with ground preparation." "Oh." She looked up at him. "I'm sorry, leader, but since we are not permitted to use the farm machinery, the process takes much longer. You know why we do not permit the use of such symbols of the evil past?" "Oh yes, leader, but I wonder whether it might be possible to increase our manpower allocation." Crawford rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "And where would you suggest we take those resources from? The wall, perhaps? Or should we reduce the manpower devoted to our patrols?" He fought to suppress a smile as he saw the panic in her eyes. "Oh no, leader. I merely thought that I could conjure people out of thin air, perhaps." "Well, I'm afraid that's not possible. I suggest you increase the hours." She went to speak. She was braver than he'd thought, but he raised his hand. "Increase the hours of those fortunate enough to be contributing to building a future for Ezra. Without food, all of this is wasted." With that, he spun on his heels and walked back to the entrance where his bodyguards waited to accompany him as he strode past the park and toward what had been the Kingdom Hall of the Jehovah's Witnesses and was now the command center for his troops. He was aware that the joy he felt when he saw fear in the eyes of his servant was a sin, but it was surely a small matter to set against what he was achieving here. When the members of the board visited, they would find Ezra to be a thriving example of a small former city of the old days transformed into a model for the future. Crime was almost non-existent, and the people, those who survived, were making the transition to the simpler agrarian life prescribed in the Green Book. He could clearly see in his mind's eye a civilization free of proscribed technology, free of greed and at one with the planet that had given it birth. It would be a world fit for his children to inherit. He smiled in anticipation as he tried to recall which woman would share his bed tonight. Hope was the only stain on his record. And that would soon be amended. Then they would also experience the benefits of this new way of life under a benevolent regime. In the meantime, there were still those who sadly resisted. He glanced up at the tall wooden post that stood outside the hall, and his eyes passed over the ragged corpse that was hanging from it. He was grateful that the warm summer breeze was blowing the stench away. He considered himself a fair man. He had warned the daughter what would happen to her mother if she did not hand herself in. John Crawford gave a brief shrug as he left the lifeless body of Crystal Hawkins to hang. As he passed inside the building, he heard the cawing of crows as they flapped down to continue their feast. Chapter 4. Going West. Sam Hickman looked back from the shoreline to the cottage sitting on a small platform of rock. It always reminded her of Bill and Fleur's cottage from the Harry Potter movies, though she was certainly no Fleur Delacour and Jay no Bill. Perhaps the more appropriate question was which of them was Dobby and which Griphook. She smiled to herself and then swung around to see Margie wading out of the water toward her, pants rolled up to the knees. "Are you coming in?" she called. "It's not so cold once you get used to it." Sam shook her head, feeling her long brown hair flicking her shoulders. She would have to make a choice soon. Let Amanda cut it to its accustomed length, or continue her inexorable path toward pioneer farmer's daughter. Not today. Anyway, you'll only splash me. You always do. Margie's round face broke into a smile. "I'm going back. I bet Mommy's made dinner." Sam watched as Margie ran past her, kicking out sideways with her foot to accidentally cover the bottom of Sam's jeans with seawater. She envied her friend's ability to inhabit the moment. Right here, right now, she was happy. And it was a lovely place. Spaniards Bay was a small headland on the Pacific coast, and thousands of years of relentless waves had carved the beach out of the leeward side of the limestone cliffs. Their presence here was an instant in geological time, and yet she knew they would have to leave soon enough. As she left the shore accompanied by the crunching of her boots on gravel, the rhythmic whoosh of the ocean behind her and the wailing gulls above, She gazed at the cottage they'd made their home for the past week. Cottage? Shack would be more like it. One of 3 built on terraces cut along the cliffs. Theirs was the only one to survive the night of fire. Peeling duck egg blue paint revealed graying wood beneath, and one of the windows had been smashed at some point. They weren't the first to have lived there, and the previous tenants had stripped the place of supplies, but the interior had been habitable, and the view was to die for. Though not literally. She followed Margie's sandy footprints up the rock-carved steps and prepared herself to find out which Jay was waiting for her inside. He was sitting in the porch, and had evidently watched her progress across the beach. His wound had now healed entirely, and the only evidence of it was the walking stick and limp, and the fact that his mood could turn on a dime. "Hey," he said. "Nice walk?" The cane chair creaked as she settled beside him. "Yeah. You should have come." His face darkened, and she knew the quarter had landed Washington down. "I don't reckon you wanted me slowing you down." "Come on, Jay. It's lovely out there, and I don't mind going as slow as you like." She knew that was the wrong thing to say the instant the words left her mouth. He hauled himself out of the chair, wincing as he put weight on his maimed foot and barged past her into the house. "You're back then?" Sam didn't bother looking up, but merely continued scowling at the view of the beach that had offended Jay so much. "I can't say anything without triggering him." Amanda slipped into the chair Jay had vacated. "It's been tough for Jay." "You don't say." "I'm just suggesting that we all need to be patient." Sam sat and stewed. It was Amanda who broke the silence. "This reminds me of Long Beach Island. Do you remember? Where we met? How far away do you think it is from here?" 3,000 miles, give or take. I've flown from coast to coast many times, though I don't suppose I'll ever do it again, but I never really understood how vast the country is until I was forced to cross it by road. Sam leaned back and sighed. Richie would have loved it here. He'd have taken one of those boats we found and gone fishing. He was a good young man, though I only knew him for a few hours. Yeah. Not for the first time, Sam wondered whether she'd given her heart to the wrong friend. But then, at least Jay was still alive, which was an advantage in a boyfriend. But talking of fishing, I don't think we can put off a supplies run much longer. We're down to our emergency cans, and I don't think any of us wants to resort to dog food, do we? Suddenly, Sam was hungry, and her face betrayed her. "Don't worry," Amanda said. "I've scraped together enough for tonight. Fried cannellini beans on rice. Not exactly haute cuisine, but filling enough. Just don't go lighting any matches in your bedroom tonight." Chuckling, Sam went to get up, but stopped as Amanda laid a hand on her knee. "Try to be patient. The old Jay is in there still, I know it. But the injury has made him feel less of a man in every way, and that's tough for him to deal with." Sam nodded, and followed Amanda into the little kitchen where Margie was stirring the beans. "I give it 6 months, and this place will be swallowed up," Jay said as they made their way along a small road on the outskirts of Sebastopol, California. Hedges lined the track, and an explosion of midsummer growth was encroaching on both sides. "What's that?" Sam said, pointing off to the right as they passed the blackened ruins of a farmhouse. "Orchard or vineyard?" Jay shrugged. "Who cares? Apples ain't ready and we can't eat wine grapes, can we?" "I tried." "They're sour," Sam said. "Slow down, what's that?" They passed the rotting remains of a ranch house set back from the road, and behind a gate that had trailing vines running along its entire length. Jay pulled the car in front of the gates and put it into park. "House is burned." "Yeah, but there may be more buildings. It's a big plot. Come on." And she jumped out before he could protest. She ran around the front of the car, then deliberately slowed down in case her speed annoyed Jay, and held the driver's door open so he could clamber out. "I can't climb over the gate," he said. She let go of his arm. "Firstly, sure you could." She grabbed a handful of bindweed and pulled it away to reveal the latch, which she lifted before pushing the gate open. "And secondly, you're lucky you've got a girlfriend with brains." He smiled at her, and she noticed the moisture in the corners of his eyes before he blinked and wiped them away, and limped toward her. "Got your gun?" she asked. He fished in his pocket, pulled out a small revolver, and nodded. "But there's no one here. You can see that." "Pays to be careful," she said, and she led him toward the side of the house, boots crunching on the weed-punctured gravel. The ranch house was a tangle of blackened timbers and shattered glass. Little charcoal rivers spread out from the foundation where rainfall had begun wiping clean this stain on the landscape. As Jay had said, soon enough you wouldn't be able to tell that the house, with all its memories and significance, had ever been here. A field of apple trees formed one side of the house. Some were still in blossom, delicate white blooms that stood in pristine contrast to the ruin that decayed within yards of them. "Over there," Sam said, pointing at a small white building of brick and iron sheet. A tractor stood rusting outside it. She ran toward it, pausing only for a moment to check that she wasn't being watched as she ripped open the door. She could smell it before she saw it. Diesel. Jay caught up with her, red-faced and puffing, and shone the flashlight into the dark space. There, a barrel with dark blue paint over a rusting surface. He limped over and pushed at the top. "At least half full. How big is this, do you think?" She shrugged. "Dunno, but about as big as the gas tank in the car, so probably enough to fill it." Jay felt around the front of the barrel. "There's a tap on the front." "Looks like they use this thing," Sam said, holding up a watering can. She cursed. "Got it on my hands. I stink. I'll go get the car. You check around here in case there's anything else we can use." Sam nodded, smiling at him as he limped away. She found some tins of sweet corn and a half bottle of bourbon in one corner of the hut and was just coming back out into the sunshine when a single gunshot shattered the peace. And then another, and another. "Jay," she hissed. He came into view, limping as quickly as he could. "Run," he called. "Sam. Run." For a moment she hesitated, drawing the pistol from her pocket. But he wouldn't be running if there was any chance. He must have faced overwhelming numbers and was trying to give her enough warning so she might get away. She looked at his reddening face, his eyes wide and his cheeks inflating like balloons. And she ran. She darted behind the hut and headed into the field, trying to keep the little building between her and the direction she thought her hunters were coming from. Gunfire ripped the air again, then shouts went up. Had they spotted her? She ran into the apple trees, though there was little enough cover among their narrow, gnarly trunks as their branches arched over her head. Sam kept running, glancing back every now and again, looking for any sign of movement in the trees behind her. Where was she heading? Out of the field? And then what? The only way out of here was to get back to the car and drive it away, but they'd be watching it, surely? And she'd be abandoning Jay. They'd surely captured or killed him by now. She came to a dead halt, her chest heaving as she panted, hands on her knees. But though her body had stopped, her mind was still scrabbling around the inside of her head like a family of panicking mice. And then it was as if it finally found the true path out of the maze. Sam Hickman straightened up, gripped the revolver with both hands, and turned around, walking toward pursuit rather than away from it. Sam caught a glimpse of a black-masked figure as it darted between the trees. Then another. More movement in every direction. They were outflanking her. She kneeled at the base of an apple tree and peered around it. Her hands swung around, pulled the trigger, and a cry of pain went up. She ran toward it as other voices called. There, lying in the coarse grass that skirted the base of a tree, he squirmed, hand against his shoulder. Ripping the mask off, she pressed the revolver against the temple of a young black man whose face was contorted with pain. "Get up," she hissed, grabbing him by the shirt as he tried to pull himself to his feet. "You do as I say, or I'll blow your head off." He nodded, seeing the determination and hatred in her eyes. "Yeah, I will." She prodded him back toward the farmhouse. They emerged from the trees and began walking toward the car as she looked left and right for any sign of Jay. "Stop." It was a deep, rich voice that was used to obedience. She ignored it and kept moving. Sam Hickman stopped. That halted her. She wrenched her prisoner around, digging her gun into the nape of his neck. There, standing on the edge of the field of apple trees, stood a tall, powerful man wearing a black mask. He held a knife to Jay's throat. Sam could see her boyfriend's face swelling, and the blood running down the sides of his mouth as he stood trembling in the grip of his captor. But she still had one card to play. Let Jay go, or I blow his head off. The tall man pulled off his mask one-handed and dropped it onto the grass. He was bald, chestnut brown in color, and wore a short beard peppered with silver. Go ahead, kill him. She thought she heard her young hostage whisper something. Could it have been Father? I am Section Leader Azari. You have 10 seconds before I remove this punk's head from his shoulders. He held the serrated blade of the knife to Jay's throat, pulling his head back by the hair. She could hear Jay's panicked breathing as he stood on tiptoes trying to move himself away from the knife. 5, 4, 3, 2. The blade moved, Jay shrieked, and Sam pushed her captive away and dropped her revolver. A smile spread across Azari's face, and for a moment, Sam thought he might kill Jay regardless, but he seemed to consider it for a moment before letting go of Jay's hair and pushing him into the arms of another black-masked figure who'd emerged from the trees. That's better, he said. Now, perhaps we can be a little more civilized. Welcome to the community of Sebastopol. We have need of the young and the strong. You are now under the authority of the Sons of Solomon. Take them away. 2 soldiers appeared at her shoulder as another shoved Jay toward her. Together, they were bundled into the back of a truck, and the last thing Sam saw before the door swung shut was the car they'd arrived in, which had been moved to one side of the gate. And she thought of Margie, paddling in the sea and awaiting her return. Chapter 5. The Resistance. Devon barely recognized Libby Hawkins when he was escorted into the basement currently being used as her headquarters. He and Gert had walked weaponless through an area the Dutchman knew to be watched by her guerrillas, and they'd been efficiently captured, blindfolded, and brought in front of their leader. Devon heard her say, "Couldn't stay away then," as his mask was removed. She was smiling at Gert as he rubbed his eyes and looked around. "Mein God, this place is even worse than the last one. Don't you have any standards?" She laughed at that, and the old Libby Hawkins could be glimpsed beneath the grief and grime. Dismissing the man she'd been talking to before they'd arrived, she strode over to Beckman, put her hand on the back of his neck, and tilted his head down so that their mouths met. "You have got to be kidding me," Devon said, as the two of them intertwined, ignoring every other living soul. When they finally disentangled, Beckman glanced at Devon with a sheepish expression. "It isn't quite what it looks like." "You son of a bitch." "My friend?" Devon jabbed a finger at Beckman. "No. You don't get to call me a friend. I gave up my only shot at happiness, so you could be reunited with her. Well, you're welcome to each other, but I'm leaving. Maybe I won't be too late." "You're not going anywhere," Libby said, nodding to a guard who moved across to block the doorway. She turned to Beckman. "What's he talking about?" The Dutchman shook his head sadly. "He thinks I only came back to see you." "And didn't you?" she asked, tilting her head to one side. "You know why I'm here. I said I would be back with help." She nodded in Devon's direction. "And he's all you could find." Devon swore under his breath as he seethed. "He's trained in counter-terrorism. British police." She looked across at him. "Really? You don't sound English." "I was born here. Grew up over there. Army brat," he said, rolling his eyes. Libby detached herself from Beckman, walked over to Devon and held out her hand. "I'm sorry," she said. "It's sometimes difficult to remember that manners and appreciation still matter. You're very welcome here." "Though not as welcome as Gert," Devon said, only half joking. "Men," she sighed, as if in one word she was summarizing all that was wrong with her universe. "Come." She led them into a small room off the main basement that was lit by gas lanterns hanging from the ceiling. It looked as though it had once been a workshop or project room, and Devon imagined an old man bent over the bench fixing a bike or repairing a garden tool. Now, however, it belonged to a young blonde woman who looked as though she bore the weight of the world on her shoulders. Libby slumped into an ancient typist chair which groaned under her. "Pull up a stool," she said. "So what's the latest?" Gert said once they'd settled themselves. "Well, we've made a nuisance of ourselves. We lost Beckett last week and Rodriguez 2 days ago. He got careless on his way back from a raid on one of their patrols. We were lucky they didn't follow him right back here." Gert shook his head. "I'm sorry, they were good people. Beckett was a doctor, wasn't she?" "Yeah. Worked in the hospital after the firestorm with Mother." Devon's jaw dropped. "Good grief. Tall? Short hair? I think I met her." Libby nodded. "Not sure what we're going to do without a medic. Oh, and Mom's dead." "What? Oh my God." Gert reached out to her, but she shrank away. "Crawford said he'd kill her if we didn't surrender. She's hanging from a post outside the old Kingdom Hall. He hanged her slowly, I'm told. Let her choke to death." Libby spoke with a lifeless voice as she slowly shook her head. Devon tried to clear the ghastly image from his mind. He'd liked Crystal Hawkins. She'd struck him as a capable politician, ideally suited to rebuilding Ezra. But she'd also been behind the persecution of people who'd come to her for help. And she'd conspired to have Hick killed. Of course, she wouldn't have been alone in having that last item on her wish list. Hick gathered enemies like a bull gathered flies. "Look, I don't want to talk about it. I did things I now regret to save her, and it wasn't enough, so the gloves are off as far as I'm concerned." Gert, whose face now bore a hardened, closed-off expression, said, "What are you planning?" She looked up at him, a determined smile spreading across her taut face. "We're going to hit them where it hurts, and help hope at the same time. We're going to take out their vehicles." Libby took them around the safe houses to meet the rebels she commanded. Most of them were basements or outbuildings, and they were scattered over the western side of Ezra, as far as possible from the blocks that Crawford was rebuilding on Mayor Hawkins's foundations. In each case, a voice challenged them as they approached. The doctor had died, Libby said, because the soldier on watch had fallen asleep. It had been a miracle that the others had escaped. "This is my place," she said, coming to a stop. Devon looked around. "Where?" She pointed at the collapsed remains of a wooden house. It looked as though the walls had fallen, taking the roof down in one piece, so it looked as if the house had sunk into the ground. "Identify yourselves." The voice was coming from the bushes to the right of the house. "It's okay, Eric. It's me." A young man popped up, shouldered his weapon, and walked toward them. "Oh, you're back then." He didn't bother to conceal his hostility as he approached Gert and gave his hand a perfunctory shake before turning to Devon. "Good to meet you, Eric," Devon said. "Are you here to join the raid?" "Apparently." "Then you're welcome," Eric said, aiming the greeting at Devon and not his companion. Libby sniggered. "Pay no attention to him. Eric likes to play the big dog, and he doesn't like it when another one comes along. He'll be fine once they've sniffed butts a bit." Devon followed them around the back of the house and in through what would once have been an upper-story window. She was a clever, capable young woman, he thought, but at the same time completely clueless. Eric's problem was jealousy. He was younger and less experienced than Beckman, and if he ever got into a fair fight with the Dutchman, there would be only one winner. And he knew it. Aside from Eric, 2 others waited inside. "This is Scott," Libby said, gesturing to a bespectacled man who had the hollowed-out look of someone who'd lost a lot of weight in a few months. But he got to his feet and welcomed them both warmly enough. Libby gestured at a tiny young woman who'd been sitting next to Scott. "And that's Jade." Jade had long black hair that was tied in a ponytail, and she wore a sleeveless jacket trimmed with what was presumably fake fur. Both the quilted jacket and the trim had once been white but were now filthy. "What's going on?" she said. She had a YouTube channel before the firestorm, Libby said as she directed them through what had been the attic and into an area at the end that had been separated off with a wall made of piled wood and rubble. 2 million followers. Instagram too. What was it about? Devon asked as he glanced back to see her squatting in the corner behind Scott, fiddling with her hair. Makeup tutorials, hairstyles, that sort of thing. If you believe her, she earned thousands a month through advertising and then bam, all gone in a few minutes. A mattress and comforter occupied one corner of the space to create a makeshift bed, and Libby threw her pack onto it with a groan. Amazing to think so much of what we thought was important could just disappear like that. Heck, I signed the petition to get them to reshoot the last series of Game of Thrones. Never expected to see the fall of King's Landing at first hand. The six of them ate together, although Eric excused himself as soon as he'd finished his can of chicken curry and returned to his station in the bushes outside after a final withering look at Gert and Libby. They broke out 2 bottles of brandy Libby had discovered in the wreckage and sat around the gas lanterns swapping stories of their lives before the firestorm. No one wanted to talk much about what had happened since, or about their mission the following day. The past was another country of selective memories and a way of life that would never return, and as they passed the bottle around, bathing in the yellow glow of the lanterns, they each took it in turns to give a guided tour of their lost history. Finally, Scott hauled himself to his feet and went to take his turn on watch duty. Eric slinked in, unrolled his sleeping bag in a corner and fell asleep with his back to them. Gert and Libby disappeared into her space at the end of the attic. Jade touched his arm. "What happened to your face?" Devon instinctively put his hand up to the scars on his cheek, as if to hide them. Now that the pain had gone, he rarely thought about how he must look to others. "I got burned." "On the night?" He chuckled at that. "No, a couple of weeks later. Jumping out of a burning building." In his mind's eye he saw flames leaping out of the bedroom window as he clung to the window ledge, Margie's arms wrapped around his legs. "Oh my God. I'd be like, kinda losing my mind. Bummer." Her eyes roved over his face, taking in the rough contours of his scars. I could probably hide that. You know, back in the day. Like, when we had actual electricity." "Oh, it's okay," he said, feeling his face warm. "I'm told they make me look badass." Her giggle was straight out of high school. "Totally. You got the man, I got the glam. Or I did." "You look all right to me just as you are," he said. "Sorry. Didn't mean that to come out all creepy." She smiled. Slight, pale-skinned and with cheekbones that were just the right side of mountainous, he could imagine how she'd have been a social media star. "It's okay, Dev. I got an instinct about these things, and I can trust you. I feel it." To his amazement, she pulled his arm out and draped it around her shoulder as she nestled against his chest. "It's good to feel safe," she said, her voice muffled into the fabric of his jacket. He leaned back against the wall and pulled her closer, blowing stray strands of hair out of his face as she settled. It seemed like only seconds later that he heard her snoring. He felt a lump in his throat and tears in his eyes as he sat, unable to move for fear of waking her. Just as with Dorothy, he needed, to protect her from the evils of the new world, and he wondered what flaw in his psyche this revealed. For now, however, he tried to make himself as comfortable as possible as someone switched off the lantern and darkness came. When he woke up, groaning at the pain in his back, she had disentangled herself and was now leaning against his shoulder, looking up at him in the dim morning light. Good grief, it could only be 5 a.m. "Who's Jesse?" "What? You said the name in your sleep. Boy or girl?" He straightened up and she moved a little, her eyes fixed on him. "Oh, girl. She's my..." He paused for a moment as he searched in vain for the right noun. "Well, I'm not sure what she is anymore." He hadn't slept well. It had felt like hours before he drifted off, only to wake up to find she'd folded herself onto his lap and was hugging his hand. That had been his last memory until Eric got himself dressed with all the consideration of a gorilla with a hangover. "You had a bust up?" "Yeah. She didn't want me to come." Jade sighed and banged her head back, looking up into the rafters. "What's up?" Devon asked. She shrugged. "At least you got someone who gives a damn about you. All my family are dead. I got no friends." What about Scott? Devon pointed at the snoring sleeping bag a few yards. Yeah. Maybe. But well, he's Scott. She leaned forward and looked at the recumbent figure as if that explained everything. He took her hand. Shall we be friends? Cool. Sure. Sorry, was that the wrong thing to say? She shook her head. No. It's just, well, you won't be here after today, will you? I don't know. But we can be friends for today, can't we? Jade slumped back against the wall. She was silent for a moment as Devon dug around in his pack looking for his toothbrush and soap. Then she turned to him. Take me with you when you go. He froze, aware that she was watching him as he searched for the right words. Too late. She scrambled to her feet. I get it. Just like all the others. My dad, all my boyfriends, everyone. Jade. Get lost, she snapped as she grabbed her pack and disappeared through the window. Chapter 6. The Bomb. Hick couldn't resist watching from a safe distance as he waited for the car to explode. The sensible option was to hide somewhere across town, but he wanted to see if the people took the bait. Staging his own death had taken a lot of setting up. His supposed assassin, Evan Bird, had placed the explosives beneath the car, but they'd routed the car's ignition to a trigger switch he could activate from inside the garage. It was still a risky assignment because, though Hick knew his way around a soldering iron, he had run a computer shop after all. He knew nothing about the power of C4. But he reasoned it was fair that Bird should take the risk. He was the double agent, not Hick. Hick was hiding in an empty house across the street. It had been owned by the Witherspoons, an elderly couple who'd had the misfortune to be on a Caribbean cruise when the firestorm had happened. Hick had long since given up hope that the disaster was confined to continental North America. The place stank of must and mothballs, but it was set back from the road and overshadowed by a monkey puzzle tree that made it easy for him to watch from an upstairs bedroom window. There was the pickup, sitting on the drive awaiting its fate. Bird was crouching in the garage with the switch, taken from a table lamp, in his hand. Stealing a quick look at his wrist, Hick gripped the windowsill. Any moment now. Then he heard it. The unmistakable rumble of Sheriff Kaminsky's patrol car as it turned the corner. Right on time. Boomf. And so he missed the detonation. By the time his eyes had turned back to the house, it was hidden behind a fireball that expanded and dimmed as it grew. The window rattled, and he shrank away from the pittle-paddle of debris hitting it, expecting at any moment that the glass would shatter. It took milliseconds, and Hick only just got back to the window in time to see Kaminsky's car screech to a halt, and the sheriff perform his Oscar-nominated role of shocked first responder, jumping out of the car and running to the still-burning remains of the pickup. Hick was looking beyond it, to evaluate the damage to the front of the house. His only concession to emotion was to move the car down the drive a little, but the explosion had been more powerful than any of them had anticipated, lifting the vehicle sideways and no doubt smashing every window on the front of his house. He watched Kaminsky run toward the twisted remains of the garage door, as people began emerging from the houses all around. The bravest of them began edging toward the burning car, but most remained at a safe distance. From an operational point of view, it wouldn't be a disaster if Bird had died in the explosion. There had to be a spy in Hope who would confirm to Crawford that the bombing had succeeded, but it would be better if the assassin could take the news himself and, if his promise was to be believed, act as their man in the enemy's camp. All that depended, however, on his survival and Rusty being able to secrete him before any members of the public got there. Prickles on the back of his leg told Hick that Roger the cockerel was climbing up to get a better look. "Do you reckon they'll fall for it?" Roger the rooster shrugged. First, the people of Hope had to be convinced that Hickman was dead, and then Crawford. Because there's nothing more dangerous than a dead enemy who is still alive. Hick stayed by the window until the small fire that had spread to the garage was out. After about an hour watching the vultures descend on his house, repelled only by the ring of deputies that Rusty had positioned around it. Hick spotted the sheriff emerge and, while not looking directly up at him, give a surreptitious thumbs up. He settled down beneath the window and sighed. It had been more emotional than he'd expected to watch the car explode, and especially the reaction of his neighbors. Some seemed to be genuinely shocked. Not the people who lived right next door, however. They'd never forgiven him for what had happened to their daughter's rabbit. Hick wasn't certain exactly how he would use his apparent demise against Crawford. So far, his plan was to lie low and see what his enemy intended to do once Hick was out of the way. It might have been nothing more than petty revenge, or to unsettle the inhabitants of the town ahead of another attack. But if Crawford didn't act quickly, Hick would go looking for him. He didn't have the patience to serve his revenge cold. Evening passed by, and still Hick sat beneath the window with Roger. He was so bored as he waited for the streets to empty that he found himself with nothing better to do than to ruminate over the past and to wonder where Sam was. He didn't regret sending her away, although, as it turned out, she'd have been safe enough in Hope once the first attack failed. He'd sent a message via courier to Springs, but she'd either ignored it or moved on. She was probably heading for the West Coast. She'd often talked about it, fantasizing about a shack on a Californian beach, and by heading west she could keep moving farther from Hope and from him until she reached the sea. He knew she'd get in touch when she was ready. If she hadn't gotten herself into trouble in the meantime. Hick grunted to himself as he remembered that she was, after all, his daughter, and she had many grudges against the sons. They'd better watch it if they ever caught up with her. "Come on then," he said to Roger. Darkness had finally fallen, and no one had passed along the sidewalk for 20 minutes or so. It was as if, in the absence of streetlights, the residents of Hope had reverted to a simpler time when sunlight determined how long their day was. He crept downstairs, gently opened the front door, and peered outside. Hick picked Roger up and jogged as quietly as he could to the gate. This was the most risky moment of the entire operation, but Hope was silent as he crouched beside the gate and looked up and down the road. Hick plunged into the darkness, glancing at where he knew his house to be, but focusing mainly on not falling over as, like a blind man, he felt his way step by step toward safety. At last. "Shush," Hick said as the light of a gas lamp flooded onto the threshold. Joe Bowie gave a shy smile and beckoned Hick inside. "Sorry. Go on through, they're in the main room." This was the first time Hick had been inside the Bowie residence since the attack on Hope. Joe had been wounded and his son Jensen had died. Martha Bowie's bed was still in the living room, surrounded by candles, having been moved there when she'd first become sick with the flu. These days, however, her malady was of an entirely different sort. The place had a dusty, confined smell, as if fresh air hadn't been admitted for weeks. Hick was beginning to wonder whether it had really been such a good idea to choose this mausoleum to hide in while he was dead. But it was too late to change his mind now. He approached the bed and sat down in the chair. It was still warm from where Joe had been sitting. "How are you doing, Martha?" Physically, she looked more like the woman he'd known for decades. Cheeks that had hollowed out when she'd almost succumbed to flu and then pneumonia were now filling again, and he reckoned she'd put on 30 to 40 pounds since he'd last seen her. But her eyes were glistening pools set within deep sockets ringed with black. She didn't answer his question, but focused on the floor beside his feet. "Do y'all see that? I been off the morphine, so I shouldn't be seeing things no more." Hick picked up the 10-pound bundle of feathers and put it on his knee. "This is Roger. Roger the rooster." Suddenly, her dead face became animated as she reached out to pet the chicken. Roger took one look at her pasty hand and pecked her. "Ow. Yes, he sure is real enough. Typical of Paul Hickman's pet to be a mean son of a bee." "He's all yours," Hick said. "Look after him, he's a good guard, bird." "Here you are, Martha." Leonard Dave Bowie placed a steaming mug on the table next to the bed. "Hick." Hickman nodded to Martha's father-in-law and accepted a second cup. "You're gonna have to make yourself comfortable in the attic, I'm afraid," he said. Then, as he made to go, he leaned down and whispered in Hick's ear. Martha don't want no one sleepin' in Jensen's room. Hick grunted an acknowledgement but cursed his luck. It was bad enough that he was going to be holed up here, but he had, at least, expected to have a bedroom. Joe Bowie jumped up, scampering to answer the front door, and a few moments later Rusty Kaminsky came in, glanced at Hickman and sighed. "You made it then." "Obviously." "No one see you?" Hick shook his head. "Where's Bird?" "Dead." "Seems you might have miscalculated." Hick cursed. "But everyone bought that I'm dead?" "Oh yeah. It's been quite the education. Turns out some folks actually like you, Paul. You need to work a little harder, or lose your reputation as a two-faced, heartless con man." I do believe I saw tears. Though whether they was tears of sadness or joy, I wouldn't like to say. "You're hilarious, Rusty. I reckon I might have to attend the hospital." Kaminsky's smile disappeared. "You didn't get injured, did you?" "No, but my sides might need reattaching from laughing so damn much." Rusty Kaminsky let out a brief curse, apologized to Martha, and slumped onto the couch. "Well, what now?" "Now we wait to see what Crawford does." "Have you posted guards on the house?" "Of course. That's what we agreed, after all." "What have you told them?" Kaminsky shrugged. "Nothin' about our business. Just told 'em that folks might try and loot the place, and they's to stop those who try, and make a note of everyone who passes, just in case they're casing the joint. But Hick, I ain't comfortable that we ain't told Linda. She's on our side, I'd bet my life on it." "You're probably right, but probably could get us all killed. The less of us know I'm alive, the better the chance that Crawford will believe it. Now, if you don't mind, I'm gonna find my attic and get some shut-eye." We did not have to come this night. We wait until light. "No, Remick. He's my friend. I gotta see for myself." Cassie Miller jumped out of the car and ran toward the house of Paul Hickman, followed by the farmhand. She'd heard about the explosion, but it had taken until after dark before she could slip away without her father knowing. Mind, Remick had been keen enough. Any chance to spend some time with Cassie. "Hey, hold on there." They froze and turned around slowly. "It's okay, deputy. He's my friend." "Was your friend, you mean?" the deputy said. "Now, who are you?" Cassie collapsed into Remick's arms. He regarded the cop with poorly concealed contempt. "I am Remick Cerny." The deputy pulled out a pen and began scribbling on his notepad. "How do you spell that?" "Cherney. Da. It will do. She is daughter of Elwood Miller. Cassie. She came to see." "At this time of night?" the deputy said as he scribbled. Remick shrugged. "She like him a lot, perhaps." "He was good to me," she said between sobs. "Hey, why you taking names? This is not Czech Republic." Now it was the deputy's turn to shrug. "All I know is my orders are to watch the house and note down the names of anyone who comes along. Even friends like her. She is not looter. You can see." "Well, sure. Then maybe you tear out sheet? If Mr. Miller find out, she in big trouble." The deputy smiled slyly. "And maybe you too. Out at night with Elwood Miller's precious daughter?" "Maybe," Remick said, returning the smile. "Is there no chance?" Cassie said, emerging from Remick's embrace. "None. The car was blown to pieces. It was on his drive and the bomb went off when he turned the key. I'm sorry, Miss Miller, but he's gone. And Hope's sure gonna be a different place without him around. Not entirely sure it'll be a better place neither, and I didn't expect to ever say that about mean Paul Hickman." Cassie dissolved into sobbing again as Remick held her tight, glancing reproachfully at the cop. "Look, I'm sorry," the deputy said. "I'm real sorry. But I suggest you get yourself home before Elwood sends out the search parties. And don't worry, I won't say nothin' to nobody." He ripped their names out of the pad, tore them up and scattered them. "Best I can do to help." Remick began guiding her back to the car. He looked back at the deputy and nodded. It was time to make his report. Chapter 7. Strike. Devon tried to keep up with Gert as they ran through the streets of Ezra. They'd set off soon after rising, and it would have been almost pleasant to jog along as the sun rose above the horizon, had it not been for two things that occupied all of Devon's thoughts. He glanced at where Jade was running beside Gert, keeping as close to him and as far from Devon as possible. He felt a surge of adrenaline, a mix of confusion, anger, and disappointment. When she'd asked to come with him, he'd been stunned, and his mind had split like a firework, exploring all the myriad implications of any response he might make. He'd always been like this. Some people instinctively knew what to say, but to Devon, surprises were like staggering onto a minefield with a blindfold on. Mind, he didn't have much more success when he did have time to think through what he was going to say. Jessie was evidence of that. Perhaps it was gender that was the common denominator. Devon and women just didn't mix. So Jade was now shunning him, and he was terrified that she might do something rash or downright stupid, either to get him back or because she genuinely didn't care anymore about her own safety. Either way, he felt responsible, so he kept his eyes glued on her as they ran. The streets were wide and bordered by the ruins of ranch houses that made the city look flat, squatting in the trough of the valley like dregs in a coffee cup. Devon felt exposed as they hugged the low chain-link fences of what had once been family homes, but were now memorials to lost futures. They darted into the gap between two properties, as the unmistakable rumble of a Land Rover's engine echoed through the near silence. Crouching in the shadows, they watched as the headlights got closer. Devon could make out dim figures inside the car, the glow of a lit cigarette illuminating black-masked faces. When the car had turned a corner, Gert urged them on. Everything depended on the three groups getting into positions safely. Gert, Devon, Eric, and Jade made up the first group. It would be their job to set the charges once Libby's group had created a diversion. It was the oldest trick in the book and one no professional army would fall for, but Libby had confirmed that the Sons of Solomon contained only a small corps of trained soldiers. The rest, they recruited locally when they moved into an area. So, most of the people guarding the trucks would be civilians, though some would have military experience to be sure. The plan then was for Libby's group to set off a small bomb 2 blocks away. That would draw off at least some of the guards. The second group would lob smoke grenades into the compound, and under cover of the chaos, Gert's group would place the plastic explosives. This had been their one stroke of luck. Libby's mother had quietly moved a portion of the weapons from the armory to form a private cache in the basement of the town hall. It was the last thing Crystal Hawkins had told her daughter, and Libby had to confess, it had been more useful than any false pretense of love between them. So, the 4 of them carried several kilos of plastic explosive each with a timed detonator. They would have only 10 minutes to get away, once they set the last of the charges. Devon tried not to think about their chances of getting out of there, unharmed, as he plodded along the streets toward a salmon sky. They gathered outside the elementary school, hidden in the rubble of a brick building opposite. Trucks, Land Rovers, and other vehicles gathered around what had once been the school play area, with its red and yellow painted ride-ons. The vehicle compound was enclosed on 3 sides by the remains of the school building. One wing, which protected the west end of the makeshift parking lot, was still intact, and that was being used to house the guards and their supplies. The final side, the side facing the road, was partially enclosed by chain-link fencing that had been dragged there from elsewhere, but it had a large gap in the center for vehicles to exit and enter. That would be their route of access. 5 minutes, Gert said. I hate this waiting. Have you all checked your weapons? Jade treated him to a look that could desiccate a cockroach. We checked before we left, and we checked when we got here. Cool it, Mr. Loverboy. She glanced at Devon for a moment, before looking away again. Gert stabbed a finger at her. Listen, girl. You take this seriously, right? We all depend on each other. We got to do this job and then get out. All of us. Do you hear me? She blushed, opened her mouth as if to say something, but then subsided into silence, turning away to stare at the school. Devon focused on counting the guards. How many do you think? I count 20 or so. Yeah, that's about right, Gert said, moving across to kneel beside him. You see there? We'll use that for cover if we need it. A sedan was parked at right angles to the military vehicles. Devon guessed it was being used by a courier to take messages from post to post. Good idea. It'd be too much to hope that we'd be able to get in and out without being spotted. Whoever gets there first can provide covering fire to the others. This is insane. Devon turned to see Eric crawling along until he was the other side of Gert. I mean, there's over 20 of them and 4 of us, and only 3 with any combat experience. Devon wondered fleetingly whether it was he or Jade who was the odd one out in Eric's estimation. Gert shook his head. Libby will draw them off. Then Conrad's team will lob in the smoke grenades. I know the plan, Eric hissed. I came up with it in the first place, long before the cavalry arrived. So what's the problem if it's your plan? I suggested an attack on this street. Visible from the school. That way, more of them will go look. Gert sighed. Yes, she told me that was the idea, but it is too dangerous. It would be 5 of them against maybe 15. If they're farther away, they can lose their pursuers and withdraw tactically. I knew it was you, Eric said, slumping back. Bang. They froze. Was that Libby? Devon asked, spotting a rising column of smoke to the right. Too close, Gert responded. Figures ran from the compound, more pouring from the remaining school building. One man barked orders as a smattering of gunfire erupted from where the explosion had come from. It is her. She did not listen. The soldiers outside the school formed up, using trucks for cover, before streaming off in 2 groups. They are going to outflank her. Devon glanced across at Gert, who was looking in the direction of the column of smoke, as if he could see through the bricks and rubble between them. He touched the Dutchman on the shoulder. We've got to go now. Bang. Bang. Smoke spread from 3 places across the playground and among the trucks. Devon ran from cover, not waiting to see if the others were following him, though soon enough he heard boots on the asphalt. He headed for a row of mountain ash trees that grew from the sidewalk. Too narrow to offer anything other than the illusion of cover, he glanced around the trunk of the nearest tree. Chaos. To his right he could see soldiers running in both directions, some toward the original cloud of smoke and gunfire, and a few heading back toward the parking lot. Devon clasped the Glock to his chest and grabbed the strap of his backpack in the other to stop it swinging. He sprinted across the grass toward the gap in the fencing as smoke billowed out of it and spiraled into the air. A man lumbered out of the fog, assault rifle held loosely at his side. He went to lift it, but Devon was quicker, punching him from his feet as Devon ran past him and into the compound. Judging by the number of voices that cried out, only a handful had remained to guard the vehicles. Good, they had a chance. He ducked beside the door of an olive-green truck. It looked ancient but well looked after. He almost felt sorry that if he succeeded, it would soon buy a pile of twisted metal. Almost. Devon tasted bitter smoke at the back of his throat and tried to ignore the gunfire and the chaotic calls around him. At any moment, someone would stumble on him. But he focused on his work, with only half an eye on the Glock as it lay by his boot. He pulled the block of C4 out of his backpack and ripped off the adhesive pad. The TPU was set to give roughly 10 minutes for them to get away. His work done, he went to get up and spun around as he felt a hand on his shoulder. I can't get over there. It was Jade. Well, at least she was talking to him now. She was pointing beyond the truck. We'll go together. She nodded, her pale face almost hidden by the drifting smoke. He got up and skirted the truck. As he rounded the corner, he collided with a figure. Instantly, he struck out with his fist and his opponent grunted, stepping back but bringing his rifle around. A shadow flew past his peripheral vision as Jade threw herself at the man. They fell to the floor, but she was thrown off, crying out as the soldier's fist swung. Devon pulled his knife out and stooped, but the man's arm came around and pushed the blade sideways, so it plunged into the soil as Devon lost his footing and fell forward. He saw the soldier lift the rifle off the ground stock first, ready to punch it into Devon's skull, but he was the quicker, freeing the Glock from beneath him. The man's eyes widened in the moment before the gun spoke. It was an image that inhabited Devon's nightmares for the rest of his life. Jade grabbed his arm and helped him to his feet. He could hear Gert's voice calling. "Fall back." He pulled Jade's pack from her shoulder. "You go." "No way. I'm staying with you." He had no time to argue. He armed the detonator and made a run for a Land Rover parked near the back of the lot. Gunfire echoed off the ruins of the school, some of it a couple of 100 yards away, some of it much closer. He reached the car, ripped off the adhesive pad and stuck it underneath. "Come on. We gotta go. Fast." They ran past the body of the soldier Devon had killed and toward the entrance. Da. Devon crouched low and grabbed Jade by the hand as he headed for the car parked outside the lot. "They're coming back," Jade said. Devon's heart sank. The troops that had been sent to tackle Libby were returning, or at least some of them. That either meant they'd been recalled, or more likely, that they'd dealt with the threat from her. There was no sign of Gert or Eric. "Get under the car," Jade said. She was right. They were sure to be discovered if they hid behind it. So he followed her underneath, his face scraping on the gritty soil, his nose wrinkling from the smell of crushed grass. "Don't sneeze." He could see boots coming toward them. Then they turned away. "Go on. Get into the compound." Jade looked back at him. "How long?" He was about to explain that he had no idea how long it had been since he'd set the first charge, when his world became one of searing heat like a wind blowing out of a steel furnace. The car above them rocked up onto two wheels and he grabbed her as one after the other, the C4 packages ignited, each building the flame ball, each throwing fresh debris into the air. Screams and the shadows of flame-wreathed figures running. He stood looking at the devastation for a moment, and then grabbed Jade's hand. She stumbled, so he hoisted her over his shoulder and lumbered away as quickly as he could. There were no more bullets flying as he made it into the rubble opposite. This was where they were supposed to rendezvous before dispersing, but no one else was here. He couldn't believe that Gert would be dead, so where could he be? Devon looked along the street to where they'd seen the first column of smoke. "Come on, we've got to find Gert." Without a word, Jade followed him. Cries echoed from the burning compound as they ran. Some had survived, but they were too occupied with their wounded comrades to pay any attention to Devon and Jade. They found Gert 100 yards along the street. "Eric?" Jade sprang forward, ignoring Devon, and kneeled beside a body. "What was he doing here?" she said. "He was with us. Look at all this blood." But Devon was focused on Gert. "Are you hurt?" he asked. The Dutchman was on his knees beside a body. Around him lay 3 soldiers with black masks and the unmistakable form of Scott, who lay face down, arms by his side and entirely still. "She is dead." "Libby," Gert said without taking his eyes from the inert body of Libby Hawkins. She was lying where she'd fallen, except that he'd obviously cradled her in his arms because he had a huge red stain on his camouflage jacket. Devon put his hand on Beckman's shoulder. "I'm sorry, my friend, I truly am. But we must go. That explosion will draw fighters from across the city. Let them come." Devon kneeled down, trying to keep his eyes away from Libby's ruined chest and lifeless gaze. "We have to go. You are needed. I need you. I don't care. Leave me and I will hold them off while you get away. For the love of God. Please, Mr. Beckman. I need you too. We can't get out of here without you." Jade appeared on the other side of Libby. She closed her former leader's eyes and wiped the tears from Gert's face. Finally, he looked at her and after the briefest of pauses nodded. He stood, looked down at his lover one more time, then led them into the ruins of the city. Chapter 8. Under the Suns. "Come, you must help tend the vines." Sam awoke with a start and looked up into the unfamiliar face of a middle-aged woman with light brown skin. She wore a set of blue denim dungarees over a white shirt. "My name is Maria, and I'm sorry, but you must get up. We will be punished if we do not fulfill our quota." "Where the hell am I?" Sam said, swinging her legs over the side of what turned out to be a couple of crates with a filthy mattress on top. She'd been thrown in here the previous night after her interrogation, but it had been dark, so it was only now she could see she was in a small barn or outbuilding. Maria helped her to stand up, then went over to a shelf and brought back a bowl of oatmeal. "Here, eat this quickly. You will not get service after this. You must eat with the rest of us from now on. And do not blaspheme. Hell is not to be spoken about, unless you wish to go there. Although—" Her voice trailed away. Sam nodded her thanks and took the bowl, suddenly realizing how hungry she was. "Where is this place?" she said again. She remembered being bundled blindfolded into a Land Rover. They'd only taken the mask from her eyes once she was inside a room opposite her captor. Jay was in the chair next to her, his face pale and defeated. Azari had plied her with questions, though it seemed that he took little interest in her faked answers. He asked Jay nothing. Finally, he'd gotten bored, they'd been separated, and she'd been bundled in here. "This is the Mitchell Vineyard and Orchard. Or leastways it was," Maria said. "Are these the only clothes you've got?" Sam swallowed the last mouthful of the unsweetened, watery oatmeal. "Yeah, I really should have packed better. Just in case I got captured." "There is no need to talk like that." Sighing, Sam apologized. "I had a pack with me. It had a change of underwear." Maria lifted the canvas backpack from the straw-strewn floor. "They have been through it, but maybe they left you enough." For all her fear, Sam was relieved to have this one familiar possession, even though someone had ransacked it. They'd left her underwear and a t-shirt, however, so, as Maria turned away and heckled her to hurry, she slipped them on. She walked out into a sunny day that could have been straight out of a Cecil B. DeMille Garden of Eden movie set. A guard who watched Maria guiding her charge across a farm courtyard and toward a gate played the snake in this version. The place smelled of ammonia, and Sam could see people moving in the fields beyond the ramshackle wooden buildings they were walking past. "Where are we going?" "I told you to tend the vines. There is much to do at this time of the year, especially pest control." Sam scurried along behind her. "Where's Jay?" "I don't know. Men and women do not generally mix." "No, I'm used to that. This Azari, is he Muslim?" Maria stopped short and pulled Sam to the shelter of a wood store. "Do not speak his name out loud. There are ears everywhere, and he will not hesitate to punish you." She looked out at the bright farmyard, scanning the scene for any sign they'd been observed. "I think he's Muslim, but why do you ask?" she asked in a hurried whisper. "Well, women and men being kept apart. The sons of Solomon." Maria looked surprised. "I suppose it does sound like a religious group, but no. They separate us because they say we're more productive that way. There is much to do, and not enough of us to do it. You women." Someone was calling them. Maria started, grabbed Sam by the arms and pulled her into the sunlight. "I'm sorry, section leader. I was instructing this recruit." "Then instruct her in the field." The man pointed away dismissively. Small, mustachioed and petty, Sam had come across his type before, in her old life in New York. She was willing to bet he'd been an assistant manager in some insignificant retail store. Finally, he had power. And he would abuse it if he could. Maria apologized again, and guided Sam through the gate and into the field. "You must be careful, Sam. They can be brutal. You would not be the first to be punished." She leaned in as they walked so she could whisper in Sam's ear. "And watch Azari. If he takes a liking to you. He is a man without honor. He likes to break defiance, so keep your eyes down. It is a pity you are pretty." She followed Maria into the field and spent the day picking insects off the vines, her mind full of concern for Jay. Was he broken in mind as well as body? What would happen when they discovered his foot injury, as they surely would? There was no plausible explanation other than the truth, and once they knew that he and Sam had once been captives of the Sons, what would happen to them? They'd execute Jay or ship him back to Pennsylvania. As for Sam, well, Maria had told her what sort of a man her captor was. There was a dozen or so of them working on the vines. It seemed odd to her that, with the collapse of society, they would be growing grapes to make wine, but perhaps alcohol was an essential supply. When they finally made their way out of the fields that evening, Sam had aching limbs and an aching bladder. They filed into a barn that had beds arranged along all the walls. From there, she followed the others silently into a long, low room that had been a store of some sort, and there they ate a stew heavy on beans and light on meat. She tried to make conversation with her fellow inmates, but no one wanted to talk to her, though some whispered to each other when the guards were out of earshot. Sam had counted no more than 6 or 7 different fighters watching them during the day, and she wasn't sure how many of them had received any military training. But half a dozen men with weapons were plenty to suppress a group of compliant women who wouldn't even talk to each other. Sam Hickman. Tugged out of her internal monologue, Sam looked across to where a black-masked man stood in the doorway, a handgun held at his side. "Come with me." She had no alternative other than to comply, but though she tried to ignore them, she couldn't help noticing the frightened glances the other women gave her as she left. Maria sat with her head in her hands, looking at the floor. "Where am I going?" "Be silent and follow me." A second guard shadowed her as they walked from the barn where the women were held into the main farmhouse. It was a single-story building that had seen better days, and a woman stepped out from beside an interior door to meet her. "Thank you, Sebastian. I will take over from here." "I am ordered to wait, ma'am," the guard responded. The woman sighed. "Then do so, but send Nathaniel away. He is certainly not needed. Now, Samantha, you will come with me." She opened the door onto a brightly lit bathroom. A bath full of steaming lavender-scented water stood in the corner. "What is this?" Sam said. "My name is Madeline, and I am the leader's personal assistant." She was a blonde, attractive woman in her 30s, with a brisk, almost dismissive manner. "He has decided to welcome you to the community by sharing his meal with you." "I've already eaten." "Nevertheless, you will accept the honor. And you will not wish to smell like a field worker when you are with him. Now please enjoy your bath." There seemed no option other than to accept, but as Sam turned away to get undressed, she felt a firm grip on her arm and a voice hissed in her ear, "But have a care. I am his favorite. Nothing you can do will change that." "Get off me!" Sam cried, pulling herself away from the woman. "Is that what he wants? Well, he can go. Just have a care. He will have what he wants, but he'll learn that I am what he needs. He always has." With that, Madeline swung away and left, slamming the door behind her. Sam turned and stared at the steaming water. She hadn't had a bath since before the firestorm, but she was frightened of what might follow. Into her mind came a vision of a heavy-handed guard stripping her and forcing her in if she didn't comply, and her resistance crumbled. She knew that life was a series of moments strung together like pearls on a necklace. This was an opportunity to enjoy a few minutes of privacy as she soaked the cares and grime away, regardless of where it led later. And if there was one thing Sam Hickman could do, it was compartmentalize. She slipped out of her clothes and climbed in. Madeline didn't give her long to enjoy herself. She returned with a set of clothes like those of the other women here. So Sam, suitably cleansed and dressed in her new working clothes, found herself in the presence of Leader Azari. He was sitting at the head of a long dining table, and the chair rasped against the timber floor as he stood to greet her. Sam was surprised and perhaps a little relieved to see the young man she'd briefly overpowered the previous day sitting next to him. A bulge at his shoulder betrayed his bandaged wound. "Welcome, Miss Hickman. This is Saeed, my son. I believe you two have met. Fortunately for him, your shot did nothing more than scratch him. Lucky for you too," Azari said. His voice was deep, rich, and hypnotic. His short beard spread apart as he smiled. He seemed in every way the benevolent leader she knew him not to be. Saeed glanced across at her, a weak smile flashing across his downcast face. Sam said nothing, but took her place at the seat opposite Saeed. Almost immediately, a woman came in carrying a long tray with 3 bowls on it. She set one before Azari, then Sam, and finally Saeed. "This is a soup from a recipe of my mother's." It smelled like French onion soup to Sam, but she ate it anyway, finding it delicious. As they ate, Azari spoke mainly of his family, though Sam noticed he didn't mention any wife, and particularly of his son. The words he used seemed to praise the young man, but his manner was dismissive. He was a bully and entirely used to his own way, Sam concluded. He wanted his son to become his lieutenant, but he also needed to keep him in his place. Sam felt for the boy. "Now I have spoken enough. Tell me of your family, and what has happened to you since the event in February." Sam put her spoon down as the serving woman appeared again and cleared the bowls away. "Where's Jay?" Azari's face tightened. Here was a man who couldn't hide his displeasure. "He is being cared for. His fate depends on you." "How?" "We have discovered his injury. So we know that our brethren in the East have punished him, though he refuses to reveal where this happened or what crime he committed. Tomorrow he will be judged. Perhaps I will have cause to be lenient. Perhaps I will not." Sam fought to keep her anger and fear under control. "Look, I don't understand. Are you part of the Sons of Solomon or not?" "Yes, I've come across them before, and you're nothing like them." "In what way?" "Religion, for one." His face relaxed and he sighed. "Ah. I see. No, I am not a religious man. But I am one of the sons. And if you had seen what I have seen, you would know that the old world had to end." "What do you mean?" All of a sudden, the performance seemed to be over, and she was speaking to the man behind the mask. "I grew up on the island of Anjouan. It is off the coast of Mozambique." He glanced up at her and read her like a book. "Africa. Bottom right corner, just above the big island with the lemurs." Sam nodded, as if she knew exactly where he was talking about. "It was a rich island, with many plants and animals, some of them unique," Azari said. "My mother and father moved to the United States 30 years ago and made a new life here, but when I returned home to visit my relatives, I found much had changed. Many beaches were gone, and drought had followed drought. People were moving away from the island. Soon it would be dead. I wanted to know what had caused it, and so I studied. I believe it is mankind that is to blame. And so I joined the Sons." "And helped to murder billions," Sam said. He shrugged. "And save the planet for future billions. Though the population must be controlled so it never grows too large again. And that, my dear, is where you can play a small part." Sam felt her stomach tighten. "What's that supposed to mean?" "My son here is to inherit my position one day, and he will need a wife." "No, not you," he said, raising his hand as Sam leaped from her chair. "He will have an African wife, not some white mongrel. But if he is to be patient, if he is to be a good husband, he must have practice. Tonight my son will sleep with you." "Like hell he will." She didn't notice 2 guards enter the room and grab her by the arms. "If you do not cooperate, your companion will die in the morning." Sam roared with anger as she was dragged away. She spat in the direction of the smiling Azari, but she didn't even look at the young man sitting to his side. Chapter 9. Crawford. "No." John Crawford roared as he caught sight of the devastation at the elementary school. He'd been at his desk in the former Kingdom Hall when he'd heard the explosion. He could immediately tell where it was coming from, and he cursed his decision to base his headquarters here, on the other side of the reclaimed part of Ezra. It had seemed funny at the time. Well, now the joke was on him. By the time he arrived, the fires had been put out, and the carnage was obvious. Every single vehicle in the compound was either destroyed or damaged beyond repair. It seemed that keeping the fuel near the trucks was another bad decision. Ice speared his guts as he thought about how he was going to report this. He'd always managed to deflect blame before now. The hierarchy had accepted that the failure to capture Hope 2 months before was the fault of his Czech subordinate, but he couldn't think of any explanation that would see him keep his command. He gazed at the scene, only half taking it in. Tortured metal wrecks lay where they'd landed, surrounded by a sea of shattered glass. Black smoke rose lazily into the sky, as people milled around with little obvious purpose other than to keep moving. Someone moved into his peripheral vision. "Sir, I have a report." Why was the man speaking so hesitantly? Oh yes. He'd been there when Crawford had ordered Mayor Hawkins to be hanged from the street lamp. "Go ahead." 11 dead plus 4 rebels. 5 wounded. 3 of those expected to survive. "And our vehicle fleet?" The man looked at the pile of blackened, twisted metal, as if his leader was losing his mind. "Those that were stored in the compound have all been lost, sir." Crawford turned to his subordinate. "Where is the squad commander?" "Dead, sir." "And who was responsible for the attack?" He saw the man's Adam's apple rise and fall. "It was the mayor's daughter. We have her body." "She is dead?" At last a ray of light on this bleakest of days. "Yes, sir." Crawford nodded. "Have her hanged beside her mother. Arrange for the burial of our people. And the rebel bodies. Burn them." "If you shoot him, they'll kill us all," Devon said. "And that's an assault carbine, not a sniper's rifle, so you can't guarantee a hit in any case." Gert sighted along the barrel. "I can hit him. And you can go. Get away before they find me. Don't be an idiot. I'm not leaving without you. Geez, Gert, we need you. Hope needs you. Libby needed me, and I was not there." Devon rested his hand on his friend's shoulder. "She doesn't need you anymore." Gert tensed, then sighed, and Devon felt the tightness leave the Dutchman's body like a deflating balloon. "I'm sorry, my friend," Devon said. "I really am. But we can't help her. And if you don't care about yourself, then at least help me get Jade away. I promise I'll help you get revenge, but we've lost enough already." They were in the rubble of a partially collapsed building opposite the school, on the first story of what had once been an office, and before that, no doubt something to do with mining. The sky had clouded, but the day was warming and it would soon be too hot to move quickly and fully laden. "Let's go," Gert said. The plan had always been to meet back at the house they'd slept in the previous night. They knew that none of their housemates would return there, as they'd seen all their bodies, but it was possible that members of some of the other cells might go there. Silently, Devon and Gert crept to the back of the room until they could stand safely. Jade was sitting with her knees under her chin, black hair cascading to her feet. "You didn't do it then." "Good." She tilted her head up, revealing wet eyes rimmed with pink. Devon put his hand down and felt glad as she took it and allowed him to help her up. "Where are we going?" she asked, looking from one to the other of them. "Back to the safe house first. In case anyone returns there." "Then what?" Devon took her hand. "Then we're going home. That's if you want to come with us." Her eyes filled with tears, and she stepped into his embrace, sobbing as he held her. "Oh my God. They're all dead." "I'm sorry," Devon said, patting her on the back. "But we've got to go. Come on." He led her by the hand, following Gert out of the ruins. It took them over an hour to make it back to the safe house. They'd stirred up an ant's nest, and now the insects were scurrying around trying to find the people with the stick. Land Rovers moved up and down the streets, and Devon guessed that Crawford had every remaining vehicle combing the city for any surviving rebels. He could only imagine how angry the man would be, and how eager for some sort of victory. Hanging the people responsible for his humiliation, for example. Finally, they slipped across the last street until they found the house. "We must be quick," Gert said. "They are sure to check here eventually." There was no shouted challenge as they slipped through the window and into the attic. No one was waiting for them, neither friend nor enemy. Jade broke down again as she gathered her clothes together, glancing across to where Scott had slept. As the tears flowed, She looked through his possessions until she pulled out a small plastic figurine. It's Daenerys. He didn't know I saw him. He held her sometimes. When he went to sleep. Devon kneeled down beside her. Why don't you take it to remember him by? As he got up, Gert emerged from the private room he'd shared with Libby the previous night. His face was pale and drawn tight, his jaw clenching and unclenching. He was holding a second pack in his hand. "Let's go," he said, not looking at Devon. They climbed through the window, but as Jade emerged, she said, "I can hear a car." Devon pulled her along the back of the building and peered around the corner. There. Someone moving. A Land Rover came to a halt no more than 10 yards away, and 3 black-masked figures climbed out. One of them was pointing to the other end of the shattered building. Devon cursed. "Gert," he hissed. "Put your weapon down or we shoot," one of the figures called. All 3 had assault rifles trained on where Gert must have been. What was he doing? Devon glanced behind him at Jade. She was holding a pistol, and her eyes were clear. He nodded at her, brought his Glock up and stepped around the edge of the building. His first shot took out the leader. The others swung around to him and Jade's pistol felled one before, with a final crack, the last of them dropped to the ground. Devon barked at Jade to stay where she was as he ran to the fallen figures. Gert was there, dagger drawn. The leader was lying on the ground, legs writhing, as he held his hand over a wound to his shoulder that was bleeding freely. Gert kneeled beside him and pulled off the mask to reveal a white man with red hair whose face twisted with pain. "Does it hurt, my friend?" The man nodded. "Good," Gert said. "Luckily for you, I don't have time to kill you slowly." He pulled the dagger across the stricken man's throat. Devon turned away from the spurting blood and the gurgling agony of the red-haired man. Jade was standing there, mouth open. He stood up and hugged her. "I told you to stay out of the way." The dying man finally went still, and Gert got up. "We have to go now. Backup will come." Devon helped Jade into the back of the Land Rover and jumped into the driver's seat. With Gert in that kind of murderous mood, he didn't want to be a passenger. He stabbed his foot down, and the car lurched past the 3 dead bodies as they headed past the safe house toward the western road that would lead them back along the route they'd taken to Ezra only the day before. Leader Crawford slumped into his office chair and finally allowed his body to unwind a little. He'd been like an unexploded bomb ever since he'd heard the first bang. Bad news piled on top of bad news, with only the death of the mayor's daughter to brighten the day. How was he going to explain this to his superiors? His mind flicked unwillingly to an image of the Supreme Leader. Oh, how funny they had thought it was to give the head of their organization a name that was straight out of Daleks, Invasion Earth. But that was back before what had been a campaigning group of impassioned dreamers and academics had been taken over by people with seemingly similar aims, but much more radical methods to achieve them. And they dared to actually do it. Crawford himself was nominally only 1 level below Supreme, but in fact, there was a definite hierarchy within the hierarchy, and Crawford knew that he was near the bottom of it. That still gave him great power, especially while the other members of the committee were each concerned with their own territories. But when things went wrong, Supreme would learn of it sooner or later. There had been that trouble in Pennsylvania, where an Amish community had risen against the Sons. Crawford chuckled to himself. However bad things might look for him, at least he had been opposed by hardened terrorists with guns, or at least, that would be how he'd describe Libby Hawkins and her gang. His good mood vanished, however, as he recalled what had happened to the commander in that town when Supreme found out. He sat back and tried to concoct a positive spin on the day's events. He had to take hope. That was the only way he'd rescue his reputation. But he'd lost the vehicles he was going to use to do it. He had enough people, though a few of those who'd been killed at the compound were fully trained and would be hard to replace. But the population of Ezra had been growing over the past months, and he reckoned he could put uniforms on 300 of them if needed, and decent weapons in the hands of most of those. That would be enough. This time he just had to be less soft. More prepared to deliver the killing blow without the theatrics. But they would have to find vehicles, and quickly. He heard footsteps outside his door. "Come in," he said at the gentle knock. A middle-aged woman entered carrying a tray with tea-making paraphernalia and a sandwich. "You wanted to try the new bread recipe, leader," she said. "Thank you, Maud," he said, smiling as he watched her exit. She was a good-looking woman. Late 40s with a backside to die for and an extremely open mind. "Oh, there's a man waiting for you," she said, turning at the door and perfectly well aware of the effect she had on him. "Says he's from Hope." All thoughts of carnal pleasures disappeared in an instant. "Show him in." "Ah, it's you. Sit down." The young man sat with his legs apart, doing his best to exude confidence. "What do you have to tell me?" In heavily accented English, Remick told Crawford the news he'd been yearning to hear. "Paul Hickman is dead." "What? Are you sure?" Maud was back on the menu again. This was an occasion to celebrate. "Yeah. I see the wreckage of his car. No one survived that." Crawford leaned forward. "But did you see a body?" "No body. He gone, boss." Boom. Remick spread his fingers to suggest an explosion. "When did this happen?" "Yesterday. Whole town gone quiet." John Crawford put his hands to his cheeks and regarded the young man. He could hardly bring himself to believe it. Today was improving by the moment. "Thank you for reporting this. Now you'd better get back before anyone becomes suspicious." Remick got up and gave a lazy salute. "Thank you, boss. And you not forget our agreement? When you come up highway, you kill farmer, but leave daughter and wife to me. Then I run farm. Work for you." Crawford waved him away. What did he care about some redneck and his family? Let the boy have who he wanted, to begin with at least. Then we would see if he was worthy of joining the brotherhood. He waited for Remick to leave, half listening to the staccato of the motorbike as it drove away. Then he allowed the ritual of pouring the tea to give his mind room to contemplate. Hickman had been the only thing holding the town together. A quick strike now, and he could be in charge within a couple of days if he could find a way to transport his forces. The door opened and Maud came in. "Would you like me to clear the tea things away, leader?" He smiled. "Yes, please. When you've done that, would you come back? And lock the door." Crawford sat at his desk later that evening, feeling that the day had turned out all right in the end. He was on his second brandy, and contemplating making his way home, when the radio in the corner of the room squawked. It was just as well he'd almost finished his drink, as his arm shot up in surprise, and he twisted in his seat and rolled across to the set. "Jeremiah, this is Samson. Are you receiving?" He grabbed the handset in trembling hands. "This is Jeremiah. Jeremiah, verification code 28112. Crawford reached up to find the book. "Page 28, he said to himself, paragraph 11, word 2. He clicked the button on the handset, Spirit. Acknowledged. "I have become aware of an incident at your location today. Report." How had he known? Who had been spying on him? It was a minor act of terrorism. The threat has now been eliminated. My report states that your entire fleet of vehicles has been destroyed. Crawford's heart was thudding against the inside of his chest. That is incorrect. My source is unimpeachable. I can assure you that I have everything under control here. I do not share your confidence. You have failed before, and now, through poor management of your resources, you have allowed terrorists to cripple you. But leader, I am readying my attack. At my command, the mayor of Hope has been killed. They are leaderless. Ripe for the taking. There was a momentary pause before the voice resumed. That is good. But Hope is no longer your concern. Leader. Hope is no longer your concern. Secure what you have and be grateful that I have larger matters to deal with than your incompetence. Out. The line went dead. John Crawford sat at the radio for a few moments, as the shadows lengthened outside. Then he poured himself another brandy. A big one. Chapter 10. They Come. Sam Hickman sat on the bed and pulled the comforter around her body to cover her nakedness. She was a strong young woman, and it wasn't as if she was exactly an innocent, but she trembled as she waited for Saeed. If she allowed him and his father to use her like an object, then she would lose a piece of her soul to them. She would never be the same again. She would carry it around like a blemish on her heart. But there was no way out. Jay wouldn't want her to submit, but if she didn't, he would certainly die. On the other hand, she wasn't fool enough to imagine that Azari was likely to let him live anyway. But there was a gap between faint possibility and certain death. And she wouldn't be the excuse for Jay's execution. In truth, she didn't know what she was going to do when it came down to it. She didn't submit willingly to anyone for anything, and even the prospect of being forced into intimacy left her disgusted with herself. She wondered whether she'd be able to look herself in the mirror afterward. She heard voices at the door and it swung open, light flooding from the living room beyond. Azari stood there, holding the door open while his son entered. Saeed looked nervous but determined. He smiled at his father. "Thank you," he said and slipped inside. He was wearing a dressing gown and Sam suspected nothing beneath. He turned to the door. "You can leave us now, father. I know what to do." Azari shook his head. "Oh no, my son. I will see it done." "But father, can't I have a little privacy?" "Next time, perhaps. I promise that I take no pleasure in this. I am no degenerate. But I must be certain." Saeed's shoulders dropped and he turned back to Sam. She shrank away from him, and she could see fear in his expression as he moved closer. He went around to the other side of the bed, pulled back the comforter, and slid under it while the dressing gown fell to the floor. He moved across to her side and put his hand on her shoulder. A cold hand that pulled back on her to turn her around. "No," she said. "I can't." Azari spoke from the threshold. "Resist and your friend dies. You have lain with him many times, have you not? Harlot. Whore of Babylon. This is just one more job. Where is the harm to you? Now, my son, take her, or I will come over there and hold her down." Tears ran down Sam's cheeks as she allowed herself to fall backward onto the cotton sheets and a duck feather pillow that rustled under her head. Then he was beside her, hands around her, and instinct took over. She pushed at him, legs kicking out, but he climbed on top of her, his skin cold against hers. He forced his legs between hers, and still she struggled. He grabbed her wrists and then his mouth was on her face, before his full weight fell upon her. She cried out. He whispered, "Play along if you wish to live." She froze for a moment. Then his hips began to move up and down, but there was no pain, no corruption, no invasion. He groaned as if he were in the throes of deepest passion. "Please," he hissed. "Help me." Help him? What the hell was going on? But whatever it was had to be better than what she thought was going to happen, so she began moving as if he had overcome her resistance and she was giving in to him. What would Azari want to see? The ultimate misogynist fantasy was for a woman to submit and find she enjoyed it. So she gave the pervert what he wanted. She wrapped her arms around Saeed's back, her legs around his hips, and moaned. It wouldn't be the first time she'd pretended to enjoy it, after all. The difference was that Saeed was also faking it. She felt no arousal from him, but he put on a performance worthy of an Oscar. She almost believed it herself as his skin finally warmed and he approached his simulated climax. She echoed him, so they cried out together, and as he fell onto her, his body suddenly relaxed, the room went dark, and they were finally alone. He rolled off her immediately. Well done. What the hell was that all about? She felt him move away, and then the room lit up as a candle on the bedside table came alive. He rolled back again to face her, eyes glinting. We must be quiet. I think he has gone, but he might be listening at the door. Sam laid on her side. So? Are you going to explain? He would not leave until he was convinced that his son was a man. You were my first. Well, you weren't. But you should have been. You've never. No. So how did you? I mean, I know I'm not exactly irresistible, but. He slapped a hand over his mouth to stop himself from laughing out loud. Sam Hickman, you are a beautiful young woman. But I do not desire you. Oh, you're gay? She could see his shoulders move as he shrugged, the bandage wrinkling. I don't know. I think it's more that I am not interested. I have yet to meet anyone I would wish to be intimate with in that way. My father was concerned, so he sought reassurance that I am normal. What would he do if he decided you don't like women? He would not understand. Then he would conclude that I was an aberration, and he would have me killed. What? Your own father. He's a monster, Sam. And you must get away from him. You and Jay. Sam rolled onto her back again. How are we going to do that? I've got a plan. I know where Jay is, and I've hidden the keys to a vehicle. We've got a chance of getting away. It's risky, but better than staying here. He'll kill Jay tomorrow, and though I don't know what he has planned for you, it will not be pleasant. I fear he desires you for himself. Sam shuddered and then said, What do we do now? We have to wait until we're certain the household is asleep. We have several hours. They remained in silence for a while, each looking up at the dancing shadows on the ceiling. She felt Saeed move, until he was on his side facing her. Sam? Yeah? Will you hold me? She turned her head to face him. Yeah, I will. She lifted her arm, and he folded himself eagerly into her embrace, his head against her neck, his chin on her chest. She felt the tears running from his cheeks and onto her skin. Hick was waiting for Remick when he crept back into the miller's farmhouse. It was like a scene out of Hercule Poirot. Elwood and Mary Miller and Rusty Kaminsky were sitting on a couch in the darkness with Hick behind the door, ready to swing it shut and confine the suspect when he got home. Deputy Hogg had mentioned to Rusty that Cassie and a man he didn't know had come to Hick's house late the previous night. It just gnawed away at me, Sheriff, he'd said. That he was so keen that I didn't write down his name. I should have, I know that. But I'd rather you tore me another one than find out I didn't report something that turned out to be important. Rusty had told Hick, who had immediately eliminated Cassie as a suspect, which left Remick. So, he and the sheriff had traveled to the farm to tackle him. But he wasn't there. Elwood said their young farm worker had asked for the afternoon off and had ridden away on his motorbike. And now he was back. He crept in. He felt cold metal against his head and the voice of Paul Hickman in his ear. Well, looky here. We got ourselves a traitor. Devon, Gert, and Jade had traveled in almost complete silence as they took the roundabout route back to Hope. From Ezra, they'd headed west and then taken the highway north until they reached the intersection with the road to Springs. They took the southeast turn and drove through the dark toward the fork where the road from Springs met the major highway from Salt Lake City. What's that? Devon said as the car emerged from a gully to reveal the dark Sierra below them. Except it wasn't entirely dark. Lights followed each other, and with a gasp, he realized that he was seeing vehicles move. It was as if they'd been in a time machine and were looking down on a highway before the fall. Gert jerked awake. Verdama. There are hundreds of them. And they are heading toward Hope. Got Verdama. While we are looking to the south. They are coming from the north. Can we get ahead of them? Gert asked. We can try. Devon stabbed his foot on the gas pedal, and the car lurched forward, causing Jade to wake up with a cry. What's going on? Out of the frying pan into the fire, Devon said. Remick gazed back at Hick with undisguised hatred in his swollen eyes. Things would have gone even worse for him if he'd been alone with Hick, but Kaminsky at least wouldn't have allowed Hick to go as far as he'd like in extracting information and vengeance. Hick left Remick tied to the chair and settled into the sofa. So, Mayor Hawkins is dead, and so is Libby. Though she'd betrayed him, Hick couldn't help feeling sad at the news. He didn't care two hoots for the mother, but he'd believed for a time that he and Libby had something going on. At least she'd gone out with a bang, it seemed. Remick had spent his time waiting for Crawford, finding out all he could about Ezra, and he'd known as soon as he'd arrived that something was going on. Crawford, it seemed, had been jubilant at hearing of Hick's demise and was planning another attack. Once he'd found enough vehicles. Well, Hick was now determined to go south and put a bullet in his head. A promise was a promise, after all. But Libby had been Hope's savior, at least for now. Hick would put the nail in that particular coffin. Remick knew nothing about whether Gert and Devon had been involved, but Crawford had claimed that all the rebels had been killed. It would be a pity if that turned out to be true. Hick liked Gert. Devon turned the headlights off and sped along the road running parallel to the highway before they connected. Vehicle after vehicle moved along the main road as the Land Rover slipped invisibly by. They said nothing to each other. There was nothing to say. Most of the vehicles were trucks, including some 18-wheelers, and they were almost certainly carrying troops. The Sons of Solomon had come in overwhelming force. The victory in April had been their helms deep, and now they faced the full might of Mordor. But there was no team of hobbits on a secret mission to destroy their leaders. Nothing would come between the Sons of Solomon and complete victory. They darted onto the highway, half a mile or so ahead of the convoy. The Land Rover's engine thrashed away as Devon floored the gas pedal. "When we get to the barricade, let me out," Gert said over the deafening roar. "What?" "I'll slow them up. You go find Jessie and get yourself and her away." "And Jade?" "No way. That's a suicide mission." Gert looked across at him. "My friend, I have nothing to fight for. I'm tired of it all. If I can hold them up, even for a little while, it'll give you time to raise the alarm and get away. Let me do this, please. I will make them pay for Libby's death." "You really loved her, didn't you?" Gert nodded. "I fell fast and deep. Now I'm running on empty. But we can't expect the guards at the barricade to fight if we don't. And you've got Jessie, Jade, and Dorothy to think of." They didn't say another word until they reached the roadblock. Devon was pleased to see a figure move behind the central barrier, then come out to greet them supported by another guard. Gert got out, hands raised, and declared himself. Moments later, he was at the driver's window shaking Devon's hand. "Now be quick, my friend. I won't ask these men to give their lives away. We will resist for a while, but then they will head south too. They could easily be in Hope within an hour." Devon shook the Dutchman's hand but found no words to say. Jade poked her head through from the back, kissed him on the cheek, and disappeared again. "Goodbye, Gert." "Thank you," Devon said before driving through the gap as behind him the highway filled with lights. Rusty Kaminsky almost fell off the couch when his police radio spluttered into life. "Who the hell is this?" he snapped. "Sheriff, this is Gert Beckman. They are coming, the Sons." Hickman leaped up and grabbed the handset from Kaminsky. "What are you talking about? Crawford's got no vehicles." "They're coming from the north. From Salt Lake City, I guess. Hundreds of them. I'm at the north barricade. We won't be able to hold them off for long. You got less than an hour. Pity we moved the machine gun. Could have taken more with me. Good luck and Godspeed. Over and out." Hick dropped the handset into Rusty's lap and glanced over at Remick, who sat smirking at them. "Mary, would you leave us, please?" he said. The farmer's wife looked from her husband to Hick and went upstairs. Hick took his knife and cut through Remick's bonds, then pressed the gun into the back of his head. "Walk." "What you going to do?" the young man said, glancing at the others with terror in his eyes, but seeing no comfort there. "Walk." Hick took the sobbing man outside, forced him to kneel, and shot him like a pig. He came back in to find Cassie in her mother's arms. "I suggest you take your family to Springs, Elwood. Rusty, I can't tell you what to do, but I'm going south." "Jesus, Paul. You can't just shoot a man like that." Kaminsky roared. Hick jabbed a finger at the sheriff. "What are you gonna do? Arrest me? That scum betrayed us and now they're rollin' in. What do you think would have happened to the Millers if he was alive when they did? What do you reckon his deal was with the sons? That may be, but you murdered him." "I executed him. Judge, jury, and firing squad. It was him or them," Hick said, swinging his hand round to point at the Millers, who were huddled together on the couch. Even Elwood had been freaked out by Hick's action. Kaminsky shook his head as if to reset himself. "Aren't we gonna fight them?" "You heard Gert. Hundreds of vehicles means thousands of fighters. It's over, Rusty, and we all got to look to ourselves. You might be able to help and hope, but I reckon it wouldn't be long before you'd find yourself hanging from a rope. If you want my advice, I'd hightail it to Springs and enjoy a few days or weeks of freedom before they come there too." "And what are you gonna do?" "I'm gonna kill Crawford. Hope may have gone, but there's still revenge." Chapter 11. Evac. "Thank God you're okay." Jessie threw her arms around Devon and buried her head in his shoulder. He'd gambled on her still being at his apartment, and it had paid off. "Who's this?" Devon pulled away. "This is Jade. She was with me in Ezra." "Hey," Jade said, raising a hand. "Devon's talked about you a lot. Mainly in his sleep." Jessie's eye narrowed as she shot a glance at him. "We all shared a safe house," he said with a sigh. "But we haven't got time for this. The sons are coming and you have to get away." "What?" "I haven't heard any gunfire." "You will do. They're coming from the north, from Salt Lake City. Thousands of them. Too many. We've got maybe an hour." Jessie put her hands on her hips. "And you're staying here?" "Yes. I've seen how they resisted in Ezra, and I intend to do the same here." "Then I'm staying too. And before you play the pregnancy card, or mention Dorothy's name, I don't reckon it'll be any safer sending us away. We'd have to take the South Road, and for all we know, the sons are coming up that way from Ezra." "I doubt it. We blew up most of their vehicles." Jessie shook her head. "If you're staying, I'm staying. What do you say, kid?" "I'm sticking with Dev," Jade said. "And I'm 20. "Really? But you're—" "I think the word you're looking for is petite," Devon said. Jessie looked from one to the other, reluctant to give up her suspicion. "Sorry, Jade." "'S-okay. I am a big kid, really. Devon's looked after me. I trust him, yeah. Knew it first time I met him. Know what I mean?" Jessie smiled. "Yeah. He has that effect on people. And you're right. He's a pig-headed sexist with anger issues, but you can trust him. Now I suggest we prepare for the occupation." "How do we do that?" Jade asked. "By making ourselves invisible." Devon slumped into the couch, totally ignored by the two women. 10 minutes later, a fist thumped against the front door. Devon leaped to his feet and grabbed the Glock, before looking through the peephole. "It's Rusty," he said to Jessie. "The sheriff," he added to Jade. Rusty Kaminsky almost fell inside in his haste. "Oh, thank God you're here. I thought you might have hightailed it out of Hope already. Are you packed?" "We're not going," Jessie said. "We'll take our chances here." The sheriff took one look at her expression and nodded. "Well, good luck to you. But will you help us get as many away as we can? Some of the old folks ain't gonna want to be here when those devils roll in." "Sure," Jessie said, and before Devon could stop her, she pushed past him and out into the stairwell. He turned to Jade, who was shrinking away from the door. "Will you wait here for us? Watch the baby?" She nodded, then disappeared as the door swung shut. "We had one piece of luck," Rusty said as they ran down the apartment block staircase. "All 3 of the convoy trucks are here and fueled up. I reckon we can take 100 people if we squeeze them in." As they reached ground level, his radio squawked. "Sheriff here. This is Beckman. Over. What's your sitrep?" "They have taken position 100 yards in advance of the barricade. So far, no hostile action. I don't understand why they haven't yet attacked. It is possible they're coordinating with forces from Ezra, though I doubt it. Kaminsky nodded. Well, we gotta go south, whether they're comin' that way or not. How long do you reckon we got? We won't be able to hold them for long. The mines we planted might delay them, but don't count on more than an hour before they're in the city center. We'll do our best, but I won't sacrifice the lives of the people here unnecessarily. And that goes for you too, Gert. Godspeed, Sheriff. Over and out. They climbed into the squad car, and Rusty drove them the half a mile to the school. Here, you'd best have the radio now so you can keep in touch with him. You know, I thought Beckman was the worst of the worst when I met him, Kaminsky said as they got out and strode toward the school. Turns out he's the best of the best. The school was a scene of chaos, as people emerged from the darkness clutching bags of clothes and each other. A larger and larger crowd was gathering around the trucks, which were guarded by soldiers. Who's in charge? Devon asked as they went inside the school building. Rusty snorted. Apparently, I am. Rusty. Joe Bowie emerged from the throng and ran toward the sheriff. What is it, Joe? Bowie gripped Rusty's arms, his eyes wide with panic. It's Martha. She won't leave. Kaminsky cursed under his breath. Can't say I'm surprised, but does she know what'll likely happen to the sick and the old when those devils get here? She says she ain't old and she won't be sick for long. But if they know what happened here when she killed that terrorist. Trouble is, short of dragging her out of the house kickin' and screamin', there's not a whole heap I can do. Will you just come and talk with her? Hicks tried and even he can't get her to see sense. Kaminsky shook his head. I ain't got time to go on a fool's errand, even for Martha Bowie. I suggest you get her upstairs out of the way, and hope for the best. Sorry, Joe. And he was off to try to find order in the chaos of far too many people needing far too few spaces. Devon watched as the trucks pulled away. He had his arm around Jessie, and the amber light of a late summer evening lent a surreal quality to the scene. Hundreds of people were left, held back by guards who, at the last minute, shouldered weapons and ran for their places on the overcrowded vehicles. Families had been splintered as only the old and sick were allowed, and not nearly all of those. Angry cries rose into the sky as the walkie-talkie crackled. Devon pulled it out of his pocket, but he hadn't even gotten it to his ear before Beckman's voice cried out, "They're coming." He could hear a cacophony of bangs, cracks, and shouts in the background, and then the channel went dead. What do we do? A woman had grabbed Jessie by the arms. She was sweating in the warm summer evening. He said, "They're coming. Where can we go?" Jessie shook the woman off. I'm sorry. You'd best go home. You're in a lot more danger if they find you on the streets when they arrive. But I haven't got anyone. My mom went off in the truck. Jessie shot a look at Devon that managed to communicate the fact that if he added yet another sheep to his flock, then he'd have to find a new Bo Peep. He stepped forward and took the woman's hand. This isn't the end. If we can stick together, we can beat them. Or at least survive. From the north came the crack of gunfire, followed by the deeper rumble of explosives. The woman pulled her hand away, looked from one to the other of them as if they were insane, and ran off into the crowd. Jessie? Devon turned a 360 looking for her. There she was, standing on a chair, her belly just obvious beneath a t-shirt with a sunflower design. Hey, listen up. Hey. To a person the crowd froze, and every head turned to her. Now we're under attack, and I know who's coming. I've seen them up close and been with folks who were forced to live under their rule. Make no mistake, they are the worst. They are the scum behind the attack in February, so they don't care much about life. So my advice is to keep your heads down and do what you need to do to survive. But listen to me now, every one of you. I say do what you need to, but if we are to survive, we have to stay together as a community. So work for them when they demand it, follow their orders and stay out of the line of fire. Dozens of frightened faces gazed up at her as the sun set over Hope, making a silhouette of Gil Summers' daughter. Do what you have to, but don't collaborate. Don't inform on your neighbors, don't volunteer, don't steal from other hopers. Because there's a special place in hell for anyone who does those things, and I will personally open the door to Satan's pits and push them through. Go back to your homes and hunker down. They will be here soon, but always remember that hope is ours, and it always will be. They are not welcome here, and one day they will be gone. Keep hope. Keep hope. The chant began quietly as Jesse repeated the words. Devon watched like a man enchanted as the crowd took it up, until it became a roar of defiance to drown out the distant gunfire. Then Jesse lifted her arms, cried out, "Go!" and they turned and filed silently away. He helped her down from the chair and pulled her into an embrace. "That was amazing," he said. Then they walked home to await the invasion. Devon spent the 40 minutes between getting home and the sound of trucks revving along the road outside, hiding everything he wouldn't want the sons to find. There was only so much he could do against a determined search, but he chose a nook behind the oven for his handgun and knives that would take a complete dismantling of his apartment to uncover. The couch had been pushed up against the window so they could all three kneel on it and look over the back to watch the conquerors arrive in town. It was almost entirely dark, so they could only see by the headlights of the trucks and cars that drove slowly down the highway from the north. They could see the indistinct forms of marching figures, and Devon was reminded of black and white footage he'd seen of German troops arriving in Paris, intimidating the people with their might and discipline. Dread fell on Devon like a blanket as he watched them. Even in the darkness, these soldiers were obviously in a different class from those he'd seen in Ezra. There, a small corps of trained fighters was supplemented by what appeared to be civilians who'd been given weapons. Here, the occupiers marched in lockstep like an elite panzer support regiment invading the Low Countries. If it was designed to intimidate, then it was certainly working. "Good God," Jesse whispered, reaching out to take Devon's hand. "Maybe I should have stayed in Ezra," Jade said, letting out a nervous laugh. Devon shook his head in disbelief. "So many. There must be hundreds." "I don't get it," Jesse said. "Why send an army to take over a tiny place like Hope? It's all about the look of it. It's a statement. I guess this is the one city that survived intact, and now it belongs to them. Resistance is futile." And so they watched as an army marched into Hope. "It's Gordon. Damn it, I told the old fool not to use his lights. Pull over, Rusty." It was dark as Paul Hickman climbed down from the cab of the lead truck. He stood and waited as he was bathed in the light of Gordon Smith's motorbike until it finally roared to a halt beside him. The man groaned as climbed off the bike and strode over. "Sorry, Mr. Hickman, but I had to get back as quick as I could. There's a roadblock ahead. I saw lights and soldiers." "How many?" Gordon wiped the sweat from his face and glanced down the road as if he could see the barricade from there. "I'm not sure. Plenty to stop us, though." "Where is it exactly?" "Maybe 4 miles south of here." Hick banged on the side of the truck. They were so close. The barricade had obviously been built to guard the intersection where the road to Ezra met the one running northwest to Springs. That was the one they were heading for. And they couldn't get to it. By now, Rusty and the drivers of the other 2 trucks had gotten out of their cabs and converged on Hick and Jordan. "We're gonna have to go across country," Hick said. "Tell your passengers to grab onto something. The ride's gonna get bumpy." "You can't be serious. We got the old and the sick in the backs of these trucks, and a long line of others in cars. We can't go bouncing them around. And besides, we'd probably end up in a ditch. We can't use our headlights." Hick swung on the sheriff. "If you've got a better suggestion, I'm all ears." "You heard what Gordon said. We can't go south or we'll run into a roadblock, so unless you think it's a good idea to turn tail and head back to Hope, then I don't see what options we've got." Rusty Kaminsky looked around at the others, as if hoping that one of them would have a solution. No one spoke. "It just seems crazy." "I know, but we'll send folk out on foot in front of the trucks to find a way. It'll take forever, but I reckon we can make it, and there ain't no choice as far as I can see. Now, let's get on with it before they send anyone scouting up the road." It took 15 minutes to get everyone prepared. Those who were fittest were chosen to lead the convoy across the triangular slice of land that was formed by the two roads. Hick tried not to think about the hazards that this group of geriatric Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts might stumble upon in the dark. All they'd need would be for someone to step on a sidewinder. They drove south for another mile, getting as close to the barricade as they could, so that the drive along the hypotenuse would be as short as possible, before turning off the road and into the dark scrubland. Hick watched as the scouts fanned out in front of the leading truck, their only illumination the flashlights on their otherwise useless smartphones. Almost immediately, a figure in front of the truck fell, gripping its shin. "Oh goddammit," Hick hissed. He jumped down and kneeled beside the prone, groaning figure. "Step down a gopher burrow." Hickman hauled the man to his feet and bundled him into the truck cab next to Rusty. "You know what they say about if you want something done?" he called. "Well, seems like I'm talking a walk." Chapter 12. Escape. Sam snorted as she felt a finger dig into her back. "What is it?" "Shush. We must be quiet." It was Saeed, of course. The strange young son of her captor. She opened her eyes as she felt him get out of bed, pad across to her side and light the candle. The orange glow made him look like the bronze statue of some Greek warrior. Except for the band-aid on his shoulder. Though he was slight, his muscles were well defined beneath flawless, hairless skin. Warrior? No god. Apollo, maybe. He turned to her, and looked in her eyes as if checking to see if she was awake. "Come on, we've got to go." "What time is it?" "I'm not sure. Around 2 a.m., I think. You've got to be away from here before the sun comes up." She nodded and slid out of bed, slightly disappointed that his eyes didn't follow her as they moved toward the door. She'd never been alone, naked with a boy without it being the prelude to something, but his lack of interest was quite conspicuous. Perhaps it was the terror of being caught. He pulled the door open a crack and peered out into the absolute darkness of the open-plan living room beyond. "There's a window over there," he said, pointlessly gesturing into the black. "We have to climb out that way. It's the only way in or out that isn't guarded." "Why isn't it?" "Because it locks from the inside." She touched his arm, trying to ignore her autonomic response. "Isn't he worried you might try to escape?" "What, poor frightened Saeed. The most disappointing son any man could be cursed with." "No, he believes I am too frightened to even attempt it. Until tonight, I thought he was right." "What changed?" She felt his shoulders slump. "You did, Sam. For you, I will risk everything." He turned toward her and wet lips pressed against hers. Just for a moment. There was no desire in it. Just love. And for the first time, she understood what that word meant in its purest form. Saeed grabbed her hand and she felt herself pulled into the darkness, full of regret that the moment had passed and delight that it had happened at all. Their feet slapped on the cold stone floor as he led her along the left-hand wall, slowing as he approached the corner of the room. She half expected the lights to come on suddenly, and for them both to be exposed in their nakedness to a smiling Azari who'd be sitting in the comfy chair, lighting a cigar, and playing with the control that opened the trapdoor above the alligator pit. Saeed let go of her hand, and she heard him grunt as he slid the window open. A cool summer breeze played over her skin, and a faint light seeped in through the gap between the drapes. Saeed's hands guided her onto a chair and out to the ledge, before he clambered past and helped her gently onto the grass outside. She felt him tug on her hand. "Hold on. I can't run around naked. I have a cache of clothes, we will go there first. Come. We must be silent, there will be guards." She looked up to see the first suggestion of the oncoming dawn, and she guessed that Saeed had gotten the time wrong. Adrenaline stabbed her stomach as she thought about what would happen if they weren't far away when Azari discovered their absence. Saeed pulled her along so fast she couldn't see where she was putting her feet, so she surrendered her fate to him, trusting that he would pick a safe path through the garden. And then he fell with a cry as a shape collided with him. Sam fell on top of the struggling pair, but flew sideways as an elbow connected with her ribs. Said, "Is that you?" The struggling abruptly stopped, as the larger shape moved away from the naked form beneath it. Sam felt around in the grass, and her fingers wrapped around a smooth, round pebble. "Bashar?" "Yes, it's me." "But what are you doing out at night, and with this kaffir?" The man turned to gesture at Sam, who froze in the act of picking up the stone. "Bashar, I beg of you to let us go. My father will kill me if you hand me in." "You are leaving?" "Yes." "With this woman?" "Yes." There was a moment's pause as the only sounds Sam could hear were the panting of her chest and the first stirrings of birds. "Well, good for you. But I am sorry, I cannot let you go. It is my duty to serve your—" His hands came up as he fell to the ground, clutching his head. Sam raised the rock again. "No. Do not kill him," Said said. "He is a good man. Please, Bashar, remain here and do not raise the alarm. Pretend to be unconscious, I beg." And with that, the man went still. Sam dropped the stone as Said reached out for her, and they scampered across the grass together. "Hi Allah. Come, we must be quick." "Oh, hi Allah." He darted around the barn that Sam had seen the previous day, following the line of the lawn as far as possible, before pulling her across the rough brick-laid path and in through an old door that shrieked as he opened it. She heard the sound of rustling, and soon he emerged with a canvas bag. "Here. These are some of my old clothes. It is the best I can do for now." She pulled them on, not caring that they were too big in some places and too small in others. Her feet rattled around in the sneakers in particular, but it was better than going barefoot. "What now?" "We find Jay." In the slowly growing glow of the approaching sunrise, they glanced at each other. "We could just get away," Sam said so quietly she could barely hear herself. Said took her hands in his. "You go. I will give you the keys to the car. You go and I will bring Jay if I can." She flushed as shame flooded her. "I'm sorry. It's so tempting just to run off. With you." "I know. But Jay will die if we don't get him out of here. Take the keys and go." She shook her head and swallowed. "No way. Let's do it." She saw something glint in the low light as Said's hand moved to his belt. "I hope I do not have to use it on my own people, but I will." He checked that the way was clear, before skirting the barn and heading for the building that the women slept in. "The medical rooms are there," he said. "There will be a guard, so we must overpower him before he raises the alarm." Sam gritted her teeth as she fought the desire to leave Jay to his fate. No, that wasn't fair. She didn't want to abandon Jay, she just wanted to escape more than she wanted to rescue him. That infamous Hickman self-preservation circuit was kicking in. So, she followed Said as he scampered across the courtyard to the outer door of the barn containing the medical room. "I will go in and talk to the guard. He won't be too suspicious now that I'm dressed. When the moment is right, I will overpower him." "Oh, come on, Said. That's a crazy plan. Do you have a better one?" Said pulled the door open and pushed Sam inside. "What is this?" The guard jerked awake, and for a moment Sam thought he was going to shoot them in his confusion, but he lowered the handgun, rubbed his eyes and squinted at them. "Said?" "Hello, Faisal. Don't worry, I will not report you to my father for sleeping on duty. I myself have been up all night," he said, tilting his head in Sam's direction. The guard smiled. "Ah, I see. Yes, I don't blame you. But why are you here?" "She keeps talking about her boyfriend. Is he here?" "He is." "And he is restrained?" Faisal the guard nodded eagerly. "He is handcuffed. I have the keys here." "Good, then I will have her again, and he will watch." The guard chuckled. "You are your father's son, after all. Go, he is through there. Do you wish me to accompany you?" "You wish to watch Faisal?" "No, indeed. I meant to control the girl." Said shook his head. "She is broken, my friend. I have tamed her like a wild horse, and there is nothing to fear." Faisal looked doubtfully from Saeed to Sam, who'd opened her cast-off shirt to expose the top of her breasts as she did her best to look defeated. "If it makes you feel better, you may escort us, and check whether the prisoner is indeed secure." Picking up his weapon, Faisal gestured to them to follow him. They were in a small room that had once been used to dry herbs, and the place had the smell of onions about it. A door was set into the wall, and Faisal pushed it open unceremoniously to reveal a room with 2 beds. One was empty, and on the other lay Jay. Sam gasped as she saw him. His face was bruised and swollen, and he lay with his wrists cuffed to the posts and his legs bound together. "Don't worry, Missy," Faisal said. "He will not suffer for much longer. Today he dies. I have the honor of separating his head from his shoulders." While the guard gloated, Saeed moved around behind him and in one movement pulled the sidearm from its shoulder holster and pressed it under his chin. What are you doing?" "Silence. Or so help me Allah, I'll blow your head off. Sam, get the keys from his pocket." Saeed pushed the guard's chin up with the barrel of the gun as Faisal's eyes swiveled to stare at him, and then Sam. Your father will." "I know what my father will do, Faisal. But he must catch me first. Don't make me silence you permanently." What's going on?" Jay mumbled. "Sam?" Sam dug into the guard's filthy pocket, rummaged around and pulled out a metal ring with many sets of keys on it. As Said kept Faisal quiet, she ran around and tried the smaller keys one by one until finally the cuffs on his left hand sprang open. "Come on, Sam," Saeed hissed. "I know." Sam responded without looking up at him. Click, and the second set of cuffs came away. "You came for me," Jay whispered. Sam looked down at him and choked back her disgust. She knew that she should be feeling pity for him, but all she could see was a mass of black, red, and purple bruising on the face of someone whose very existence was, right now, making it less and less likely they'd get away. "Here, cut the bonds on his legs," Saeed said, handing her the knife from the guard's belt. Finally, Jay was able to haul himself up and sit on the edge of the bed. "Is this a rescue?" "It had better be," Sam said. He nodded at Saeed. "Isn't that Azari's son?" "Yes, and he's putting his balls on the line to rescue us." "You should have left me. Gotten away yourself." She couldn't resist. "Yeah, I should. But I'm here now, so let's get going." Faisal watched all this, sweat dripping from his brow. "What are you going to do with me? Your father will kill me for this." "But I won't," Saeed replied. "Cuff him," he added to Sam. She took a pair of handcuffs and snapped them onto the guard's wrists. She then took the scarf he wore around his neck and tied it around the back of his head, gagging him. As Jay got unsteadily to his feet, Saeed guided Faisal to the bed. "Get on." Once they had him tied like a hog, Saeed headed for the door. "Hi Allah, I think we're too late. Look, the sky is getting lighter." He pointed out of a small, grimy window at the barnyard outside. "Come on, we can do it," Sam said, slapping him on the back. "Let's go." She followed him toward the door, then halted at a sudden muffled yell from behind them. "Jay, what the hell are you doing?" Jay pulled the knife out of Fazl's contorting body, his filthy shirt now drenched in blood. He bent down and whispered something to the dying man, before joining Sam at the door. "He was the one who did this," Jay spat, pointing at his face. Sam flinched from the hatred in his eyes, but forced herself to turn away and follow the horrified Saeed out through the little office where Fazl had been snoozing before death came for him. An amber glow rimmed the horizon, and they no longer needed to feel their way like blind beggars, so they ran as fast as they dared. Saeed led them along the edge of the barn, then stopped them as they were about to reach the graveled driveway. 4 Land Rovers were parked there. "Take care on the gravel. We have only minutes before they discover Fazl or Bashar. I have put fuel in the car on the left." He began stepping gingerly across the gravel, pulling a key from his pack. "You really prepared, didn't you?" He opened the door for her. "Will you drive?" "Me? I am not a good driver." "Wait," Jay said. "One thing before we go." Saeed turned to him. I hope you're not planning on stabbing anyone else." Jay ignored him and hobbled over to the next car. He kneeled beside the tire and removed the dust cap. "Get in," he said, gesturing at Sam, who was still standing at the open door of Saeed's Land Rover. "This is going to make a little noise, and you need to be ready to get away." Sam climbed into the Land Rover and glanced across at Jay as he pressed in the valve. The hissing of escaping air seemed too loud this close, and she expected to see guards rushing from the farmhouse at any second. In fact, Jay had just finished working on the third car when the first one appeared. "Quick," she called as she turned the key and pumped the gas pedal. The Land Rover roared into life. "Hurry!" Saeed cried out. "We have to go. He is coming." A bullet punched through the glass behind her, exiting through Saeed's open window. She engaged reverse and gravel showered the road in front of them. "No." Saeed had jumped out. She saw him running around the back of the car as she reversed. He'd taken Fazl's weapon and sent shot after shot at the guards. She could tell he wasn't trying to hit them, but his attack forced them to take cover. Jay pulled a back door open and fell inside as Sam spun the car around in a pirouette. "Leave him," Jay called out. "No way." She pumped down on the gas and the car lipped forward, wheels screeching as she pulled alongside Saeed. "Get in," she screamed. For a moment she thought he would ignore her, but then the shooting stopped for an instant, and he had the passenger door open and jumped inside. "Go." And just as they passed the door to the farmhouse, Azari appeared, his face twisted with rage. He took in the scene, identified his son, and pulled the pin on a grenade. "Get down," Jay yelled. Sam shifted down a gear and put her foot to the floor as the dark oval rose in the air. For a moment, it looked as though it was on a collision course, but she yanked on the steering wheel, sending the car to the right, just clipping the gatepost as the grenade disappeared behind the back of the car. Boomf! The back window disappeared as a hail of tiny stones exploded into the car's interior. She cried out as one hit her ear, but she kept her foot pressed down and headed out onto the lane that ran past the vineyard. Guards appeared at the entrance and began firing, bullets fizzing past. One ricocheted between her and Saeed as he hung out of the window shooting back at them. Then the large figure of his father appeared at the gate. He simply pointed down the lane at them, and then returned inside. She watched for pursuit until they'd turned the next bend, and then, finally, she breathed out. Chapter 13. Desert Gunfight. They'd almost made it across the stretch of land that linked the two roads together, when they were spotted. He was stumbling through the pre-dawn gloom, flanked on either side by half a dozen others, and the slow crawl across the rocky terrain had gone without major incidents, aside from a whole lot of grumbling from the ungrateful SOBs in the backs of the trucks. "Mr. Hickman." Hick almost didn't respond at all, as it was Donnie Davies. He was jumpy as a jackrabbit, and had been single-handedly responsible for every one of the false alarms so far. The last one had been when he'd called Rattler, after he stepped on a piece of old water pipe. "Mr. Hickman, I can see lights." This time Hick turned around, and his breath caught in his throat. 3 pairs of headlights moving straight toward them as if driving directly across the desert. He didn't have time to figure out how they were doing that. Maybe it was a lane that led to a well or something. He had to decide what to do about it. "Flashlights out," he called to the others. It was just possible that these vehicles didn't know the convoy from Hope was here. Maybe they'd had reports and were investigating. Why else would they have their headlights on? Unless they knew that the trucks couldn't move fast enough to get away. But if that were the case, why not simply ambush them when they emerged onto the highway? Those thoughts fizzed through his mind in milliseconds. He jogged over to the first truck and looked up at the shadowy shape of Rusty. "I don't reckon they know we're here," Hick said. "You're gonna have to take your chances. The highway's only a half-mile or so." "What are you gonna do?" "Me and the other walkers are gonna give them a surprise." "I'll stay with you. Someone else can drive." "No. I need someone I can trust to lead the convoy to Springs. I'll meet you there." "I reckon that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me, Paul." Hickman chuckled. Another former enemy who, despite Hick's best efforts, had become a friend. "Just leave us some weapons." 4 of the 5 walkers agreed to stay with Hick, including Donnie Davis. 2 men and 2 women with a combined age considerably north of 250. They wouldn't be able to rely on speed or having keener vision than their opponents. All they had on their side was surprise and experience. Rusty took weapons from each of the trucks and handed them to the Magnificent 5. He added an assault rifle to Hick's Glock, one of those they'd taken from Ezra. Well, now it would give back to its home city. With compound interest. "Rifles are better than handguns if you want to keep the enemy at a distance," Rusty said. "Where do you want us to wait for you?" Hick shook his head. "Don't wait. If they get past us, they'll head for the highway or they'll send their pals after you. Hightail it to Springs and I'll see you there." Well, who'da thought it? A regular hero. "Seriously though, Paul, you take good care of yourself and the others. We'll see you in Springs." They shook hands, and to his surprise and embarrassment, Hick felt a lump rise in his throat as they parted. This new world was making him weak. "Come on," he said to the others as they gathered around him. "Let's get as close as we can, then we'll give them a hell of a surprise." Hick looked over his shoulder at where he thought the convoy would be, but could see nothing. Good. The sun was still below the horizon, hiding the trucks as they crept along, but they only had an hour at most before it would be fully light, and they could be spotted by a blind man. He hunkered down behind a pile of rocks that lay in the path of the approaching cars. They'd walked toward the lights and had found the end of the track they were driving up, no more than a half-mile from where they'd left the trucks. In the dark, he hadn't appreciated quite how far away the cars had been when they'd been spotted, but now they were close enough that Hick could see, even in this half-light, that they were 3 Land Rovers. So, Gert and Libby hadn't destroyed all of Ezra's vehicles. 3 cars meant a maximum of 12 fighters, though it would make life a whole lot easier if they were only carrying 2 each, like at the Corbett's farm. That was a shade over 2 months ago, and in that intervening time he'd found happiness and had it torn from his grip. Hick leaned against the rock, a rough, cold texture against his cheek as he breathed the cool air of a Nevada sunrise, the zephyr zipping between the rocks as it chased the coming heat of the day. What a beautiful place this would be for a picnic, he thought. As he watched the headlights slow, his eyes lifted to the horizon beyond, where the mountains that formed the valley Ezra sat in loomed on the horizon like gods around a celestial chessboard. He glanced at his fellow pieces as they crouched, gripping their weapons and peering nervously at the oncoming cars. White had 1 king and 4 pawns, but what did Black have to set against them? The cars pulled up in a row. A figure climbed out of each, 2 wearing their black masks and the 3rd pulling his down. The other doors opened as the first 3 casually inspected where the track ended. Behind them, the others milled around, at least 2 of them taking a leak. It seemed to be the most routine of routine patrols. "Looks like a well," one man said, pointing down. Another looked beyond where Hick crouched. "What about the lights?" "Ah, it's just a wild goose chase." The first man had a Downton Abbey accent and a dismissive air. "I told Crawford that idiot could barely read a license plate, let alone see things miles away." "That's probably why he sent you. He's not exactly in a good mood at the moment." "Yeah, well, he's lucky he's still in charge. I asked the leader to let me take over. The best thing for the movement where Crawford's concerned would be a bullet in the head." The second man chuckled. "And that's why you're not a commander yet, Miles. You should know by now our leaders don't like to feel they're being ordered around. Crawford's been with them from the beginning, and that means something, even though he's an incompetent ass." Hick gripped the stock of his rifle tight as he listened to them talk. With any luck, they'd turn around and drive away. "Hey, boss. Look, something moving." On the other hand, luck had been in short supply lately. A 3rd figure had joined the others and was pointing into the distance. Hick swung around to see a cloud of dust rising into a lightening sky. "Well, I'll be. Looks like they're heading toward the highway. Come on, we'll head back the way we came and cut them off." They just turned to run back to their cars when Hick rose from behind the rock and opened fire. Adrenaline flooded his body as he saw the first man fall. He wasn't a good man, he knew that well enough, but he hadn't killed anyone who didn't deserve it. Mowing down people he didn't know at all, people who were about to drive away, now that was beyond the pale. And yet he did it because if he stopped shooting, they'd ambush his friends, a strange concept in itself. The others rose and fired. All except Donnie Davis, who was keeping his head down, hunting rifle clutched to his chest. 3 of the fighters had dropped in the initial volley, but the others, including their commander, had made it to the shelter of their cars. Most were crouching behind open doors, returning fire when the magnificent 5 or 4 let up. Hick peered around the side of the rock to see someone creeping sideways. They were trying to outflank their attackers. For all he knew, there was another fighter circling around the other side, but he could only deal with one threat at a time, so he fired a couple of rounds at the cars, then darted out to the side, using the cover of the rocks to track the sneak. Behind him, the crack of gunfire ripped apart the peace of a glorious summer morning, but he wasn't listening. All his attention was on the men creeping in a wide arc around them. He didn't even turn around when someone screamed in anguish from the direction of the defenders. If this fighter got behind them, there'd be a whole lot more screaming. Hick scrambled to the side. Damn it. He'd lost sight of his quarry. On hands and knees he crawled from rock to rock, hands scuffing on the sharp sand and rough vegetation, praying that he wouldn't put his hand down on anything that would bite. With a roar, a dark shape leaped at him. His vision flashed as he gritted his teeth, metallic blood in his mouth, dropping the rifle and falling backward under a blow that ought to have brought down a wild ox. But he'd always been told he was a thick-headed son of a gun, so he rolled away, grunting in fresh pain as his ribs hit a rock, using the agony to fuel a desperate leap upward that surprised his attacker. Hick flung out his fist, connecting with a jaw as he searched the ground for his gun. A glint of steel. He ducked as the knife swept past him and brought his elbow up, connecting with his opponent's solar plexus, then rising as the fighter bent double, wrenching the knife away and stabbing down. With a scream, the figure dropped, metal slicing between the shoulder blades, and Hick kicked the head, knocking the black mask away enough to see that he was fighting a woman. A big woman, to be sure. But all the hate left him as he watched her writhing on the floor trying to grab at her back. More gunfire from behind. Unless he was mistaken, more and more shots were coming from the cars and fewer from the attackers. He had no time. She would have to look after herself, or hope her comrades came to rescue her. He kneeled beside her and took the handgun from her holster before getting up again and heading back to their position, grimacing against the pain in his head and chest. At least some of the magnificent 5 were still firing. In the growing light he spotted Donnie, who had finally galvanized himself into action and was firing steadily from a relatively safe position between 2 rocks. 6 of the enemy were dead, but there was no sign of the leader. Wait, there he was. He'd climbed into the driver's seat of a Land Rover, and as Hick watched, he saw a cloud of smoke emerge from behind it as the leader started it up. Again, Hick abandoned his position and headed at a tangent to give him a line of fire as the Land Rover began to move. But Donnie got there first. He calmly adjusted his aim and looked through the sights of his hunting rifle. Hick watched the muzzle dip at the last moment. Crack. And above the sound of intermittent gunfire, the bang of a tire exploding. Donnie adjusted his aim and crack bang. All 3 Land Rovers were disabled at almost the same moment that said was crippling his father's cars, hundreds of miles away. Another defender peered out from behind a door. Hick brought up his stolen handgun and punched a half-dozen shots into it, the window shattering as the body of the fighter appeared in the dust behind the car. Hick glanced across at his fellow attackers. Aside from Donnie, he could only see one other figure, a woman he recognized but didn't know. Between them lay a body. Suddenly, the remaining sons burst from cover and charged toward Donnie's position. He ducked behind his rock, as if startled back to his default terror. The air around Hick exploded with dust as fire raked his cover. He knew that if he didn't act, their attackers would overwhelm them in moments, and so he leapt up as soon the gunfire paused for a second, and pumped 2 rounds into the chest of the fighter who was bearing down on him, dropping him instantly. He turned to his left and shot at the rushing figures who were over where Donnie hid. The unnamed woman threw herself sideways and fired up, knocking the last defender from his feet. In the sudden silence, Hick nodded to her, then checked that all their opponents were dead. "Where's their leader?" he called. The woman pointed into the distance, where a shape took a zigzagging trajectory from cover to cover as he ran away, heading for distant Ezra. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hickman," Donnie said, looking up from where he crouched, rifle held to his chest. Hickman sighed. "You did the right thing, shooting at the tires. I didn't realize, but it's awful hard to shoot someone dead." He should have been right about that, but Hick had found that the more you did something unpleasant, the less you hated doing it. He shook his head as his thoughts went where he didn't want them to. He wasn't a monster, he was a goddamn hero. "Well, I didn't expect to survive that," the woman said as she kneeled beside a body. "Poor old Tom wasn't so lucky." She shut the eyes of the corpse. The old man would have looked as though he were peacefully asleep, if it hadn't been for the slick of blood leaking into the soil beneath him. Hick put his hand out to her to help her up, grimacing as pain lanced his ribs. I probably should know your name, but you sure are a good shot." "Well, I know well enough who you are. I recall you weren't exactly in favor of me and the rest of us comin' to Hope. You're from Ezra." "Yeah, came with the last shipment of the sick. I was one of the nurses, but I caught the virus myself. Figure I owe Hope, and I always pay my debts. Name's May Petty." They shook hands. She was a black woman in her 50s, with gray shoulder-length hair tied in a ponytail. With her plastic glasses and slight frame, she looked more like a bank teller than a killer. But there was no mistaking the determination in her eyes. Or the threat. "Earl's dead," Donnie said, kneeling beside what remained of a human body. He got the jitters and jumped up. "Killed one of them before the others got him. He was a good man. Played poker like a pro." May went over to Donnie and put a hand on his shoulder. "What are we going to do now? We've given the convoy enough of a head start to get away, but where do we go?" "Well, luckily for us, we've got transport. We can swap the wheels over on one of the Land Rovers, so we've got 4 good tires," Hick said. May gestured at Donnie. "We have to bury Tom and Earl first." Gritting his teeth, Hick nodded. "Sure. There may be tools in one of the cars. Why don't you take a look?" "Help. Me?" The cry was coming from where Hick had fought the masked woman. "Damn it," he muttered. She'd attacked him, cracked his ribs and given him the mother of all headaches, and she hadn't had the decency to die nice and quiet over there in the rocks. But one look at May told him she'd heard the cry. She looked over to where it was coming from, and for a moment he thought she might ignore it. They'd survived a gun battle and saved the refugees from Hope. The last thing they needed was to be burdened with a wounded soldier, much less an enemy fighter. His hopes were dashed, however, when she shook her head and strode toward the sound, leaving Donnie to search for a spade in the cars. The woman had rolled, leaving a trail of black-stained sand and a tide mark of small rocks where she'd kicked her legs. She was on her side, her chest rising and falling like an excited dog. May kneeled beside her. "My name's May, and I'll help you if I can, as long as you promise not to do anything stupid. The fight's over and you lost." "Never was my fight. Just following orders," Hick scoffed. "Folks have used that excuse for centuries. It don't count for nothin' in my book. You always got a choice, and you chose to attack me. Bad move, lady." She looked up at him from ground level, half her face encrusted with sand and grit. "You got lucky." "So did you," May said. She'd removed the woman's jacket and was examining the gash to her back. "Looks like the blade just missed the thoracoacromial artery. If there's a first aid kit in any of those cars, I'll be able to clean and stitch it and bandage it, but you've lost a lot of blood." She glanced up at Hick. "We'll have to take her with us." "I knew you were gonna say that," he groaned. "What do you suggest?" "We just ride up to the barricade and ask them to take her off our hands and let us go on our way." Don't be an idiot, Mr. Hickman. You know what they say about sarcasm. No, we'll have to keep her with us until she's strong enough to go her own way. If we can get enough fluids into her, it might be a couple of days, but if the wound gets infected, then it could be a lot longer. Hicks sighed, then took the first aid kit from Donnie, who had a folding spade in his other hand. I guess we'd better get digging, and let Mary Poppins here work on our new friend. He loped off, looking for a spot where the soil looked diggable. He gazed south in the direction the leader had run, but saw no sign of anything. Hope lay to the north under a pall of smoke that he prayed was only coming from the barricade, and off to the west, he imagined that the trucks of the convoy were now making their way along the highway to Springs. He'd intended to go there to regroup, but he felt himself tugged in all three directions. Crawford was an unfinished job, and he hated the idea of the enemy walking the streets of Hope, his streets. But oh, how he wanted just a couple of days of rest. Not yet, though. For now, he had a grave to dig. Chapter 14. Occupation. Name? Devon glanced at Jesse before returning his gaze to the man in the black mask. David Murphy. This is my wife, Jane. And you are? He pointed at the slight figure on the couch. Ariana. She's our daughter, Devon said. Really? She inherited her mother's color, Devon added with what he hoped was a winning smile. The man looked around the small apartment. And you live here? We hadn't been planning to stay long in Hope, but I guess we're stuck here now. Nodding, the guard consulted his clipboard while his colleague stood against the door, hands on his assault rifle. Do any of you have medical conditions that make you unfit for work? No. He pulled 3 credit card-sized pieces of plastic from his pocket, scribbled their names, and gave one to each of them. These are your temporary IDs. Go nowhere without them. They qualify you for rations. Report to the community center at noon for an announcement from the governor. He turned to go, but Devon couldn't help himself. What would have happened if any of us wasn't fit to work? Rations are given out strictly based on contribution, except in the case of young children. So, if we were an elderly couple? The man shrugged. It might be possible to find a function for some who are unfit for manual labor, but if not, then they would not qualify for rations. They'd be left to starve. Mr. Murphy, he said, looking down at the clipboard again, everyone must contribute as we build a new world. If others wish to feed those who cannot feed themselves, then that is their business. But each ration pack requires 1 unit of work. The guard at the door added in a thick African accent, the fit survive, the weak do not. It is the way of things. Jessie opened her mouth, but saw the look on Devon's face and for once relented. He knew what she was thinking. Something about how that might be the way of the jungle, but it certainly isn't civilized. The man who'd taken their details looked from one to the other again. Take care. There is much to be gained in this new world by those who are willing to work with us, but for those who oppose us there is only death. Choose your side wisely. With that, he spun on his heels as his partner opened the door. Devon breathed out as they left, but only fully relaxed when he heard a knock on the door of his neighbor and knew they couldn't be listening any longer. You know, maybe we've got an explanation for those shots we've heard, Jessie said as she flopped onto the sofa. Devon went over to the window and looked down on the street below. Being on the second floor had always lent the view an odd separation, as if he were watching a webcam feed rather than the world just beneath his feet, and this was only enhanced by the alien nature of what was out there. A Vietnam-era army truck sat at the intersection as soldiers built a roadblock out of beer barrels they were taking from the bar. A roll of barbed wire lay on its side, waiting to be draped across the construction to completely block the north-south highway. Their tactic was obvious: divide and conquer. He'd given up trying to work out how many troops this new governor had at his command, but given that he was able to send them in pairs to every occupied home in Hope, suggested at least hundreds, if not 1,000 or more. An overwhelming force. But why here of all places? When Crawford had attacked from Ezra, he'd had a couple of hundred fighters, but only a corps of trained soldiers. It made sense for someone like him to establish a base in the county city and then extend his area of control from there, but what had happened the previous night was nothing short of an invasion. A blitzkrieg. Jesse was probably right, and the gunshots they heard were citizens of Hope being executed. But he didn't think the grunts who'd searched their apartment were the type who would execute in cold blood, so perhaps they marked down names on a list and others were sent in to do the deed. It took a special kind of killer to murder the helpless, the sort who had been indoctrinated to such a degree that they could view their victims as less than human. It was an age-old technique that dated back to the brutalities of the ancient world, the crimes of the Second World War, and the radicals he had infiltrated in London. As far as they were concerned, planting an explosive that would kill dozens, including women and children, was not a crime because they were Kaffir and therefore not truly God's people. He hadn't seen that madness in the eyes of the two who'd been here. They'd taken his weapons, or at least those he'd disclosed to them, and marked down the answers to their questions with businesslike efficiency, but they were not murderers. So he watched them work on the barrier, glancing along the road to see others moving to and fro as like jewel thieves. They examined every corner of the city to discover what they'd actually taken. Hope was under a heavy boot, and the best Devon Myers could hope to do was to survive. They answered the ringing of the Greek church bell, and followed the others walking along the troop-lined street to the community center. Bowie's store was dark and, from what he could see, empty, and he thought about Martha. He hoped that Joe and Dave had gotten her hidden away before they'd had their knock on the door, though there was every chance they hadn't been visited yet. As Devon guessed, they'd started at the intersection and had worked their way out from there. A pickup was parked outside the community center, and someone had placed a step beside the tailgate to allow someone to easily climb up. By the time the bell rang again to indicate noon, echoing quietly across the little city, Devon reckoned most of the population was there, though there was no sign of the Bowies. People were looking at each other, as if working out who was here and who had escaped. Some were obviously searching the crowd, but the only sound was a quiet murmur and words spoken behind hands. Silence fell as two figures emerged from the community center and black-masked troops lined the pickup, assault rifles held to their chests, fingers on trigger guards. The first to reach the step was a woman, though her face was covered in black. She climbed onto the bed and reached down to help the second one up. It was a man who stepped carefully up, though only one of his legs would bend. He straightened himself and looked out at the crowd before theatrically pulling his mask away. "My name is General Jorge Mendoza, and I am the newly appointed Governor of Hope." He was a stout man with a neatly cropped gray beard and black hair topped with silver. A good-looking man of, Devon supposed, 50 or so, and a man used to having his orders followed to the letter. "You might imagine that my rank is an affectation," he said, his rich voice reverberating in the quiet as the people of Hope waited to learn of their doom. "But I served 20 years in the U.S. Army, rising to the rank of Brigadier General. I was privileged to serve in many countries, both in peacetime and at war, and I believed in the American ideal and the society I was defending." He paused and then very deliberately gazed out at the crowd, as if making sure that they were listening and understanding. "But I was wrong." He roared this last word, and Devon saw many in the crowd flinching as if he was aiming his anger at them. "I came to realize that the country of my birth, and the country I was sworn to defend, was rotten to the core. It wasn't the only one, to be sure. Around the world I found corruption everywhere. The poor sprawling at the feet of the rich for scraps from the table. I knew it had to end." Again he paused, as if to allow what he was saying to sink in. "And then I met those who shared my aims for a simpler, fairer world, in which a man could make his way with hard work and loyalty. A world that works with nature and not against it. A smaller world. A world for our children and their children. This, people of Hope, is our philosophy. You were granted a reprieve, by God perhaps, on that fateful night when we with heavy hearts cleansed our country, setting fire to the rotten wood so new shoots would grow from the ashes. Those who work hard and adapt to our way of life will be rewarded. Those who resist us will be punished. This is the beginning of a glorious future, And you, the people of hope, are blessed to be at the heart of it. The new capital of Eden. There was utter silence as he finished. Devon was confident that Mendoza's message would have resonated with some of the folks there, the followers of Ward McAndrew for example, but as a whole, the people of hope were too stunned to react. "Do you have nothing to say?" Devon spotted a ripple in the sea of heads, and then the crowd spat out a figure he didn't recognize. An old man pointed up at Mendoza, and Devon's heart froze as he heard him speak. "Sure, I got something to say. How about you and your boys get yourselves back on your trucks and hightail it out of here? I served a full tour in Nam, and I'm here to tell you you're a disgrace to the uniform you once wore. You swore an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States, and instead you betrayed it. You're nothing but a terrorist, and I ain't about to bow my head to the likes of you." It was as if everyone there, Hoper and occupier alike, was holding their breath while Mendoza allowed the man to sign his own death warrant. The new governor indicated to a soldier who was standing in front of the pickup, who grabbed the old man by the collar and dragged him toward the step. "No, leave him down there," Mendoza said. He moved to the edge of the truck bed and looked down. Devon craned his neck to get a view, but he could barely see the old man's head looking defiantly up at the general. Mendoza turned his head and raised his voice, so it boomed out over the silent crowd. For a community to function, it must have unity of purpose. It must act as one for the benefit of all. But even the strongest walls can be undermined, and I will not allow the poison of sedition to spread here. He pulled a handgun from within his jacket, pointed it at the man, and Devon saw a spray of red as an instant later the report bounced from house to house. Mendoza held the pose for a few moments, and then turned to face the crowd. "I thank this man for making the choices you face crystal clear. Work with us to create a future in which everyone can lead a meaningful life or oppose us and die. It is as simple as that. I am your governor, and this is my adjutant." He gestured at the female, who'd remained motionless beside him throughout. "As I have removed my mask so that you can see who I am, she will also do so." He gestured at her, and she began pulling at the black balaclava. "She will be responsible for the day-to-day operation of hope, and she has my full authority to act in my name, including the enforcement of summary justice." The mask came clear, and the woman shook her strawberry blonde ponytail free before gazing out at the nervous crowd. "My name is—" "Oh my God," Jesse hissed. "It's Mariana." Devon's jaw had dropped open as he watched the woman speak. He didn't hear what she was saying as his mind was whirling so fast he could barely keep himself upright. The last time he'd seen Mariana DeMille was when they'd left her at a church on the East Coast. When they'd come back, she'd gone and the two people they'd left her with were dead. Devon had figured that the best that could have happened was that she'd been taken by the Sons to one of their communities and turned into just another indentured worker. And if this really was her, then that must have been the beginning of it. But it couldn't be. Mariana DeMille had been the naive daughter of the leader of Salt Lake City's Mormon survivors. Elliot DeMille had sent her with Devon and Jesse because he thought she'd be safer with them than by staying in SLC. Then it struck him. The force that had invaded Hope must have come through Salt Lake City, which lay on the highway north out of the town. Which meant that SLC had fallen. But Mariana. "It is my task to ensure the efficient operation of Hope, and I will see it done. You will shortly receive your work assignments. Those who do not work do not eat. Now return home and wait for further orders." Devon remained there, staring at her as she surveyed the crowd. Just as she turned to go, he thought their eyes met, but she instantly withdrew and climbed down from the pickup. Elliot DeMille thumbed through the green book that his daughter had given him just before she left. He would have preferred to console himself with his copy of the Book of Mormon, but they had taken it from him along with everything else when they'd shut him in here to sit and think. The Green Book was an odd amalgam of religious text, mainly blasphemous to the eyes of Elliot DeMille, secular philosophy and practical manual. It had sections taken from the works of men and women through the ages on how best to control large populations with small occupying forces. He'd read the words of Julius Caesar, Adolf Hitler, and Mao Zedong, as well as the gentler teachings of Jesus Christ, the Tripitaka, and Muhammad. He'd learned how to irrigate fields without using the electrical grid. There was much about the practicalities of various crops and where they should be grown. He'd been fascinated by the section on ensuring water was fit to drink and how much food a working man or woman needs to fuel them for a long day in the field. It was interesting and terrifying in equal measure, but Elliot DeMille was most intrigued by the words and phrases highlighted in neon yellow. On the inside of the front cover he found his daughter's name, so this had been her copy and therefore her notes. Individually, they seemed to make some sense in that they would highlight a significant part of the overall page. But he couldn't shake the feeling that she might have hidden a message. In his darker moments, and those were many, he considered this a delusional thought. He couldn't accept that Mariana would turn from the loving, placid daughter to an apostle of this hateful group that had been responsible for the deaths of hundreds of millions in the U.S. and almost certainly billions worldwide. And yet she had treated him with nothing but contempt when she'd returned. She'd ordered him locked in this room with nothing but the Green Book for company, and so he languished here, fed and watered, but otherwise forgotten. He looked at the jumble of words he'd scribbled on the back of a torn-off section of wallpaper. If there was a message, he would find it. If there was a message, then his daughter would have needed to hide it well for fear of being revealed herself. And if there was a message, then there was also hope. Elliot DeMille stared at the words until his eyes grew sore. Chapter 15. Amanda. Amanda? Margie. Are you here? Sam peered into the dark interior of the cottage on the beach as the kitchen window banged against its rotten frame. There was no reply, so she edged around to the back door under the veranda where she had watched Margie playing in the sea. Saeed followed her while Jay sat in the car, only half awake. She had no idea where they were going to go next, but first they had to find the friends they'd left at the house when they'd gone to find fuel. Jay had assured her that he hadn't given away the place's location when Azari had questioned him, not least because he hadn't really paid attention to where it was exactly. He'd left the navigating to Sam. She pulled the door open, wincing as it screeched against its rusty hinges, and crept inside. Her heart had sunk as soon as they'd arrived to find the windows smashed and debris scattered everywhere. She imagined passing bandits killing her friends and ransacking the place, but she'd been able to find no sign of any bodies. The place certainly didn't smell as if there were corpses rotting inside. Saeed had given her his handgun and she led with it, finger resting beside the trigger guard, swinging it left and right as she moved inside, squinting into the shadows cast by the bright sun. She snapped around as something creaked in the living room. Just a closet door moving in the breeze. Or someone waiting to ambush them. Who's in there? Is it really you? Another creak, and then a familiar round figure emerged into the corner of the living room, creeping across the floor as if it were being stealthy. Margie. Margie. Oh, thank God. Sam handed the gun to Saeed and ran into the room, pulling the sobbing Margie into a hug. They killed Mommy. She made me hide in our secret place, but I saw what they did to her. They hurt her real bad and I wanted to help, but I had promised and Elsa says you should always keep your promises. Sam held her tight and wept for her friends, the one who had died and the other who'd witnessed it. I buried her. When they'd gone. It was horrible, but I couldn't leave Mommy. She had blood on her and everything. Poor Mommy. Why don't you show me? And Margie led her by the hand out to the beach, where pebbles had been piled over what was probably too shallow a grave. But it would have to do, because it had been made with love. We cannot linger here, Saeed muttered. I am sorry, but we are too close to my father's vineyard, and we cannot be certain that Jay didn't tell him where he'd been. Sam held Margie close and talked over her shoulder as they stood on the beach. She'd felt at peace here from time to time, but it was now forever tainted by the death of Amanda. Where should we go? Back to your father? Sam shook her head. No, he sent me west because he knew Hope was going to be attacked. Hope? Is that where you're from? You've heard of it? How is that possible? Said leaned in, as if they might be overheard. My father told me of it. He said it is a town that was spared the cleansing, and that it would be the western capital of the new America. A great army has been sent to take it from the non-believers. Those infidels are led by my father, Sam said. Good grief, he has no idea what he's up against. He thinks Ezra is his enemy. I am sorry, but if your father is in hope, then we must not return there. Sam took in a lungful of sea air. No, we need to disappear. We need to go somewhere they won't look for us. Then we must find somewhere that the sons would not consider interesting. Like where? Said shrugged. Their vision is of a land full of farms and farmers. So we need to go somewhere they would not think of. It's a big country, and they might pass us by if we can stay hidden. And who knows what the future holds. Maybe they will fall apart. What does that mean? They're united enough at the moment, but my father fears that the organization will fall apart once they've established control across the country. Sam grunted. Which would be too late for most of us. Yeah. We need to disappear. What I want to know is who put Abdul here in charge. Sam looked up to see Jay limp into view, looking like death warmed up, and only slightly. Don't be a complete jerk, Jay. You know his name's Said. And he saved our lives. You haven't forgotten who his father is, have you? Said turned to face Jay. But I am not my father, and if you asked him now, he would tell you he no longer has a son. If anything, I have more to lose than you do if my father should find us. Well, I say we should go our own way. Where? Sam asked. Back to Springs. We know people there, and we can rest while we come up with a plan. Said turned back to Sam. Where is this Springs? 150 miles northwest of Hope. Some of our people helped them get rid of the gang that ran the place. Too close to Hope, I think. Springs will inevitably be taken by the Sons. But please, if that is your wish, I will not stop you. Though I would be happier if we remained together. I bet you would. Oh, shut up, Jay. Margie pulled away from Sam. Stop arguing, she said. We have to stick together. And I know where we can go. She ran into the house and returned with a leaflet in her hands. Look, Mommy told me about it. They would never find us if we went there. Sam took the leaflet and examined the map on the back. What do you think? She said, showing it first to Said and then more reluctantly to Jay. Yes. Margie is right. We will be safe there, for now. She didn't wait to get a reaction from the sour-faced Jay. Well done, Margie. Let's go see the redwoods. Sam's father was pacing up and down outside the barn where, a mere couple of months before, he'd woken up to the vision of Cassie Miller washing herself in a barrel. This had been the only place Hick could think of where they could stop to tend to their wounded enemy fighter. He and Donnie had transferred a tire from one of the other Land Rovers to the one that had been least damaged by the gun battle, though the wind whistled through the bullet holes in its doors. They then completely disabled the other two, in case the commander they'd last seen running away was hiding behind a rock, ready to scamper out when they left. When they'd reached the highway, they turned right toward Springs, but May was turning into a pain in the butt, and she'd insisted they stop so their prisoner could be attended to. As far as Hick was concerned, the perfect medicine was a lead bullet, but May had a way about her he wasn't entirely inclined to defy. So he'd headed for what had been Corbett's farm. The gnomes had entirely disappeared beneath a curtain of grass and weeds, but there was no sign of the Sons occupying it yet, and the barn was still there. He'd gotten tired of their prisoner's squawking, as May used a needle and thread from her pack to stitch together the ragged edges of her wound. He guessed it probably hurt a bit, but that's what came of picking to fight for the bad guys. Hick gazed around at what had once been a thriving farm. The burned-out remains of a pair of tractors lay among the rubble of the barns that had sheltered them, as green and yellow vegetation sprang out of every gap in the concrete surface of the farmyard. Give nature a couple of years, and the barn he was standing outside would be alone in a landscape of rampant plants and rusting machinery. But nature wouldn't get a couple of years. Soon enough, someone would reclaim this place and get the wells working again. He realized that the woman had stopped her screaming, so he ambled inside again, to find her leaning up against a wooden post of the pen they'd kept the cattle in. He wondered what would happen to the cows under the new regime in Hope. Maybe they, at least, would be pleased with the change of management. "I guess I should say thank you for not leaving me to die out there," the woman said. She had a deep voice, and looked as though she had been inflated in every direction. She reminded him a little of Brienne of Tarth. "Though I didn't appreciate the knife in the back. I didn't appreciate being snuck up on." Her face fell and she sighed. "Yes, I understand that. I was following orders. Like a good soldier. I was once. Before all this happened." For some inexplicable reason, he felt sorry for her. Perhaps the most frustrating thing about this new world was that his long-dormant empathy gene seemed to be very inconveniently coming to life. He got down into the straw beside her. "My name's Paul Hickman. I was mayor of Hope." "Hickman?" She jerked back, eyes wide. "You're dead." "Evidently not." She shook her head. "I don't understand. I was there when Crawford announced it. He said his operative had assassinated you. Apparently he failed." "Crawford's going to be so mad," she said, her smile widening. "He's just found out that Leader Mendoza has taken Hope. When he finds out you're still alive, well, I'd sure like to be there to see it." "You don't like him?" She leaned her head back, wincing as her wound stretched. "I'm used to not liking my commanding officers. I'm not so used to them being incompetent maniacs. The name's Chris Ritter." She held out her hand and Hickman shook it. "And no, I've never been a man. I've always been big." Hick felt himself flush as she saw through his first reaction to her name. "Pleased to meet you, Chris. So, what are you planning to do now?" "Well, seems to me I owe you one, and besides, I'm in no condition to go my own way just yet." May appeared from outside the barn, dragging a trail of cigarette smoke in after her. "So, have we all made friends now? Only we need to decide where we go next." "To Springs," Hick said, though without conviction. "What do you think is going to happen when Commander West makes it back to Crawford?" Hick shrugged. "Crawford blows his head off for failure?" "Oh no. West is well connected. He won't be punished for getting my comrades and friends killed and running off." "Well." She leaned in. "Crawford's taken enough beatings. But when West reports the direction your convoy was heading in, he'll put two and two together." Hick cursed under his breath. "He'll go after Springs." "Exactly. Ezra's been a disaster for him from the start. He shouldn't have strung up the mayor when he could have worked with her. She seemed almost as sociopathic as him. They'd have made a good pair. And that led to the attack on the compound. No, he wants a clean slate. He thought he had it in Hope, but Mendoza got there first." Hick felt the weight of responsibility slipping like a ball and chain around his ankle again. "So, I guess we have to go after Crawford." "Hold on just a minute." Donnie's frame loomed from the other side of the cattle pen. "We're supposed to be going to Springs." That was the agreement. "Plans change, Donnie. There's no point going there just to wait for Crawford's forces to follow us. We've got the machine guns on the trucks, but we can't hold off a big attack." Donnie stood, looking from one to the other of them. "But how do we know we can trust her?" He jerked a finger at Ritter, who merely shrugged in response. "She could be leading us into a trap for her boss." Hick sighed and rubbed his eyes, before glancing up at Ritter, who was watching him closely. "I don't think so. And anyway, I reckon she can get us a lot closer to her boss than if we tried to go in alone. What do you think, May?" May Petty got up, went across to Donnie, and put her arm through his. "I reckon it's time we put Ezra out of its misery. Without him, maybe his fighters will melt away. There's only a handful of trained sons still with him. The rest are just the scared and the bullies." "Which camp did you fall into?" Hick asked, casting a shrewd eye at Chris. She smiled. I was a believer, but I've realized that sometimes the end doesn't justify the means. I'm on your side. Then let's kill the son of a bitch. You're not going anywhere until that wound has healed up a little. I suggest the first order of business is to scavenge up some supplies, May said, looking from Hick to Donnie. Chapter 16. Slaves. Devon trudged onto the field with Jade grumbling alongside him. This was their third straight day working on the new canal that would divert water from the river running south through the valley, and eventually on to Ezra. An old-timer had told him that this had been Hope's River until they'd been ordered to remove all the irrigation, so they didn't reduce the flow to the county seat, so they were just restoring what was rightfully theirs. Devon had listened as patiently as possible, while his heart sank. This old fool, at least, was starting to sympathize with the sons. A return to the old ways was the insidious message that was now penetrating the initially resistant community of Hope. Devon took a mattock from the pile of rusting tools, then found a smaller one and handed it to Jade. You sure you don't regret coming with me? She ran her sleeve across her nose, looking less the YouTube star and more a street urchin from Victorian London. I guess I could be hiding in the rubble of Ezra, waiting to be picked up. Yeah, real cool. She took the wooden handle and dragged it toward their section of the trench. The first thing he'd noticed about her had been how tiny she was. Somehow, all the sass of a 25-year-old woman of the world was squeezed into the frame of a young teen. She hadn't had a spare ounce of fat on her, and this world, the stress and the lack of rations was taking its toll. When they reached their trench, they found the other two sitting on the edge, tools by their sides. Joe Bowie waved wearily to him. Next to Joe sat Jordan Lacey, the young man who'd brought an RV full of kids from West Wendover. Just as with Jade, it had been a case of out of the frying pan, into the fire. To both, the sanctuary offered by Hope had proven to be a mirage. Hey Joe, Devon said as he sat down beside him. How's Martha? Bowie shook his head. They found her. What? Yeah. Second time they searched the house, they went straight upstairs. Someone must have snitched. Devon leaned in close. What did they do? Nothing. Just said she'd be getting no rations on her own account. Called her dead weight. Joe Bowie raised his head and looked out across the field as the stragglers filed into place. Truth is, Devon, they're just about right. There ain't nothin' of the old Martha left. She didn't even say nothin' to 'em when they burst in on her. Can you imagine that? I'm sorry, Joe. I really am. A car horn pierced the quiet of the morning, and people instantly got to their feet as 2 Land Rovers drove onto the field, and 8 masked figures jumped out. They had cattle prods in their hands and assault rifles over their shoulders, and the people of Hope had learned quickly that the sons would not hesitate to use them. So, they immediately got to work. Each gang had a rectangle of land to cut out that, once finished, would connect with the one next to it. They then cut smaller channels at right angles to make a network of irrigation canals that would turn this arid corner to the north of Hope into productive farmland. He had to concede that the sons were more than just land-grabbing terrorists, they had a plan. And in many ways, their vision of self-sustaining communities living in harmony with nature was as alluring to him as the "it was better in the old days" message was to others. At least it would be, if he believed that the ends could ever justify the means. Or if he thought they really meant it. He took his place in one corner of the trench, checked that Jade was in hers, and swung. They would swap in an hour so that their rectangle didn't turn into a rhombus, and to allow Jade to take it easy in the corner his bigger muscles had excavated, but for now she would have to swing as hard as she could. One thing he'd learned about the sons was that they weren't a monolithic organization. Sure, they worked together, and he'd seen little evidence of any sort of schism, but he'd now experienced 3 groups, and they were all different. In Pennsylvania, the small team that had taken over the Amish seemed to him to be mainly motivated by their own religious beliefs. They had simply added a layer of threat and violence to an already working community. He found himself wondering what had happened to Noah and Anna. In Ezra, the takeover had been entirely military. Though he'd seen no evidence that Crawford himself had a service background, he certainly had military delusions. Mayor Hawkins had already begun rebuilding the nucleus of the city when Crawford had taken over, his eyes immediately turning to Hope. But the invasion of Hope had been of a different order entirely. Devon guessed that Salt Lake City had been the first to be occupied, and that again the leader of that invasion had heard of the town that had survived, the last city, and it had been too tempting a prize to ignore. In the days since Hope had fallen, the occupying force had quickly begun to organize for the long term. The work he and the others were doing today would bear fruit next year, not this. They were putting down roots, and he wondered how much of this labor was to make that point as much as it had a practical purpose. "We are here, and we're staying," was the message, and already he could see heads bowing to what felt like the inevitable. "Say, Devon, did you hear about what they're doing over at the mine?" Devon glanced up quickly, but Joe had picked the right moment. All the guards were out of earshot. "No. What's going on?" "When Pa was collecting our rations, they was talking about it." "You sent Dave to get the rations?" Devon hissed. "Seriously?" Leonard Dave Bowie was in his 70s and not fit for work. He didn't therefore qualify for rations, though he did qualify for persecution. Joe shrugged. "You try telling him that." "So the three of you are living off just your rations?" "Yeah. I'll bring round some of ours after our shift." Jade shot him a poisonous side eye, but he ignored her. "That's real kind, Dev, but I can't have you talking that sort of a risk for us. If you're caught after curfew. But anyway, the mines. They've got folks in there clearing the old shacks out." "Why?" "Dunno for sure, but word is they're making dormitories and sealing the place up like Fort Knox." "Hey you!" Devon snapped around to see a black-masked figure striding toward them, cattle prod held out. "You want a taste of this?" Devon ignored him, but he raised his mattock and brought it down as the others began work again. He cursed himself for not keeping an eye on the guards, as this particular one was known for his casual cruelty. It seemed that it was the way of regimes like the Suns, the Nazis, and the Taliban. They wouldn't function at all without regiments of scumbags like this, whose only motivation was to make sure they were the ones inflicting pain rather than sympathizing with those on the other end of the whip. A searing bolt of agony sent Devon to the ground. Blood filled his mouth as he bit through the edge of his tongue. He resisted the impulse to leap up out of the trench and beat the beast to a pulp. He could do it, he knew. But then they might shoot him or hang him from a streetlight, and where would Jesse and Jade be then? So he swallowed his own blood, picked himself up, and without looking at the guard, he swung his mattock again. The rest of the day was a torture of cramping muscles and devastating heat. They had 3 short breaks in 12 hours, during which they guzzled down water drawn from the river, then boiled and poured into horse troughs. At noon, they ate what could only be described as a gruel, ladled into their enamel mugs. It was oatmeal boiled in river water with some added sugar, and it would have been disgusting if they hadn't been starving. They had one more meal of cookies from the warehouse. Stale and soft, they seemed like a luxury, though Devon ate resentfully. They were being treated like beasts. Valuable certainly, but beasts nonetheless. When he finally put down his mattock, he was barely able to climb out of the trench. He glanced to the front to see that the gap between their cutting and the one in front was now no more than 10 yards. Tomorrow, then, they would move on to something else, though he had little hope it would be any easier. He limped toward the exit fence and the minibus, dropping his mattock into the pile and rubbing the soil off his hands. As he turned to check that Jade was behind him, he tripped and fell face down in the sandy soil, his lips crusted with grit. He heaved himself onto his knees to see the guard who'd prodded him earlier, smiling down at him. "You want to watch where you're going, boy," he said. And then, before Devon could react, he allowed a gob of spit to roll out of his mouth and onto Devon's hand. Devon leaped up and lunged, sending the guard flying backward with a yell. Hands grabbed Devon, but in his rage he pulled them with him as he tried to get to the guard who was lifting his cattle prod. Other guards were running toward them with their rifles drawn as Devon felt himself released, and the other workers withdrew. He turned to see Jade being pulled away by Joe, both of them looking at him with horror. Then agony upon agony. And darkness. He awoke to find his face pressed against cold iron bars as he lay on his side. It took a few moments for his memory to rewind and then fast forward again, but he couldn't remember anything after the fight in the field. He must have been brought here unconscious and left. Here was easy enough to pinpoint. He was in one of the 2 cells of the Hope police house that he'd reopened only a few months before. Only the building was no longer occupied by officers of the law. "Ah, you're awake then?" He sat up as a large man with a long bushy beard ambled in from the office. "You're lucky I was all out of rope when they dragged you in here. Standing orders are to string up anyone who assaults a guard, but I got word you're to be spared the hanging the likes of you deserve." The man spoke calmly enough, but there was no disguising the loathing in his voice. More than anything, he reminded Devon of someone who'd been living in the wilderness for years, until the promise of unremitting violence drew him back to what passed for civilization. He wore no mask, nor did the sand-colored military surplus jacket conform to any police uniform this side of the Middle East. No, Devon had met his type before. Like flies around a cowpat, evil attracts evil. "So, what's going to happen to me?" "You shut your damn mouth. They said I had to keep you alive, but they didn't say nothing about how alive. How many broken legs do you reckon a man can survive? I got a mind to find out. I got a mind to find." That's poetry right there. The man was obviously insane. Devon went to swing his legs over the edge of the bed, only to find that his ankles had been cuffed together. Ready for the hangman, presumably. "Yeah, trussed up like a pig you were. I'd have hung you right there and then, but she stopped me." Devon wanted to ask who this she was, but he also didn't want to give his captor the satisfaction. "Are you hungry? Thirsty? Well, are ya?" Devon shrugged. Truth was, his mouth was dry and his throat constricted. He'd have given anything for a glass of river water. Anything other than his self-respect. The man stood for a moment, as if working out what to do next. Devon knew that his captor desperately wanted to hurt him, but was being held back by, what? It had to be fear of what might happen if he went too far. Perhaps the thug wasn't as stupid as he appeared. He turned around and left Devon on his own. The first order of business was to use the bucket in the corner, and that achieved, Devon settled back and tried to still his mind. He saw Jesse and Jade there. What were they thinking? What were they doing? It was a workday, so Jade at least should be in the field digging the trench. But then the door swung open and there she was, the jailer looming behind her. He gave her a shove inside and she went sprawling to the floor. "Jade." "No," Devon said as she jumped up and made to retaliate. The beast could have snapped the girl in two, and they couldn't rely on whatever had saved Devon working for her. She froze, then got up, brushed herself down and came across to where Devon stood. Surprisingly, the guard didn't come into the room, but merely threatened from the doorway. "Thank God you're alive. Everyone said like you'd be dead by now." Devon shrugged. "I don't know why, but they didn't hang me." "Yeah, well, I got a message right from the top. Said I gotta deliver it exactly how she told me." "Who? Jessie?" Jade's face fell. "No, not Jessie. She's gone." "What?" "Let me tell you the message before I forget. She said she knows who you are. Says she won't be able to save you again. Jessie's been taken so's you won't do nothing stupid. She says this is your one and only chance." "Where's Jessie gone?" "I dunno, but they let her take Dorothy. Not Toto, though." Devon sat on the end of the bed, the metal creaking under him. "Who told you all this?" "She came to the apartment last night when they took Jessie. The guards went and she stayed, just for a few seconds. She whispered the message. I didn't think she wanted them to hear her. She told me twice, but then one of them came back and she went." "Who?" Though he knew the answer already. "That woman who was on the truck with the general." Devon shook his head. "Mariana. Well, I'll be damned." Chapter 17. Lost and found. As Devon woke up in the cell, Paul Hickman was pacing up and down outside the barn that had been their makeshift home for the past 2 days. He was as antsy as a tiger with toothache. His father had lectured him on being too hasty as a child, but he hated inaction because it led to introspection, and he simply didn't want to face how black the situation was. Hope was gone. It was under the jackboots of the sons of Solomon, and he didn't have the first semblance of a plan to do anything about it. Sam was gone. He'd sent her away with a crippled lover in a decision that he couldn't make much sense of now, other than that otherwise she'd now be in their power. But then, there was every chance she'd been captured by them anyway. Or worse. And Hick hated uncertainty above all else. He could only hope that the convoy had made it to Springs, but even if it had, how long before the Sons went there? Hickman mumbled to himself as he kicked stones in the morning sunshine. You know it's the first sign of madness. Chris Ritter wandered out of the barn and stood alongside him. His only response was a raised eyebrow and a slight smile. Look, I know you've got itchy feet and I appreciate you waiting a couple of days for my wound to start to heal. What's next for you? Springs? He gazed out at the farmyard, all rotting fences and tall yellow grass. This was all they'd talked about, since they'd supposedly made their decision. I dunno. I guess that'd be the easy road. But I'd spend my days waiting for these SOBs to roll up and take everything we have. I can see what an idiot I was to think we could beat them. The barn wall creaked as she leaned against it. She was even taller than he'd imagined and had a good 3 or 4 inches on him, so he straightened up subconsciously. You want to go after Crawford, don't you? She said, omitting the question mark. He nodded. Yeah. There ain't a lot I can do about Hope. My days as mayor are over. Huh. To think that was all that mattered to me, becoming mayor and getting one over on Gil Summers. All seems so petty now. Heck, I wouldn't mind having a conversation with him right now. Though I don't imagine I'd like his advice. Never did. It does seem hopeless. I knew Mayor Hawkins pretty well. I was part of the National Guard unit stationed there. Helped get those weapons onto your trucks, though I told her she was crazy to let you have them. When Crawford came, the mayor surrendered almost immediately, and I was given a choice: embrace the new regime or be sent on my way, with a bullet in the back of the head, I expect. She sighed and glanced at Hick. I know what you're thinking. I'm not proud of my choice. I became part of the problem, and all I got out of it was this lousy green book. Hick took the book and flicked through the pages. What is it, some sort of Bible? Not really. It's more a manifesto and a handbook. Though to be honest, I haven't read much of it. Keep it if you want. Why? Know your enemy. Isn't that what they say? She turned toward him. With a splintering sound, she fell sideways through a hole that had suddenly appeared in the rotten wood, as dust exploded outward. Chris. Hick thrust his hand into the gap and found hers. Are you okay? She sat up, covered in splinters and dust, looking up at him with all the hurt pride of Oliver Hardy in a fireplace. Then she laughed, and for the first time in uncounted days, so did Hick. That afternoon, they were in the Land Rover heading southeast. Chris was in the front passenger seat. She had the black mask on her lap, ready to put it on if they spotted any movement. They'd returned to the site of the gun battle and given the fallen enemy a decent burial, though that had made Chris's wound open a little, and in the end most of the digging had been done by Hick and Donnie. Donnie and May sat in the back seat, dressed in the uniforms of the dead, and they drove with the windows open to disperse the sickly scent of decay. They were heading back to Ezra to kill John Crawford. Hick had tried to persuade May and Donnie to make their way to Springs, on foot if necessary, but they'd insisted on coming along. In truth, it was a choice between evils, and this mission at least offered the chance of revenge, though it was a remote one. Hick took a right off 50, down a short dirt track and past a rusting sign. May and Chris had agreed that the best way to approach the town without coming across a roadblock was to cut across the lunar desolation of the copper mines that spread across the landscape, looking as though giants had taken huge bites out of the low mountains and vomited them into piles of slag. Hope had its own mines, but one of the reasons that Ezra had grown into the county city was that it was built on a much richer concentration of the green ore. Ingersoll's copper mine was the first in a series of interconnected crater-like workings, and the gate was wide open, leading into a compound of destroyed sheet iron shacks and cabins. Hick took the Land Rover along the green-tinged sandy tracks that circled the pit with its terraces of infilled waste, passing beside the rotting conveyor that had taken tons of rock to processing. And then, as he crested the hill, he realized, "I've been here before. Good God alive, this was where Rusty was taken." He shook his head. For a moment it had seemed like the most amazing coincidence, but Ezra was only a small city, and it'd only have so many copper mines. He had merely approached it from the opposite direction and had experienced that thrill of recognition when he'd stumbled upon the familiar, out of the strange. "So, the hospital is in that direction. Good, I know where I am now. Hey, there's the cabin they were using." He pointed at a cluster of buildings gathered around a sand-strewn parking lot. "The sheriff was here?" May said. "Yeah. I thought he was a hostage, but turns out he was running the place by the time I got there." The Land Rover skidded as it climbed the final terrace, and Hick pulled on the steering wheel to bring it back under control. "What happened to the others?" "Oh, they came back to Hope. Some are there now, but plenty of them headed to Springs when the convoys started running. Rusty was pretty sweet on one of them, so I don't reckon he minds the move." "Why do you ask?" May gestured past his shoulder. "Because someone's there. I saw movement." Hick stepped down on the brake pedal and grabbed his Glock from the glove compartment. "Why are we stopping?" Chris said. "We've got a job to do." But Hick was already out of the car and striding toward the door. To the casual observer, the place looked as though it hadn't been occupied for a while. Trash had piled up where it had blown into the sheltered corner at the point where the two sides of the building met. A layer of sand and dust had formed on the asphalt path that led to the front door, which looked for all the world as if it hadn't been opened in months. May was at his shoulder. "I saw someone in this window, I'd swear to it." "Yeah, it's only just been shut. They must have heard us coming." "I'll go around back," Chris said. Hick nodded, though she hadn't waited for his agreement. He watched her jog away, assault rifle held to her chest, reminding him less of Brienne and more of a female Terminator. He wouldn't have rated Arnold's chances in the second movie if she'd been the liquid robot. She sure was impressive. "Donnie, you stay with the car. The last thing we need is for that to be taken while we're inside." "Got it?" "Got it, Mr. Hickman," he said before running off, obviously relieved. Hick glanced across at May. "Stay behind me, will you? Oh, don't give me any of your male chauvinist crap." Sighing, Hick pushed at the door. It opened a crack onto darkness. "Anyone here? We don't mean no harm, but it'd be real good if you showed yourselves so no one gets jumpy. You hear me?" There was no answer, though Hick heard the sounds of receding footsteps. He drew in a deep breath and, patience long expired, held the Glock at arm's length and ran in, weaving back and forth in his best impression of a TV FBI raid. A door opened at the end of the room, and he saw the silhouette of a large, unmistakably female figure running away. "Hey, hold up." He ran after her, pulled the door open, saw her disappear into a side room, and followed her at full speed. Bang! A chunk of doorframe exploded, and Hick threw himself sideways to shelter behind a chair. He just had time to register that there was a bed in the room. A bed with someone in it. Bang! Hick saw footsteps coming toward him, so he thrust out with his feet, pushing the chair he was behind outward. With a grunt, he saw a shape fall, and he was on his knees, scrambling around until he could grab the figure as it tried to get up. He brought his fist down, blood spraying, before lifting it again. "No! Stop!" A hand grabbed him, stopping him from punching down again. He snarled as he twisted around to see May looking down at him. Chris was in the doorway, her rifle scanning the interior. "Don't hurt her anymore," May said. He turned again to look at his attacker. Geez. Beneath a thick layer of grime and blood was the face of a woman, eyes wide with rage, fear, and pain. He didn't apologize as he got to his knees again. After all, she'd nearly killed him. May slipped past him, and he hauled himself onto his feet with the aid of the chair. Chris had moved from the doorway to the bed and was looking down at the figure on the bed, her back to him. With a ripping sound, she pulled away a strip of duct tape. The hidden figure took a deep breath and then said, "Thank you. You ain't gonna kill me, are you?" The voice was relieved and frightened. And it was familiar. Adrenaline lanced through Hick's gut as he pushed past Chris and looked down at the bound and formerly gagged man on the bed. He spat out a name as if it was a curse. Brain. Jesus, how in God's good heaven? You're dead. I killed you. Brain, or the shell of a man who had once been Hick's chief henchman, smiled weakly. You didn't kill me enough, boss. I sure am sorry. Hick brought his Glock up and Chris grabbed his arm and said, Seriously? You're going to execute a helpless man? I trusted this scum and he betrayed me. Tried to kill me, nearly did it too. No one betrays me and lives. Chris held his arm with an unyielding strength he couldn't match, as Hick looked down at the wide-eyed Brain, his hands tied to the bed frame. I thought you were better than the likes of Crawford. Don't let me down, Hick. He breathed out and glanced at her. Here, take it, he said, releasing his fingers as she took the handgun from him. I ain't gonna kill him just yet. I want to know how come this goddamn piece of filth is still alive when I broke his neck and saw his body with my own eyes. Don't you go talking to him like that. The woman who'd shot at him stood in front of May, who was covering her with her own shotgun. He sure is a bad boy, but he's getting better every day, ain't you, Brainy? Hick glanced down at Brain, whose eyes were, if anything, even wider. Please, boss, let me go. Don't let her come near me. She's been terrible cruel. Looking from one to the other, Hick wondered whether they'd stumbled on something truly grotesque. Where are the keys? Chris asked the woman. She shook her head, but Chris brought her rifle to bear. I said, where are the keys? May gritted her teeth and plunged her hand into the filthy pockets of the woman's moth-eaten timber jacket. After a few moments, she pulled out a set of keys. You don't want to let him go. He's liable to run off. Done it twice for I found those cuffs the sheriff left. Taking the keys from May, Chris freed Brain's hands and he let out a yell of relief and pain before rubbing the sores running around his wrists. He howled as he brought his arms back to their natural position. How long have you been cuffed? Hick asked, unable to resist. Seems like weeks. Hick looked around the little room. But how have you, the bathroom? The woman grunted. Oh, he's been a bad boy. Soiled herself, so since then he gets only soup and not a lot of that. Until he learns his lesson that Katie, she don't change the sheets just for him to ruin them again. A tiny, inconvenient spark of sympathy lit inside Hick's stone-cold heart as he thought about the conditions his former aide had been enduring. Mind, if they'd simply driven on by, then Brain would have been dead in a week or two anyway, judging by the state of him. But, like when the cat craps behind the sofa, once you've seen it, you gotta do something about it. Please help me, boss. I'm terrible sorry I double-crossed you. I was a idiot and I didn't mean those words I said. Yeah, you did, Hick said, but without malice. He turned to Chris. Will you and May take Annie Wilkes here out front and keep an eye on her? Don't worry, I ain't gonna hurt Brain. We're just gonna have a little chat. Chris shot him a doubtful look, but she followed May and Brain's captor out of the room. Once the sound of footsteps on the wooden floor had faded away, Hick turned to his former goon. Now, you son of a... Brain raised his hands to his face. You ain't gonna hurt me, are you, boss? You promised that, big gal. No, I won't hurt you, but if you don't fill me in on what the heck is going on here, I swear I'll smother you where you lay. And make it fast. You can start by explainin' why you ain't dead. Brain pushed himself up the bed until he was leaning against the wall. Hick breathed in a lungful of stale sweat and worse, then coughed it out as he moved his chair a little farther back. Well, it's like this. You pushed me and I fell back. When I woke up, I was here, and I couldn't move a muscle. The sheriff, he came in and he told me I'd broke my neck and if I'd rather be dead, he could see to it. But if I wanted to live, then it'd be a world of pain and a long time, and even then, I might not ever walk again. Rusty knew you were alive. Hick's jaw just about hit the floor. Brain froze for a moment, as if he hadn't expected the question. Well, sure. He didn't tell you then. No. I guess he thought you'd be safer if I didn't know, Hick said. And he left that woman to look after you. Is that right? Brain shuddered. She started off nice, but she's gotten awful cruel. She wanted me to do things. I said they ain't right. But she made me. I don't want to know, Hick said, shutting down that particular rabbit hole before it was too late. Mr. Hickman, I sure am sorry from the bottom of my heart for letting you down. Letting me down? You tried to kill me, you traitor. Hick said, stabbing a finger at the quivering man. I was a idiot, I know. She told me you was treatin' me wrong. She seemed to make sense, and she promised me a job with a uniform and all. But she didn't even come and look for me. Hick straightened up. Mayor Hawkins? Yeah, well, she got what was coming to her, or so I hear. So, now the question is, what do we do with you? Maybe I should cuff you again and leave you with your nurse. No. Please. I'm begging you, boss. Why should I care what happens to you? Tears rolled down the cheeks of Brain Sullivan. Just let me make it up to you. I'll help any way I can. We been through some times together, don't that count for nothing? No, it really didn't. Not to Paul Hickman. Young Marlin Cook had been the only one of his gang he'd given two hoots about. On the other hand, Brain had been useful. He was a moron, but sometimes stupidity was handy. Give him a simple job to do, a very simple job, and he could generally be relied upon to do it. Hick was also self-aware enough to know that he liked having a companion who wouldn't question him. Once there had been his dog Buster as well as Brain. Now there was no one. Even Roger the cockerel was now living with the Bowies, assuming they hadn't cooked him by now. Hick barely knew May or Chris, and neither of them struck him as follower material. As for Donnie, well, he and Brain were cut from the same cloth, except that Donnie was a coward, and Brain, for all his faults, didn't lack bravery. Can you move? Brain sat up straight like a puppy being called for a walk. Instantly, his hand went to his neck. Be careful, you idiot. Now I want to see you stand. Gently, Brain swung his legs around and stood up, swaying slightly. Okay. You can help. Brain's face lit up, and he seemed to grow several inches as Hick surveyed him. He'd lost at least 40 pounds, and Hick didn't reckon he'd be able to walk far. Really, he was a lost cause. But for now at least, Hick had his henchman back. Before we go anywhere, you better get cleaned up, and we'd better find you some clean clothes. Brain seemed on the verge of an ill-advised attempt to hug his boss, as Hick spun on his heels and, shaking his head, went to find the others. Crawford was next. Chapter 18. The Mayor. The bushy-bearded jailer escorted Devon home. His name turned out to be Laverne. Ms. DeMille says you gotta get cleaned up 'fore you see her. She's a lady, see? Though don't you go gettin' no ideas, or she'll cut you up soon as look at you. Laverne followed Devon around the apartment like a guard dog, only drawing a line at coming into the bedroom as Devon got undressed. They'd ransacked the place and clothes were strewn everywhere, so he wasn't surprised to find that they'd taken his jewelry and the small revolver that was his decoy weapon. He itched to go check the place behind the oven to see if they'd found his Glock, but couldn't shake Laverne. And in any case, he'd be searched before he went in to see Mariana. Mariana DeMille. The innocent, somewhat nervous young woman he and Jesse had taken with them out of Salt Lake City on their journey east. Her father had insisted. What had happened to him? What had happened to her? And what had happened to Jesse? His stomach tightened as he pulled the t-shirt over his head, while ignoring the sound of Laverne turning stuff over in the living room. Devon had sent Jade to the Bowies with a note, asking them to keep an eye on her if anything happened to him. Not that there was much they could do, but any protection was better than none. Come on. You don't want to keep Ms. DeMille waiting. Devon ignored Laverne. He dealt with his kind often enough during his time with the police force. An antisocial loner who'd cocooned himself away from the community, he'd struck lucky when the world had turned upside down, and now someone like him had the skills and attitude that would give him an evolutionary advantage. At least, that was how he'd seen it. So he'd come from his log cabin with a pump-action shotgun and a brutal attitude, and he'd found a place with the Sons. Devon couldn't leave the bedroom in such a state, so he gave it a quick tidy-up before finally opening the door, disturbing Laverne from his search. The big man turned to him, and without a hint of shame, led Devon from the apartment. It was a bright morning that promised a warm summer's day, and the people of Hope were walking to their assembly points before being taken to the fields. There was a silence and lifelessness to the place that was utterly foreign. As they walked from the apartment block to the main intersection, a military truck passed them, heading along the highway before turning down one of the residential streets. "It's rounding up the old folks and the sick," Laverne said. Devon didn't give him the satisfaction of asking the obvious question, but his stomach sank. Hope was beginning to feel like Nazi-occupied Europe, or so he imagined. The useful went to the fields to toil. The unfit went where? The Bowies were only a few blocks away. Had Joe and Dave managed to hide Martha again? They take him to the camp. Not far. In the copper mines. Again, Devon didn't take the bait. Laverne would tell him what he chose to, whether he got the satisfaction of being asked or not. Don't reckon they'll last long. Survival of the fittest, ain't it? Devon marched past the Bowie store, ignoring the nervous glances of other Hope residents scurrying on their errands. He might have been able to surprise and overpower Laverne as he walked a pace behind Devon, seemingly relaxed, but then what? No, he needed answers, and Mariana was his best hope of providing them. His world had contracted to a sphere made of the here and the now. The past was dead and the future didn't exist. In truth, that had always been the case, but back then he could participate in the delusion that it was possible to plan for what was to come, to daydream about the future. Now the shape of things to come was simply a black tunnel, and he could do nothing more than shuffle forward blindly, arms outstretched, and wait for the oncoming traffic to wipe him out. 4 guards in black masks stood outside the community center, and Devon suspected there would be others out of sight around the building. One stepped forward as Laverne approached. "What is your business here?" The man had what sounded like a South American accent, and Devon thought he could see brown skin surrounding the eyes that flitted from him to his nursemaid. "Miss DeMille asked to see this prisoner. Maybe she's changed her mind about hanging him." Laverne's mouth split in a sick smile that exposed rotten front teeth with gaps where his canines had once been. The guard made no attempt to hide his contempt for Laverne, but the big man didn't seem to notice, as stepped to one side to allow the guard to frisk him before handing his weapon to a colleague and searching Devon. A man in a black suit, with a bolo tie and round glasses emerged from the entrance and strode toward them. "Oh, you're here. And this is Mr. Murphy. You are a little early, but you may take a seat in the waiting area. That is, if this officer has completed his search." "Yes, Administrator," the guard said with an unmistakable hint of fear to his voice. "Very well then. Follow me." The man spun on his polished heels and strode toward the entrance which opened as he approached. "Linda," Devon blurted out. She glanced at him as she hurried away, but said nothing. "I see you know Mrs. Strickland," the man said, heading toward the staircase to the upper floor. "Strange, as I don't recall her including the name Murphy on her list of associates. What is she doing here?" The man turned to him as he reached the bottom stair. "She is working in our new administration. A sensible woman who has chosen to sail with the wind rather than against it." At the top of the stairs, the rooms used for council meetings and for the mayor's private business seemed almost entirely unchanged, except that the usual bustle and murmur of conversation had been replaced by complete silence, save for the clacking of a typewriter. "You will wait here," the man said. "Miss Kaczynski, you will inform the leader that her next appointment is here." A young woman looked up from behind an ancient black typewriter and nodded. "Yes, Mr. Simmons." They didn't have to wait long. The door to the mayor's office opened and a masked face leaned out. "Come in now." "Does she want to see me too?" Laverne said, clearly hoping for an answer in the negative. "Yes." Laverne got up and gestured at Devon to go ahead of him. Mariana sat at what had been the desk of Gil Summers and then Paul Hickman. She wore a white blouse that made him think of a naval uniform, but no rank insignia. In fact, she looked like a junior office worker, if anything. Behind her stood two black masked guards in fatigues with conspicuous sidearms. "Hello, Devon," she said as she looked up. "Sit down, please." "What the hell is going on, Mariana?" The guard who'd ushered them in put his hand on his weapon and barked, "You will address the leader with respect." Mariana gave a curt nod. "We have been familiar in the past, Devon, but those days are over. You will refer to me as Leader or Leader DeMille." "Where's Mendoza?" A flicker of anger passed across her face. "Do not force me to demonstrate my authority. General Mendoza is the chief of our armed forces. I am in day-to-day control of Hope. You must deal with me, but do not mistake me for the woman I once was. Much has happened since then." "I can see that," Devon said before adding, "Leader." She seemed to relax a little before looking past him. "Laverne, you may slink back to the sheriff's office." Devon caught Laverne's expression of mixed relief and annoyance, but turned back to Mariana before she could speak again. "Where's Jessie?" he said. "Leader. She has been taken to our new facility for her own safety and that of her child. The other child went with her also." "Was she in danger?" "You tell me. You're the one going under a false identity." "What do you expect? I've seen the sons in action." One of the guards stepped forward, but Mariana put her hand up to stop him. "I will not remind you again," she said before sighing. "Devon, we are a new and disparate organization, and it may be that some of our cells don't yet implement our vision entirely as we would wish. Hope will be the beacon for them all. We will be the exemplar. But how has this happened? Last we knew you were at the church with Fred and Tori at, where was it? Cedar Run. Yes, it was very sad that they were killed, but I have learned since then that removing the dead wood is necessary if the forest is to thrive." Devon leaped out of his chair. "Dead wood? They were human beings, damn it. They took you in." The two guards swept out from their positions, grabbed Devon by the arms and thrust him back into the chair, almost toppling it in the process. Mariana leaned forward, eyes narrowed. "This is your final warning. I have tolerated your disrespect for old time's sake, but if there is one more outburst I will be forced to punish you and those you love." Devon gritted his teeth, brushed himself down and forced out an apology. "To finish my account, I soon learned that the way of the sons is the only future for humanity and this planet. I made myself useful, and it seems I have something of a talent for organizing the people we bring into our community." Devon wanted to say so much, to expose the truth behind her words. The suffering, the death, the loss of freedom. But he looked into her eyes and saw madness there. What had they done to her to break the free spirit she had once been? Was there anything of the old Mariana left, or was that personality as dead as Fred and Lori? He listened as she chilled him to the core. General Mendoza will return once he has completed his current mission. When he arrives in Hope, he will find it a model community, an example of what can be achieved by people working together for the common good. If by any chance he does not, then you can expect him to exact extreme punishment. Not only of those who have defied us, but on their families and random members of the community they betray. Do you understand me?" Devon nodded, then let out a deep breath. "Why are you telling me this, Leader?" "Because I know you. You are a resourceful man, and until you truly understand us, you are likely to be trouble. And so you have taken Jessie into custody. To keep me in line? To incentivize you. I said that the general will expect Hope to be completely pacified when he returns, and that there will be serious consequences for the people if they are not. So you want me to stay out of trouble? Be a good boy, keep my head down and allow the overseers to abuse me? Mariana's cheeks flushed, and the guards behind her put their hands on their weapons again. They were itching to blow his head off, he could see it. Yes, I expect you to behave as a model citizen. I also expect you to take responsibility for your community. How? Mariana stood up and stuck out her hand. Congratulations, you are now mayor of Hope. What? I presume you wish to help the community during this time of transition? Keep people safe? Give them the best possible conditions? Of course. Then shake my hand, Mayor Myers, shake my hand. On one condition, I get to see Jesse. Devon shambled along Avenue K, as his mind desperately tried to make sense of what had just happened. He'd stepped open-eyed into a trap. He was the Judas goat. In that one action, Mariana had painted a bullseye on his back, making him the target for all the hatred and resentment that would follow as the Sons tightened their grip on the town. He'd barely been paying attention as she'd told him what his duties were. He would be based in the community center, though not in the office previously used by the council leader. No, she would have the power, both symbolic and actual. He would be held accountable. Oh, he was certain she was also on the line. If the general returned to find anything other than perfect order, then he would punish Mariana, but Devon would be the sacrificial lamb. And there was nothing he could do other than to play along. Jesse was being held, and she'd be safe enough as long as he cooperated. He slammed his hand against his leg in frustration. If it weren't for her, he'd be free to act. If it weren't for her. And Dorothy. What hole in his soul did these foundlings fill? What flaw did they patch? And Jade, of course. He stopped, and the dull thudding of Laverne's feet halted a moment later. I'm heading this way, he said, pointing down a side road. What do you want me to do, boss? Laverne sneered. Devon shrugged. You're the sheriff, apparently. Go, sheriff. He turned and strode across the road, aware of Laverne watching him as he went. He couldn't help Jesse or Dorothy, not for now at least. So he headed for the Bowies. Devon breathed a sigh of relief when Jade appeared at the gate, Joe Bowie at her side. It had taken him twice as long as it should have done to get here because he'd been stopped 3 times, and each time, the patrol radioed back to the community office to get confirmation that he was, indeed, the new mayor. He felt their eyes on him as he walked along the sidewalk. Perhaps he imagined that they were all laughing at him, though he doubted it. They were still watching him as he stepped past Joe and embraced Jade. Is Martha okay? He asked when they were inside. He'd gotten so used to her king-size bed dominating the living room that the place looked empty without it. Yeah, they found her all right, but they didn't take her this time. They say she's got a week to report for work, Joe said. Or what? Joe shrugged. Well, there's all this talk of the mine buildings. Yeah, I reckon that's where Jesse's been taken. Dave Bowie came down the stairs and joined them. So what's going on? I heard you was a condemned man. Word is you took a swing at one of the guards. Aha, and I'm lucky to be alive. At least I think I am. He then told them of his meeting with Mariana. So she's going to use you as her shield. She must be terrified of this Mendoza fella. Oh. Dave slumped down opposite Devon. Can you think of any other reason why she'd want someone else as mayor? I mean, it ain't exactly a big job, though old Gil did his best to puff it up. We don't even rate a mayor here. If she weren't afraid of the general, she'd want to keep the credit for herself, wouldn't she? You're her insurance plan, mark my words. Devon considered this as Jade leaned against him on the couch. Dave was a sharp one. It wasn't simply that Mariana wanted someone to take the heat from the people of Hope. No, she needed a fall guy for when Mendoza returned from wherever he'd gone. And she'd backed him into a corner, so he couldn't refuse. Devon sighed and looked down at Jade as she lay in the crook of his arm. He was mayor of Hope. And a dead man walking. Chapter 19. Crawford. Ezra was like an ant hill that had been kicked over and flooded by boiling water. There seemed to be fewer people than ever, and those who did walk the streets kept their heads down and paid no heed to the group of 5 dressed as sons. They'd brought the Land Rover as close to the hospital as they dared, and then walked the rest of the way across the wasteland until they'd gotten to the parking lot. Pretty quickly, Hick regretted bringing Brain along. The man had barely walked anywhere for 2 months, and whatever that woman had done to him, aside from simple starvation, had turned the big bear of a man he'd known into a scrawny raccoon. They'd left the woman back at the mining complex. She was more than halfway to madness, and Hick reckoned the isolation of that place would finish the job, and there were plenty of sharp implements. It might have been kinder to finish her off there and then, but he knew that May and Chris wouldn't allow it. They'd cleaned up the hospital since the last time he'd been there. Then he'd fought with the defenders to keep what he thought were bandits and thieves out, and had only learned the truth afterwards. Mayor Hawkins had sure fooled him, but she'd gotten her comeuppance by all accounts. Only one ward was open, and Hick could see injured people in the beds, but no sick. It was as if the hospital had become merely a place for patching up workers, ready to send them back into the fields. No one challenged them, and most turned their backs as they approached. A blanket of fear smothered all curiosity, and Hick used that cover to move without hindrance toward his destination. Chris took the lead, striding confidently through the mainly deserted streets and toward Crawford's headquarters, which she said were in a kingdom hall just the other side of what had once been a recreation park. Dozens of people toiled in the bright evening sun, bent low over rows of spring-planted beans and potatoes. There were more guards here, but Chris's confident manner combined with an unwillingness to see anything suspicious meant that they made their way without drama until they reached the street containing the hall. On one side lay the flat plots where a row of ranch houses had stood a few months ago. Tents, chain-link enclosures, and other temporary structures had been built on the grass and pulverized rubble, as out of the ruin of a quiet city suburb framed on all sides by mountains rose a military camp. They walked past the converted Kingdom Hall, which seemed pretty empty to Hick. The hall was set back from the road and surrounded by a parking lot. One guard stood in front of the dark green door, but when they took a left at the end of the road, they couldn't see any other protection. "Are you sure this is the place?" Hick said, as they turned around and began walking back the way they'd come. Surely it'd be better protected than that. One guard. Chris looked back at the hall and rubbed her chin. This is definitely the place. I've been here often enough. Maybe he feels confident. And maybe he can't spare the men, Hick said. Let's see if we can get in around the back. Chris shook her head. That's not what we agreed. We need to find cover somewhere out here and watch for him. Look, we know he's either in there or he will be soon enough. It's quiet and there's no guard. Come on. With that, Hick walked directly across the land between the side road and the parking lot. He glanced across at where small groups of figures milled around the equipment and shacks that occupied the plots of what had once been family homes. From this distance, it looked as though they were entirely engaged in their own business. On one plot, a small fleet of civilian vehicles had their trunks open, people going back and forth as if packing. He heard the scampering of feet behind him and smiled. All it took was decisiveness, and people would follow. As soon as he judged that they'd passed out of view of the soldiers on the other side of the road, he headed for a back door on the far end. It had a glass panel, and after listening for a few moments, he pressed his face against it. He couldn't see anyone inside the small kitchen, so he inched the door open. That was when he turned around and saw that only Brain and May had followed him. Where the hell are the others? I'm not sure, but I guess Chris is going ahead with her plan, and Donnie's been following her around like a puppy dog, so he went with her. Hick gazed past her, but could see no sign of anyone across the flat, green-tinged parking lot to the road beyond. And then his doubts about Chris resurfaced. She'd been one of Crawford's soldiers. Had she faked being on their side so she could now betray them? What was that? May said. From the north came the crack of gunfire and the dull whoomph of explosives. Should they stay or should they go? Hick plunged through the door, pulling it shut behind them as Brain and May followed. The only natural light came from the glass in the door, but a half-burned candle sat unlit on the countertop. They stood silently, listening for any signs of movement outside. Then he heard it. Crawford's voice. He was barking orders into a walkie-talkie. "Do not withdraw. That is an order." There was a pause during which another voice spoke. Hick couldn't make out the words, but he knew panic when he heard it. Crawford spoke again. "I know. They are a rogue element. You must hold them. Over and out." Then, at a lower volume, he said, "We have to go now. If he's come in force, then there's nothing we can do to stop him. You go home and I'll follow. Quick. We only have minutes." A female voice said something Hick couldn't make out, and then footsteps marched out. "Come on," Hick said. "I don't know what's going on, but it's now or never. Weapons ready?" They nodded. "And be careful, Brain. Last time I had my back to you, you tried to kill me, and that didn't work out for you, did it?" "Oh, boss. I said I'm sorry. You can trust me now, honest." But Hick was gone. He pulled open the door and plunged into the room beyond. John Crawford was leaning over his desk, his hand plunging in and out of a canvas pack as he filled it. He spun around and let out a shriek of fear and rage. Hickman. When Paul Hickman looked back on the finest moments of his life, that instant of recognition and the look on Crawford's face would certainly have made the podium. "Put your hands where I can see them," Hick said, as Crawford's arm began to move toward his desk drawer. "Do it or I'll blow your head off." Crawford froze, then slowly raised his hands. "You're going to kill me anyway. That's what you came here to do, isn't it? Well, get in line. Your own people sick of you now, are they?" Hick said, sneering as he gestured for Crawford to sit. He pulled up a chair and took his place opposite his prisoner. "Brain, go watch the entrance. May, you cover the back." Brain moved instantly to the farther door and opened it a crack. May hesitated for a moment before retracing her steps and standing by the kitchen door. "My own people," Crawford said, as if considering the question. "You could say that. But if you mean my soldiers, then no, they have remained loyal for the most part. At this moment, they are fighting a rearguard action to give me time to get away." "Do they know that's why they're doing it?" Crawford's face spread in a reptilian smile. "Ah, Hickman, you and I are so alike. I think in other circumstances we could have been friends." "I'm nothing like you," Hick said, even as he knew he was lying. They had much in common, save for one thing. You don't care for nobody but yourself. "Ah, yes. We sociopaths recognize each other, don't we? You, I suppose, are a community-hearted individual. I love my daughter. She's what I care about." Crawford nodded, as if conceding the point. "Yes, well, you have the advantage over me there. I had a son, you know. He was a climate activist. Died in a boat, protesting alongside an oil rig owned by the company I worked for. Accidentally shot. Apparently, they thought he and his colleagues were pirates. Ridiculous, of course." Hick sat and regarded the man as the mask seemed to slip just a touch to reveal a little of the human that lay beneath. "So, once I'd taken the court battle as far as I could, I decided to honor him by fighting for his cause. I joined the Sons when it was a very different organization from what it became." "And you turned into a monster," Hick said. "I heard what you did to Mayor Hawkins." Again, Crawford gave a little nod. "Yes. She made me angry. Very angry. But look, Hickman, pleasant though this is, I must warn you that unless you leave this office very quickly, you will be trapped in the same net as me." Hickman raised his handgun. "Then why shouldn't I just blow your head off now?" "Because that would bring my people running in here, and you'd die alongside me. And your friends too, though I doubt that would trouble you too much. I can kill you quietly enough. But not quickly enough. And you wouldn't learn anything from me then, would you? What do I need to learn from you? Sun Tzu said know your enemy, didn't he? A muffled boom and the crackle of gunfire, much closer this time, caused Crawford to tense up momentarily before relaxing, as if his fate was no longer in his own hands. "It's too late, he is coming." "Up there," he said, pointing at a trapdoor in the ceiling, "is a roof space. Conceal yourselves and listen. He might not look up there." "Do I look stupid?" Hick said, getting out of the chair to go stand by Brain, looking out the entrance. The guard had disappeared, and there were no soldiers in sight. Crawford sighed. "I don't care what you do, frankly. He is coming for me, and I know the man. He won't be able to resist gloating before he kills me. Perhaps I can coax him into revealing something of use to you. It's your choice. Run and be caught, or hide and risk me betraying you. But choose quickly." "Someone's coming, boss," Brain said as Hick caught the blur of vehicles speeding around the corner. "Come on," Hick said. Crawford pointed at where the roof pole was stowed, and Hick lowered the trapdoor, pulling the ladder down. Brain had only just scrambled inside when he heard shouting, and then boots on the raised wooden floorboards below. Hick lay with his ear to the dusty timbers. He could hear Crawford's chair squeaking as he stood to receive his visitors. "Crawford, you should have gone before I arrived. Have you developed a backbone since I saw you last? Your men have surrendered to us, those who survived, that is." It was the deep, confident voice of a man who was enjoying the moment. Crawford said one word. "Mendoza." "I expected to encounter more resistance. Where is this force of hundreds you claim to have gathered?" No answer. "Perhaps they have melted away like your ambitions. But then you always were weak. And yet I'm here, waiting for you." Footsteps moved on the floor below as Hick, May, and Brain crouched in the roof space. "Yes. Perhaps you thought standing up to me might persuade me to spare you. If that is the case, then you were mistaken. Ezra, such as it is, now belongs to me, and it will be brought into line." Hick heard Crawford sigh. "You will find that the community here works very effectively. There is no need to change anything." Bang. A fist came down on the table. "No. I saw them. In the field. You know the policy. But if they work alongside the others, surely we should use them? The more hands we have, the sooner we can achieve self-sufficiency and balance." "Fool. But then, you never did believe in our mission, did you? You wanted your revenge on the gas companies, sure enough, and you were prepared to see billions die for it. So did you." Again the fist banged on the table. "But I did it for renewal. In one strike, we eliminated 95% of our enemies, but if we do not finish the task, then, like weeds, they will spring up again and undermine our perfect society. A society of the fit, of the obedient, of the young. But it's genocide, Mendoza. No. It is merely a culling. A thinning of the herd. These are people, not animals. No. They are the reason that the world fell into decadence and waste, war and inequity. You know this, John Crawford. You know it because you are one of them." More footsteps, and when Mendoza spoke again, his voice was calm and quiet. "Tell me, John, how old are you?" There was a brief pause. "I am 62, Crawford said, his voice trembling. "Then you have been blessed with 2 extra years. I am sorry, but you know our law." "It isn't our law, it's yours." "Didn't you hear? It has now been dogmatized." "What?" "Oh yes. All communities are required to comply. My squads are only now rounding up the expired." "Expired? Is that what you call them? Would you prefer surplus?" But it's inhuman." "Inhuman? Shall I tell you of inhumanity? Do you know what they did to me, John Crawford?" "Who?" "The old." Hick winced as the cry echoed into the rafters. It was the bellow of a man passing across the event horizon of insanity. "My God, you can't kill them all," Crawford croaked. "Your God will not stop me." Hick heard a momentary shriek that was cut off by a single gunshot, and the thump of something heavy falling to the floor. Hick heard more footsteps as someone marched up the outside steps and into the office. "Leader, we have completed our first sweep." Good, Fabio. How many? Hick heard the rustle of paper. 77. This place was crawling with them. Do you have enough men for the task? Yes, sir. I have a squad of 6. You can trust them completely? Yes, sir. They are ready to do their duty. Good. Commence the cleanup. Heels clicked together and the footsteps marched away. Mendoza moved a little, so he was standing almost directly below where Hick hid. Well, Crawford, it seems it is my duty to do what you could not. I am cleaning out this rat's nest of vermin, and in 1 hour I took the city you failed to capture. When I return there, I shall clean that place out also. It shall become a model of our philosophy. And when I have finished my mission and return to Hope, the purge will begin.